everyone to another episode of HELLION ARTSHOW, where I promote indie comics. And I am here today with Oasi V. Is that right?
That's exactly how you say
You
it.
guys
Yes,
asked
ma'am.
me how to pronounce my nickname, and I didn't ask you. I'm a great host.
You're amazing.
Oh, thank you. You're a very convincing liar.
I get that quite a bit.
Oh, okay. Well, it is convincing. So Oasi V and HB Francisco, who are the writer and editor, is that right?
Co-creators.
Co-creators on VeilWalker, and that's what we're going to be talking about today. And I'm very excited. So, hello and thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having us. I've been meaning to get on for a while.
Oh yeah. I saw you messaged me like weeks ago. I think I missed your first message because I wasn't following you then, and then you messaged me again. And I was like, oh my gosh, okay, yeah, this project looks great. I need to get you guys on. So, and I'm really glad you guys are here. It's very exciting. Let me say hi to the chat real quick, and then we can like pull the project up and talk about this. Hello, Oliver.
Sorry, there's gonna be a few inside jokes in the chat.
Oh, okay, that's cool. I'll just be completely clueless as normal because that happens a lot already. Ask my chat. If you bring up almost any American movie, I'm going to be completely clueless, and it's a running joke. So, hi, King of Swims. Hey, y'all. Alex VRB. Jason, hi. There's so many people. Dago Solo. Lola. Lola is awesome.
I love Lola.
Here. El Padrino. Yeah. Well, Nolan Lockhart. John. Blingo. Good old Blingo. Our loyal Blingo, much beloved and much missed. Cool. All right. So let's see. You guys are the co-creators on VeilWalker, and let me get that pulled up. And this is the campaign on Indiegogo. The link is in the description, by the way. And this is number 2. I missed the number 1 campaign, sadly, but I'm very glad that I caught the number 2 book, and I looked over your campaign, and the sort of vibe I got was, well, you also told me in the back room that it's a supernatural murder mysteries is sort of the vibe you were going for?
Yes, initially for this introduction arc, right? It's basically what it is. It's a paranormal murder mystery. But overall, it's more of I'm not sure what HP has a term for it. What is it you call it?
Urban fantasy.
Urban fantasy.
Urban fantasy. Right. I got that's the correct actual like real writer term, because I was trying to write a description. I was like modern magical mystery. I didn't know the correct term, but right, urban fantasy, and it's got what I noticed. It's got a lot of elements that I find very intriguing. It's delving into, well, it seems to be a pretty modern setting, right? But you've got like ancient cults or ancient like magicians cults and stuff, and like this sort of and this sort of like something called the Veil where monsters come out of, I'm gathering.
Yep.
Yes.
We'll explore a bit of what the Veil is. It's funny, as I was watching the intro to your video here on your campaign, it seems like your monsters are coming from a different dimension, no?
Kind of, maybe. I wonder.
Yeah. So there's some similarities there. I would bargain to say.
I think extra dimensional monsters. Well, it's not like super. I don't know. It's especially in like a magical fantasy world. I think in your setting you have like most people are normal, and magic is like kind of a hidden underground thing.
Yes.
That's sort of the vibe I got. Right. And in my world, it's not so much that. It's like it's fantasy, but well, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong. I see, especially scrolling down one of the pages. And again, I haven't read book 1, but I'm going to get book 1 with book 2, and I will get caught up. But I'm seeing, like, especially this, I'm getting, like, there's clearly got to be some Lovecraft influence.
There's quite a bit of Lovecraftian influence. I think it was one of the first things that I drew inspiration from when sort of creating I don't want to call it the upper, what I'm going to call it, but really it's the only term that comes to mind right now, like the upper echelon of what these creatures are. Like it really comes, and a lot of it is inspired by Lovecraft. And I think HP can maybe expand on that a bit.
Yeah, I think in HP Lovecraft's, not me, another HP, the better HP.
Are your actual initials HP?
Yes, it is.
Oh wow, what a coincidence! So we were complaining in the back room about Game of Thrones, and that got me thinking of George R. R. Martin. Did you know that So I think he's raised Catholic. This is a total tangent. I'm sorry. We'll get back to the actual campaign soon. But so George R. R. Martin, I think he's Catholic, and you take like another name when you're. I'm not Catholic. I have no idea. But you take like another name when you're like confirmation or something, and he took RR, like the two R initials, after J.R.R. Tolkien. So he did that because he was a fan of Tolkien.
J.R.R. Tolkien, and then HP's over here ripping off HP.
Yeah, so I was like, is that your real name or is that a pen name because you like H.P. Lovecraft? Okay.
Oh, no.
But it's your
it
actual
just
name.
happens to be, it actually happens to be a coincidence. My actual initials are HP Francisco.
Cool.
And it just so happens that I really like H.P. Lovecraft. I was actually introduced more to him via like Edgar Allan Poe stories.
Yeah.
Like I really got into Edgar Allan Poe, and then Stephen King's like It, and then that kind of I went down the rabbit hole and then went into H.P. Lovecraft, and I just got hooked.
Cool. Right. Will, you are not a poser like Gerard. I'm just kidding, Gerard. So anyhow, back to what we're talking about. Yeah, I can definitely see the Lovecraft vibes, especially in the art, and I think that's where like a lot of campaigns with extra dimensional monsters, like deep dark tentacle monsters, or these kind of cosmic horror-ish looking things. I can see that influence, and this art is great, by the way. Who's this artist?
That is Adrian Gutierrez. He is our new artist starting for issue 2. We had a different artist on issue 1 who unfortunately couldn't continue for issue 2. And we were recommended Adrian by our colorist from issue 1, which is Leonardo Pacariotti. And they are both Spaniards, right out of Spain. And once we had them do this particular test page, me and HP looked at it and we were sold. We were like, yeah, this is definitely what we want to roll with moving forward.
Hell yeah. I love it.
And I think one of the reasons why we also love, I mean, you mentioned H.P. Lovecraft, but one of our mutual, like me and Oasi, is that we love Junji Ito too. So
yes.
Yeah, so there's a lot of influence in that too. And so just like our story is like a blend of like Western influence and fantasy, there's a lot of Japanese infusion into that too, because that's what we grew up with.
Don't say that too loud, HP, because Mo Big's gonna show up and
oh no.
What, he's gonna start screaming weeb?
Yes, no weebery.
It's fine. He already knows this channel is 50% weebery, so go take it away.
Yeah, no, Junji Ito was a huge influence. So it's like what we did a lot, and not to sort of give too much away, but at least for me, when I was sort of creating, there you go.
There's his real name.
Harry, you're a wizard. You're a wizard, Harry.
You're a wizard, Alex.
Perfect. Sounds just like him.
One of the things that I did a lot was I took a bit of that sort of Lovecraftian influence and started blending other things into it. And you'll see that there's a lot of sort of, I don't want to call them religious iconography, but there's a bit of a religious tone to some of the events, and I think we try to do a little bit of explaining with the extra dimensional Lovecraftian aspects. And this, you guys will sort of see that moving forward.
Cool. All right. I really wish I read book 1, man.
Hey, I'll send you a PDF copy.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. I should have asked that before the show, but either how. Well, you have like the section of the lore. Yes. And so instead of me just reading it, why don't you can you summarize the lore, the world background for everyone?
Yeah, I can sort of give you the what I call the really long elevator ride pitch. So basically,
I love those long elevator rides.
It's an elevator ride where it gets stuck on the 3rd floor. and the
Stop
doors
it.
won't
My,
open.
my mind goes
Oh,
somewhere
then
else
you have
now.
no AC. Those are terrible.
Those are the best.
Anyways. Oh, no.
So I lost my train of thought. I'm
I'm
sorry.
sorry. World, the lore.
Lord, there you go. So the VeilWalker takes place in a world where a very small percentage of the human race is born with something called the gift. And what the gift does is allows them to use mana to cast either magic or spells, right? And uh, these people are identified and protected by an order called the Veil Guard, which is the sort of ancient order you alluded to earlier. We can see their insignia and their emblem just above the screen there. And our
Mm,
main character, Alexander,
mm.
is his role within the Veil Guard is that of the Grand Inquisitor, basically the head of the Inquisitory branch. And our story begins when a Twitch streamer disappears live on stream. Alexander has the satellite and the video taken down, and he is sent to investigate. And that's where book one begins.
Cool. All right. Yeah, that was not too long on the elevator ride. That was like,
Yeah.
slightly longer, but
I have
very
ADHD,
informative.
so any elevator ride is longer than 10 seconds, I go crazy.
Oh,
So
and
pretty,
I wouldn't be able to tell. That was very concise. No, that's a cool logo, by the way.
thank you.
Ah, I
That's
like
something
that.
we actually, it was made by mistake. Someone had sort of just drawn it up by some elements that I had given them for an art print that I just never ended up using. But when I saw it, I
Hmm.
was like, you just really encompassed by accident everything that this organization is, and I had to use it moving forward.
That's cool. Yeah, I love it. It's kind of like eldritchy, but a little angelic. Man, got some good designers. Ooh, for Jason Went and Hinge for $5 says got the first holofoil, had to get the second. Backer 111.
Whoop, whoop.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank
Nice. Thank you.
Appreciate
you.
it. Those
Yes. Yes.
holofoils are absolutely fire. I actually have a few here. Let me grab them. Let me show you guys.
Oh shit, yeah. Yeah, show everyone. Holofoils look so cool. Oh, Nolan Lockhart says you put the backers in the back of the book. That is cool.
Yeah, that's
You put all of your backers? You print all of their names in the books?
yes.
Oh wow.
I did.
Yeah,
That's awesome, man.
it's something that we really appreciated because I think one of the first things that Oasi said is like, you know, I think we named them actual regiment. I think in the Veil Guard.
Yeah, they are
Oh, cool.
the first 151 backers from Kickstarter. They're called the what is it? The 151st or something like that. I kind of forgot, but it is in the book, and they are an actual regiment from the story that we're basically writing around them. And then there's going to be another one for our Indiegogo backers.
Cool.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
holofoil
just
covers look
like
so cool, man.
they were part of helping us to bring the story to life. We wanted to kind of bring them into the story.
Right,
Yeah, no,
as
that's
like
awesome.
sort of like the first 151 members of the Veil Guard.
It's a super convenient. You have like this organization you can like name the backers in it. I see a lot of campaigns or several who draw people into the campaigns, or they take requests, or they just like for fun they just draw like other indie creators people into chat into the campaigns
We
or
did it.
into the comics.
Yeah, we actually did that on our Kickstarter when we ran it
Ah.
early last year. We had, I think it was about six of our backers drawn into the book. But since the story unfortunately takes place over the span of a single night, basically all the roster spots were taken up by the Kickstarter people. And we didn't have any new characters to introduce. So what we're going to do is moving forward, we'll split it up between Indiegogo and Kickstarter and make sure that we have enough spots for both campaigns.
Cool. Okay. So I know you can't run like the same exact campaign on Indiegogo and Kickstarter.
Yes.
Are you doing the same chapter but just like with different?
Cover
Like, what's
arts.
the difference? Different cover art?
Different cover art, yeah.
Okay. But like the interiors, the story is all the same.
Yes, it's
Okay.
all the same.
Interesting.
So
I
yes.
don't know if I've seen anyone do that.
Yeah, so that's what we did. So basically, we ran. It was pretty much the same stuff. It's just again, you need to offer something unique to that platform.
Yeah.
And what we did is we offered just unique covers. So Kickstarter actually had more covers because they had technically had more covers because they had 3 variants instead of just the 2 on Indiegogo. But with the hollow foils, it was a total of 4.
I see. Okay, and let's just we're just jumping around. Just jumping around. Let's go up and why did they put these weird videos of who who is Indiegogo's been putting these random videos on campaigns that have absolutely nothing to do with the campaign as like these ads.
So weird.
It's really weird, and I don't.
I'm gonna
like
see
it.
how I can do that for the VeilWalker. Like, can I have the VeilWalker pop up on other people's campaigns?
Yeah, can I intrude on other people's business and like bother their? Oh no, that's my music. No, wrong. I switched. Sorry, I switched to another window and I couldn't find where I was. Okay, so tell us about your tiers.
So basically, our featured tier is the Ketchup Tier, and I actually introduced that like 2 or 3 weeks into the campaign, because what I had done is with issue 1, I had it as an add-on. Give it that we had the hollow foil, we had the main cover, and then we had like the other tiers that included the statues. I didn't want to limit people to getting one particular tier and then getting the issue 1. So basically, I had it as an add-on. But now people complained enough, and I got tired of listening to them.
That happens.
So there it is. So basically, they have the Ketchup Tier.
He's
It
honest.
includes.
Yeah, filled their inboxes.
Basically, that's what it was. It was like, Jesus Christ, okay, fine. So I created the Ketchup Tier, and what I did is I wanted to make it special. So we included basically the ash can at no cost.
Sweet. Oh, that's nice. Wow.
And then there's basically the main cover, which isn't colored, guys. I know everybody's like, it looks great like that, white, red, and black, but it's actually going to be colored, and really it's a 50-page book. Our first book was only 25 pages of story, 32 pages as a whole, but this one's going to be about 45 to 50 pages of story, depending on the final editorial pass that we do.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, we wanted to upgrade a bit and really give people more bang for their buck, give them a little more to read, and the story actually had a natural break point at that point, at the 45 pages, so we just went ahead with that.
Yeah. That's what I like about doing comics independently and not kind of being constrained to the 20 or 22 page model. I don't know if you guys have worked for publisher comics before, but I found that really constraining, where you had to like force a break every 20 or 22 pages. And it's like a good writer can do it, but I think it's better to, and manga does it this way, it's better to kind of let the story flow natural and just use as many pages as you need and do the book breaks, when the pacing like calls for it.
Yeah.
I think that's a lot better.
Initially, what I did is when I first ran a Kickstarter back in 2018 is when I ran Alexander way back when. The book was supposed to be like 90 to 100 pages, and the campaign was set to like 40 grand because that's how much I needed to cover like just the art cost. It was ridiculous.
Yeah.
And eventually that campaign failed, so I went back to the writing board. HP came in, helped us out, and we were able to break down the whole story into like 22, 25 page breaks. But then we were going to proceed with that, and eventually people were like, nah, just give us pages campaign. It's better for you, better for us. So eventually what we ended up doing now for campaign number 2 is we actually just put together issue 2 and issue 3. And
that so is... There is... Are you licking my brain? Because that's what I did for Fiendish. I'm not kidding. No, so book 1 was like 50 pages, and originally I had the next 2 chapters sort of like... I don't know, I'm hoping it won't read like there's like 2 parts to chapter 2, but I think it'll be fine even if it does, because it is like... you want every book to have an overarching arc, like every book has a character arc or like beginning, middle, and end. But originally what I'm working on right now, Fiendish Chapter 2, was 2 books. So I think that happens sometimes, though. That happens. Yeah. And
the good thing for us is, and I'll let Hans chime in on this one, is the good thing for us was, since the story itself, the first 3 books, now it's 3 books, but the first arc takes place in a single night. So really, it's like we're still following the same character, the same group. Like it was just a natural transition. So even though we had a page break at 22 or 25, like it still feels natural. Like that's what you can honestly put the book down for a little bit and still come back and it all reads normally.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. It's sort of
Cool,
like
I like
like
that.
how like in TV shows they have like the pilot episode, which is just setting up the premise and setting up the characters that you're going to be seeing, and it just naturally just flows into the next episode and that, and so
Our pilot was basically issue 1.
exactly, and so it's just basically a way to bring people in to the world of the VeilWalker. We tried not to be as much as I love lore, not to beat people over the head
Yes.
with a dictionary.
Yeah. It's very tempting, but
Yeah, it's very
um,
tempting
this-
as all fantasy writers know.
yeah. Well, we
But
spend so much time on it, but the
Yeah.
story comes first.
I was
No,
like,
one
you
thing
need to
is-
know who's this father and why he does this and what
Ah!
else. I was like,
No.
you gotta know. But I think that's one of the challenges that we went back and forth is what do people need to know? What does this story need to accomplish and what will better serve that story in order for people to really get hooked and then want to continue the next issues.
Right.
Yeah.
Right
I
on.
for one hate exposition dumps, and I hate people having a conversation. Right? There's these two people who know this information. There's no reason they would have the conversation the way people write it, right? To be able to portray that information. So, someone actually on his previous stream, someone mentioned that it's like we're dropping you into this universe, right, halfway through an episode or something, and we sort of just give you enough to catch up to us by the end of the issue. Right, there's just enough natural dialogue there that gives you the bits and pieces of information you need to be hooked to, sort of entice you to continue finding out what's going on in issue 2.
Right, exactly. Yeah, I think people like world building stuff, especially if you're doing a ton of it and readers want to know. But I think, like, for sort of just like, there's practical and also story, like, artistic reasons for holding back. And I think the best way is it's always better to try to let the information seep through the story naturally. It's like if there's nothing is really explained unless it's like a newcomer or somebody who just wouldn't understand a specific system or the specific type of magic or something. But some things are just never explained, and you can always do a world building book, or you can always have like little indexes or glossaries in the back of your book. But in the story, I think immersion is the most important. Because that's the whole point of fantasy. You want people to feel like they're falling into a new world.
Sort of like I think Oasi would agree. A game specifically that does this pretty well is Dark Souls,
Yes.
where the world building is. I hate it personally, but
Love it.
I like the game. I'm a Ninja Gaiden like whore. Like I love to be. It is the. I love to be punished by Ninja Gaiden, so I love like hard games. But like for me personally, because I love lore so much, it kind of annoys me. But I can understand that it's so well that you don't need. It's not like in Elder Scrolls. Like I'm the person who plays Elder Scrolls and then doesn't play the game and just reads the books in a dungeon for the for an hour. But Dark Souls does a really good way in immersing you into the story, into the combat, and the story is told just naturally. And if you want to know more, you can stop and smell the roses, but you're not taken out.
Yeah. I think you're right. Yeah, if you want to know more, you can. But there's another like practical reason, the artistic reason for holding back is for immersion, but also I think the practical reason is you're going to have readers who want different things. So like you just said, some readers just want something that they could read quickly and like understand in a story that they can follow, and they're not going to want to read like the probably not the number one rule, but one of like the cardinal rules of making comic is don't do information dumps and don't do text blocks. You know, those like horrific, like they do it a lot nowadays, especially in comics. It's just always when a writer who has not worked in comics before gets thrown into comics with no training and no advice, and they just do like talking heads and then like tons like a paragraph of dialogue for every panel. It's horrible and you don't want to do that. That's not how comics should work. But some people want the extra information, some people don't. Some people want to know your characters. Oh my god, doggy!
I just put him down.
I was like looking at the street and so I was staring and I wasn't looking at I saw like the one moment before you put him down and he was just like rearing back like, oh.
Don't put me down, bro.
Oh, so cute. I love corgis.
I'll bring him back. Hold on.
What's his name?
Kiwi.
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 Kiwi. This is now a doggy stream. How old is he?
He's not even a year yet. He's a year and like 2 months.
Oh my gosh. I'm thinking of getting a corgi. Oh, they're so
You
cute. And they're
should.
good dogs too. Good dogs.
He's amazing. Love him.
Yeah.
A little bit of an
They're
asshole
awesome.
sometimes though.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean all dogs are, but they're worth it.
Yeah.
Oh, my Kiwi. Okay, focus. What was I talking about? I forgot.
Oh, story immersion.
Chat,
there
tell
you
me. Story immersion, right. Anyways, my point was some people will want that extra information and some people won't. So you want to try to rope in as many people as you can.
What we did is at the end of issue 1, we have a bit of like I forgot what we call it, but they're like lore pages. I think that's exactly what we call it. There are lore pages, and basically they describe a few of the elements that you saw in the book, right? So instead of having an exposition dump done in dialogue to characters that shouldn't be having it, we sort of included it at the end to give you just a little bit more information that we didn't provide maybe through dialogue or whatnot. So we did that.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, and that's something I'm doing as well. But you know, you want to seep it through like every book, a little more world building information, but not too much.
So one thing that I'm doing, and I don't know if I've told HP this yet, but one thing that I'm doing is with each arc, at least in the beginning, we're introduced to more and more aspects of this world. So initially, the very first arc, again, it takes it takes over one night. And it's just a handful of characters. So we get to know what Alexander does and how he does it. Then from there, the next arc is going to start building into more of the Veil Guard, right? We'll explore how they function. Then from there, we move on. And basically, we start to zoom out arc by arc by arc, eventually till you understand everything that's going on. And we're delivering it in pieces so it doesn't become too complicated. So that's basically what I'm trying to do.
Right. No, that sounds awesome. It sounds like you guys know what you're doing, man. I think
It sounds like it.
It sounds like it, and I'm sure it's actually the fact.
Yeah,
and I trust y'all.
Yeah, I think in regards to what helps us be able to do that, I think that's a key and advice to every writer or artist that George R. R. Martin didn't follow is know where you're going to end up. Know where you're going to end up and have a
Rainy, do you not know where your story is going?
What? No, I do. I thought you brought up George R. R. Martin.
Oh, that's why. I was like, what?
No. You're on here to like yell, what? You don't know the big... You're a terrible writer.
Go back to school. No, I'm kidding.
No, well, I didn't go to school for writing, so I've never proclaimed I know what I'm talking about, but I do my best. Back fiendish. I do know what I'm doing. You brought up George R. R. Martin, and it's one of. It really seems like he's great at world building. You're right, but he didn't. It seemed like he knows where he's going, right? Because he did all this world building, but I don't know if he got sidetracked too much, or he really just never thought clearly about how to end the story. Because I've seen, I don't know if you guys have seen, like, he had an original pitch, an email that he sent to his editor, and the story was totally different. So I think he changed everything so much and doesn't know how to end it anymore. You don't want to do that, guys. That's really bad.
I'll say this, when Alexander at the time, when we first conceptualized him, the VeilWalker wasn't even an aspect, right? The transformation and where it comes from wasn't a thing. So stories evolve, right? I don't think you need to know exactly where you're going when you first start writing, But at least by the time that you're trying to publish your first book, you need to know sort of what the roadmap is for your story.
Yes, yes. And so you guys have everything planned out.
Yes,
Okay.
unfortunately, years of work.
How many? I'm curious. So this is a long form story.
Yes.
How many years are you thinking? Like how many issues? How many books?
It depends on how the size of the issues, for one. But as of right now, we have about 11 arcs. So right now, this first arc is only 3 issues, and the arcs are only going to get bigger.
Okay.
So
11. Let's
so
say
let's say,
average.
yeah, if I can drop average 2 books a year for the VeilWalker, this is a story that we're going to be telling for 20 something years, at this pace, at this sort of crowdfunding pace.
Yeah.
Honestly, the goal is to at some point be able to drop the books more consistently without the need of crowdfunding.
Yeah.
So we can finally tell the story as a whole. But it's a long story, and HP can attest to that.
Oh yeah, and there's other characters too.
No, I
There's-
like
there's-
hearing that. I like hearing that because I think a lot of small publishers, and if this is why crowdfunding is awesome, because before I looked into pitching to small publishers, and a lot of independent publishers, like proper publishers, they, especially if you're not proven, no matter how good your idea is, they want short stories, or they want limited runs, or like 6 issues. And that's all well and good, but what if you want to tell a long form story, and the like the payoff is, it's like a build off, it's a build up, it's a slow payoff. And not every story is, like, you can do, like, I mean, I suppose you can do like a 6 issue pitch for the concept, and if it does well and the publisher trusts you, and then you do your own thing. But like, you just crowdfund it, right? Because I think crowdfunding is more, it facilitates a series and an idea being judged on its merits. And that's why it's so awesome, because a lot of really awesome comics that I see on Indiegogo, I don't think publishers would give it a chance, and that's a pity.
At least until proven, right? Because again, a lot of this is coming from unproven commodities. Like myself and HP, we're unproven. We've never published a single thing before,
Wow.
And here we are. This is our first book. The first time we've actually had our names on something that's been printed. It feels special, especially for us. But I think it starts to build a reputation that at some point maybe we could go to these publishers and say, hey, look, we have a long form story, but we want to maintain our independence. So screw those guys.
Yeah.
They're messing things up anyways.
Oh yeah, no, you're right. I like that. I fully agree. Blingo is backer 113. You got
nice.
Skip
Appreciate
backer
you.
112.
Thank you, Blingo.
Thank you.
Yay! Thank you. Awesome.
I think you really mentioned something that was really important about crowdfunding. It helps create our vision that we really want to without compromise.
Right.
And I think if you were to take a story like VeilWalker, or something that's like really grandiose that we've been working, and then have to like basically create a Snickers bar version that they can put on the shelf, like, then the writing will have to take a hit. The story's going to have to take a hit. They might not like some of the more, some of the imagery that we put into the book, because there's a little bit of gore, not too bad, but it's like we like to experiment. And so, especially since we have a unique blend of like Japanese and American style comics that we love, because that's what we grew up with. Like, that's not something that a lot of publishers are willing to actually take I don't know what they're doing, really. They're just releasing a bunch of nonsense that doesn't make any money, but
They're doing poo-poo. That's what they're doing, poo-poo.
No idea. Don't ask me, because it's just baffling, but it's better for us, because that means the audience will come here.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We welcome all.
And the one thing I wanted to sort of piggyback off of what HP was saying is the hit that we would take if we had to like sort of congest this down. Like, the reason there are 11 arcs is for a reason. Like, there's legitimately reason there. And there is character development, and there are mysteries and bits that little by little are going to be revealed throughout all those arcs. So it's not like we have an arc that has nothing to do and it's just like a monster of the week type thing. Like the arc does have a
Right.
beginning and an end, but it's because we're revealing more and more of what is basically buried underneath the soil here.
Right. I frankly, I'm very happy to hear that. And I don't know, something about long form stories that are long form because the right way to tell it is long form really appeals to me. I think, like, I mean, I'm a fan of some episodic stuff. I mentioned Mushishi before, mostly manga person, but my hands down favorite comic ever is Berserk. And Berserk can't be trimmed down, and like, you know, you can say the boat art is filler, but really it isn't. We just had to wait a long time. Like, long form stories are long form, a lot of them are that way for a reason. And I don't, you can't, like, Attack on Titan, you couldn't trim that down. Full Metal Alchemist, like, I think in anime they make a lot of, it's more, anime is more culpable to filler. Hell yeah.
Like I couldn't get the normal one. I had to get the big black one, you know.
Oh yeah.
So this is absolutely amazing. There's a lot of influence from Berserk as well, right? And just
Right.
sort of like the hand, the god hand, and what's going on there. So we drew a lot of influence from everything. Like if we were to sit here and try to say and spoil the whole story, we can honestly draw influence from almost anything that we grew up with, to be honest.
Right. Well, I think sort of when we create our own series, it's inevitable because nothing exists in a vacuum. We're always drawing from like our favorite stories. We have to be aware of it, and it's about combining all these influences with your own identity instead of just kind of like hodgepodging other people's work or ripping them off. And as long as you find your own voice, and I think the key to that is a character, right?
Mm-hmm.
Know your characters and know that a story revolves around a character arc, and the character comes first. The character leads the story, and that's what'll give your story a unique voice. You should tell us about Alexander. I should also. I mean, we haven't even finished talking about this. I just
Oh
feel
right,
like
we
I'm
haven't finished the
tangents.
tiers.
Yeah, but I mean, just real quick, I did want to ask: you said one of these is the art book in the Ketchup Tier?
The Ashcan. The
Ashcan.
Is
Okay.
yes, the Ashcan is the one on the left, which is I think you've mentioned it's the cover you actually really really like, where he's standing in front of the bookshelf. And basically, what the Ashcan is, it's a proof of concept that I had put together like about 4 or 5 years ago at this point.
Sorry, my chat.
No, I mean, look, I say shit like that on purpose. So,
Freudian slip.
you know. So basically, what we did was we put an 8-page script together to just make sure that the book looked good, the story could flow, and the character Alexander could carry a story. Once we got that done, we reviewed it. I had a couple people look at it, and we were sold that this was definitely something that could catch fire at some point, and here we are today. So that's what the Ashcan is. It's the very first story we wrote of Alexander and the VeilWalker.
That's awesome. Yeah, and I think backers like Ashcans too. They're
It's
hard
a
to
full-
make because.
Well, actually, what it is, it's a full-size, full-color Ashcan. It's not like one of those smaller ones. Like we're actually legitimately just giving you a full, actual like book.
Sweet.
Yeah, so
Sweet.
I know they sort of like the smaller ones, but I think the art, the colors, and everything is so beautiful that the smaller size just wouldn't do it any justice.
Right on, right on. Yeah, that's really cool. Let's just go real quick through this. I think it's just
Yeah.
like
So,
variant
rapid fire.
covers. Yeah, rapid fire.
Rapid fire. So we have issue 2, right? Main cover that's going to be colored. Then the VeilWalker holofoil. That cover was done by Juanito or El Padrino, and it was colored by Ali Arce. Basically, that is my Comics Way cover. And the cover itself was designed from the ground up to be a holofoil. So once we get the prototypes in, it's going to look absolutely amazing. Then after that, we have the dual pack, basically issue 2 and issue 2 holofoil all together.
Okay.
Then we have the Inquisitor tier. Now that is this bad boy right here. It's a 7-inch.
Ooh, let me full screen.
Let me see if I can focus them in. Oh no. Which way is it? There you go.
Man.
So basically, it's a 7-inch statue. This one is missing a sword because Kiwi not only knocked it down, but then he proceeded to eat the sword.
Oh no!
Yeah, but it's
That's an
growing.
uncomfortable poop, Kiwi.
Yeah, no, I think he ended up munching it down and breaking it to pieces.
Oh, okay.
But basically, the Inquisitor tier is this guy uncolored, and then the Grand Inquisitor tier is this guy but colored. But it also includes a mini statue, basically you can use for Dungeons and Dragons or tabletop gaming, which we actually have a
Huh.
picture up on the campaign.
Oh,
And it
okay.
includes both versions of the book. It includes the holofoil and it includes the regular issue too. So you get all that.
Hell yeah, awesome. Man, there's so many people who are doing these. That's 3D printed, right?
It is
That
3D
has
printed,
to.
yes.
Yeah, 3D printed figurines. Oh, it's so tempting. It's so tempting. That's
Yeah.
really cool.
And then the final one is just the original Ashcan cover, pencils
Oh.
by Sajjad Shah.
Mhm.
And as I mentioned before, that is the very first full just drawing of Alexander, the main character. So if you want a piece of potential history, that is it. And it also includes the Grand Inquisitor tier. So not only do you get the cover art, but you get both issues and you get the statues.
All right. Yeah, I mean, for original art of and that's a really good cover. I think that's a good deal. The whole package.
I don't want people to buy it though. I want my freaking children to sell it
I
in
know-
the future.
I know that feeling. I know that feeling. I like.
You know, I was obligated to put it up there.
Oh, you were obligated.
Think of it as like a bond. It's going to go up in value. So
I know that feeling. You just want to hold on to it.
Yeah, actually,
Baby, you don't want to let it go.
it's right there. Like I'm legitimately, if someone does end up buying it, I am ripping it off my wall and sending it in the frame and everything.
Yeah, nobody buy that here. Buy like 10 of the Grand Inquisitors, but let Oasi keep the Ashcan original art.
Please.
It'll hurt him.
It would.
It is a beautiful cover though. And that is a great segue to so I've heard people mention, you know, when I said that I was gonna have you guys on to talk about VeilWalker, like one of the first comments I got was like they really like your main character. So tell everyone about him.
So Alexander, well, hold on, I gotta get spoilers out of my head real quick before I say them.
You can do it.
Yeah.
Say it in my ear now. I'll make sure.
Yeah. So basically, Alexander Salvador is a Hispanic, and this is kind of like the first time I lead with that, but is a Hispanic member of the VeilGuard. And he is, wow, nobody's asked me to explain Alexander yet, because everything that's rolling in my head is just a bunch of spoilers. He's a very mysterious character. And as I mentioned earlier, he is the Grand Inquisitor of the VeilGuard. He basically leads an order, or he leads a dimension. I am here
to ask the hard questions. Explain your character without spoiler.
Wow. HP, you wanna back me up, bro. Help me out here.
Yes, watch me torture my guests.
So Alexander Salvador is an enigmatic figure of an ancient order of mages and sorcerers called the VeilGuard. They are, I would compare them, they are like the magic Illuminati. And so they are responsible for basically keeping the veil from encompassing the realm of man. So they are the stopgap, they are the protectors. And Alexander is the head of one of the main branches, which is the Inquisitors branch. They're basically the first guys on the ground when there's some anomalies happening that can be considered paranormal. He's called in to investigate, and then and from there, you have to read the comics.
Oh, all right.
I can actually, so there's a few things I can say, right? So for example, the VeilWalker, Alexander is known internally in the VeilGuard as the VeilWalker, right? He is the only person that has sort of seen what lies beyond the veil, spent any amount of time there, and been able to return to tell the story. But the reason that they call him the VeilWalker, and he doesn't call himself the VeilWalker, it's not like he goes around and is like, yeah, I'm the VeilWalker. It's more of an insult internally, right? They're like, oh, it's the VeilWalker, right? Because what we'll find out, and this isn't much of a spoiler, is sort of people look down on the fact that he was one of the only people to come back from that expedition into the Veil. So there's a bit of mystery about one, how he survived, and two, this sort of weird ass transformation that he has. So that's a bit of inside information for you guys there.
All right, I like that. I like that a lot. I was hoping to dig more secret information out of you, but I failed. It's all right.
No, it's there's quite a bit, man, and it's the thing is Alexander's identity, Alexander's role in the organization, and a lot of Alexander's past is actually part of the mystery. So there's not a lot I can tell you about the character without spoiling some really big events later on.
Right. Okay.
So really, it's. I wish I could tell you more about Alexander, but we're gonna have to leave it at that.
We'll talk in the back room.
We will.
Yeah. Well, that's interesting. That's hard to write from. I don't know if you have any like narration or first-person narration, but it's hard to write when your main character's own background is part of the mystery. You have to like, if he's saying anything or you show his thoughts, he has to like be cryptic all the time, right?
Yeah, so one thing is we have thought bubbles, and people have mentioned that the return of thought bubbles, because apparently people weren't using them anymore.
They've been kind of rare. Yeah, that's true.
We didn't get the memo. But to avoid, and then this is where HP came in clutch, is I was adding narration towards like the end of the script because I was having trouble explaining certain things. And HP, I mean, you could tell him yourself, HP, he was like, hell no, Stephan. We're not going to go, 15 pages in, all of a sudden there's a fucking narrator. Sorry, can we curse on here?
Yes.
My bad. Okay.
Yeah.
So, 15 pages in, we're not going to start narrating, So basically we had to sort of work with the thought bubbles, and you'll see that there's another voice that you hear or you read that sort of starts to give you a bit of insight into what's going on.
Another voice in his head?
Gotta read the book, girl.
I did dig out some information.
But yeah, I think he mentioned it when we were looking at the images. Like, one thing that people really like is that it reads well. And unless the narration is central to the way the story is going, it can really be a help or hindrance. And so in the way that we were telling our story, we wanted to capture people into the dialogue, into the dynamic, and so a lot of the mystery is in the dialogue, so it keeps you inside the focus. Whereas a narration, not saying that it does this inherently in its nature, but in our story, when I was reading, I was like, it takes me out of the page, because all of a sudden you have this new voice, basically, that's different from what we were reading. So now you have to kind of go back and read the first pages, thinking that there's another voice that might not be there. And so, to me, when I was kind of editing things, I was like, yeah, we want to really have the story just flow efficiently, and so that people from start to finish are hooked, and then there's no like weird awkward breaks in between.
And I think we delivered. We haven't gotten any bad feedback from anyone yet, especially being our first time out, besides the people who are most involved with the creation process, right? Some friends that we know personally, they have been some of the most stringent critics that we've gotten, and it's because we've asked them to do so. But we've gotten some really good feedback. I'm surprised with how much good feedback we've gotten on issue 1.
That's good to hear.
Yeah,
I've heard the good feedback as well. Like I said, I mentioned I was gonna have the VeilWalker guys on, and people were like, "Oh yeah, this campaign is great." I was like, "Well, you guys could have told me about it earlier. So go to back book 1." Anyways, now I know about it. Well, I dragged what I could out of you guys about the main character, so let's just continue to scroll down.
This is the cover for the Ashcan, a big close-up here, and that's the original logo, because again, the book was initially called self-titled after the character, Alexander. we didn't think it was unique enough at some point. And then once the actual transformation or his power up, we could say, was introduced, then we had to come up for a name for the transformation. And one of the reasons that I actually decided to come up with the transformation, I think HP might be able to correct me if I'm wrong, but it was because I think I told him, I was like, do people read Batman for Bruce Wayne or do they read it for Batman? You know? So personally, I was like, we need something to not only give people another level of character, but also to distinguish Alexander from like a Doctor Strange or a Constantine, which people were doing a lot of comparisons to, at least initially.
Yeah.
So one thing I looked at, I was like, okay, what don't they have? And it's sort of like they don't have like an alter ego or transformation type thing. So
Okay.
Plus,
Apex
VeilWalker's a
Comics.
badass name.
That is honestly, that's a great title, and
I can tell you guys where I got it from, right? And it was so simple, and it's a bit of a cheese and a cheat. I used to love how many pages is the ash can? 8 pages. Actually, funny story. I have the ash can with a different cover behind me.
Oh, okay.
But yeah. So the name itself, I was thinking, what's a good name here? And then I was watching the movie Blade, from like the first movie from the 90s. Was it the 90s or 2000s? Anyways, you guys know what
It
I'm
was
talking
2000s, yeah.
about. And I loved how they used to call Blade the Daywalker, and I was like, I love it. And eventually, I was like, oh, this character, you know, he walks across the veil, like he's been there, and that's where the name came from. Super simple, very easy.
That is very simple, but it sounds very cool.
Thank
You know, titles are hard to think of because either it's too generic or if you try to come up with something that's not generic, it sounds like you're trying too hard. But when you strike that middle ground, you gotta like hold on to that, copyright and hold on to it, and sue anybody who takes it from you.
I will. I will. We got a group of lawyers on retainer.
Oh yes, we're all rich like that. We all do. Did you know? Did you know?
Yeah, we don't need books. We don't need you guys to back our campaigns. Lies, lies.
Well,
We are
wait!
all
Don't say that. No,
starving.
please back our campaigns.
We are all
Yeah,
we're all
back.
starving
Yes,
here.
yes. So is this the interiors for the ash can?
Yeah, those are the interiors for the ash can.
Sweet.
Basically, this is the story that we took and we expanded from this to give you guys what we're telling in issue 1 in the first arc.
Okay.
So this is
Yeah,
sort of
the
a
art.
glimpse. This was the real pilot to issue 1. You know.
Right.
Yeah.
Right on. I see. Kind of a proof of concept, right?
Yes, concept exactly.
Looks
Exactly what I
great.
like to call it.
Oh.
And the team, for the most part, was the same. It was the same penciler, which is Sajad Shah for issue 1, that did the Ashcan. And then the colorist was Leonardo Baccariotti. The only difference between issue 1 and the Ashcan is the inker.
Mm-hmm.
It was Adelso Corona, who's currently working on Spawn Gunslinger.
Cool.
His inks are special, and we hope to have him back someday.
Nice. Well, the art looks good. Especially like the colors. Actually, the colors stand out to me. The inks do look really good as well.
Yeah, no, our colorist is special. I think I mentioned on the last stream is Leonardo or Leo.
I don't know.
He's worked for, I think it was Boom Studios, Zenoscope before. So he's an undervalued commodity. His actual art, like him actually drawing and then coloring something, is absolutely amazing. He has done some dope covers for movies, some movie posters, sorry. And the guy is an absolute asset that I'm eventually going to lock in my basement because I do not want him ever to leave this project.
What? Well, since you let us know about him, then no, it's a bit of a risk. We might have to be fighting over him, but it's fine. We can still be friends, right?
He's loyal. He's loyal. He's
Oh!
never leaving me.
Yeah.
Money talks.
All
I'm
my
just kidding.
hoes
I
are
already
loyal.
have a colorist.
Bidding war.
Nick will fly over from Colombia and kill me. Just kidding. Alexander has an important question about Alexander. What level is Alexander?
What level? If we're talking age, he's in his mid 30s. If we're talking power level based off of the rest of the world that he inhabits, he's in the 90s if 100's a cap.
Yeah,
He's
actually,
on cap.
Oh
his
shit.
level's on the card. You should show him the card.
Oh, shit, you're
I
right.
think knowing Alex VRB, I think he's asking about like D&D and Pathfinder stats.
HP can tell you that. He's a more of a. Let me see if I
Yeah,
can-
he
Ooh,
is.
card.
So
If you,
basically, so that's a card, and then there's
Ooh.
the back. HP can tell you a little bit about these cards.
Ooh, stats. Are
yes,
those
if you know
plastic? Are those
No,
character,
those
plastic cards?
are normal.
no,
Oh,
black
they're
stock.
not.
They're the
Looks
same
nice though.
material that magic cards are made of.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
All
so
right.
Yeah,
they're pretty
and
pretty
so
solid.
if you were to kind of what level Alexander is, the answer is yes.
Wow. All
Alexander
right.
is the level, and so
I'm. Hold on. Let
and
me
so
full screen you again to show. See those. Oh, sweet. How many trading cards do you have?
So far, we only have these three, and we're
Okay.
working on four more that we'll be revealing really, really soon. So
Okay.
they
and the
all have
cool
stats. And HP, go ahead and tell them about the game that we're working on.
yeah, the cool thing about these cards is they're not just trading cards; they're also playing cards, and they were created congruently with the miniature for the
Mhm.
tabletop game. So it's basically like a kind of like a nice, simple version of like Dungeons and Dragons with elements from skirmish games like Warhammer, and so it's a game that's pretty simple, and people can trade cards, and each card has an ability that is tied to the amount of moves and stuff you can play on the mat. And so it's something that we wanted to tie the lore into the comic. And so, like I know we were talking before that we worked really hard in creating the lore and creating Alexander, and Stefan has basically been working on Alexander for decades now. And so we
Mm.
want to translate that world building into the cards and it be an extension of the world. So the way magic works in the comic also works in the game.
Yeah. So basically,
That's
what
awesome.
we did in the world is these magicians need to balance. And this isn't a spoiler. This is actually like just in-depth stuff. The mana capable, which there's tiers to being gifted. Gifted is what we call everybody who has some type of ability to either sense or cast magic. The ones who can only sense magic are called mana sensitive, and the ones who can actually cast magic, like Alexander, are called mana capable.
Mm-hmm.
And what they have to do is they have to balance their internal mana not only to just live on a daily basis, but to cast the magic, and that's exactly how it sort of works in the game. Again, HP sort of knows a little bit more because he's been the one working on it mostly. But your mana pool in the game is also your health bar. So you need to balance defense, health, and attacking the other characters all from one pool, which is basically exactly how it is in the lore of the comic books.
That
And
sounds nerve-wracking to play.
the cool thing is that with each campaign, as we add more cards, you might have see the same character, but they'll have different abilities depending on what they're going through in that arc.
Oh, right. Yeah, yeah. Well, is it like a level up, or they just like gain abilities according to like
They could
story
gain or
events?
lose abilities, right? They're
Okay,
different
interesting.
cards. So there's a lot going into. We're still early on. I don't want to call it early, but we're still sort of not ready to launch the game as a whole
Hmm.
because there's still a whole lot of elements that we want to just make sure that we play tested enough to be viable. But
Hmm.
like the stats, the moves, and just how they function are all pretty much buckled down. So it's gonna be a fun time. We're launching a few cards pretty soon for this particular campaign. Hint hint as to what's gonna happen.
Oh, awesome. Right,
Mhm.
I find that that's really impressive that you're basically building a game like more or less from the ground up. And that's I love like these tie-ins as well, you know, like I mentioned I like the 3D figurines, but also like game tie-ins, whether it's card games or RPGs, that stuff's really cool.
Yeah, I think it's something that we need to do, right? We need to keep involving what we're offering the backers, and
Mhm.
you can always just get the book, right? You don't have to get
Mhm.
like the card games or the statues. But I think the more and more that we can offer people, the better it is just for everyone, because we're now starting to go into sort of the tabletop game, right? And the people who are fans more of tabletop gaming, now we're bringing them in. It's like, hey, here's some pretty cool cards. Here's a dope ass game. By the way, check out our book. So
Right.
that's just how we
Yeah.
look at it.
And the
Right on.
funny thing is, if you really love the lore, there are some little tidbits on the cards. Little spoilers.
Ooh.
Yeah, a little.
Little
Art?
spoilers.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
that's the nice thing about those cards, though. Like you want to have like a little bit extra, because I feel like it's hard to not have sort of a hint at spoilers or some hidden ability in the character cards, and that's a cool thing that only the backers who back the physical cards or back the book and get the physical cards will see.
Yeah, because you'll see it play out. It's like, oh, hey, it finally showed up. That thing.
Right.
And then here's one thing that I want to make very, very clear. These 3 cards were exclusive to issue 1. So for anyone who's asking, why aren't they an add-on? I'm sorry, we made them exclusive for a reason. If you want the cards, you need to back them while they're available.
But I didn't know about them.
Yeah. Watch in 20 minutes, we're gonna get a flood of inbox. Put it as an add-on. Put it as an add-on.
It's all gonna be from me.
All 20 of them.
Yeah. Give me the trading cards. Give me the trading cards. Well, cool. I very much enjoyed that. I didn't know that you had the trading or that like the whole game tie-in, but seeing like the figurine, that was really engaging. That was really cool. That's something I want to do too, but I've yet to like sort of figure out how I need to get on it. But I love tabletops. So
we have some contacts. We have a bunch of very skilled individuals out of Haverhill Hill. Haverhill? How do you say it, Hans? I forget how to say it. Haverhill.
Haverhill. Yeah.
Haverhill,
None of the
Massachusetts.
pronunciations in New England make sense.
Yeah, basically.
Haverhill.
Haverhill,
Yeah.
Massachusetts.
Them New Englanders.
Yes.
Yeah. It's like Worcester. It's not Worcester. It's just Worcester.
Jesus Christ, I hated it up there.
Well, that's like British stuff.
Is it?
Yeah.
It is New
Yeah.
England, so. But yeah, we have a team of people that are working on not just our 3D prints, but the models themselves and the coloring, and yeah, whatever anybody needs, anything in regards to 3D printing, hit us up. We'll get you their contact.
Oh, that's awesome. Okay. Yeah. I sort of like I'm in the space of I've been doing everything myself, and I'm so swamped with like trying to, well, chapter 1 is done, but working on chapter 2. But like if you're doing a figurine, you just hire out someone to do the sculpt and do the printing. So
Right.
I'm just trying to find someone that is good at their jobs, like can do it, competently. So
The guy down here knows a few people.
hell yeah, that's awesome. Okay, we'll talk.
Yeah,
I'm excited.
definitely.
Okay.
But yeah, no, I'm super proud of the ash can. I think it's the epitome of what I was trying to portray at the time, and it looks amazing. And let's be brutally honest, and not to toot my own horn or anything, but even our ash can, which was again just a proof of concept, looked better than a lot of the crap that was on store shelves at the time, and still to this day. So we're super
you
proud of
ain't
it.
wrong though. Some of the stuff that's coming out now. Yeah. Yeah.
So-
No, this looks good.
One thing that we rely ourselves in, and we want to stick to is just quality overall.
Mm-hmm.
So there were a few issues on issue 1 that, unfortunately, just due to X or Y reason, we really couldn't get past. But moving forward with issue 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever we do, it's going to be some top-notch stuff.
Right, and it's sort of inevitable, and I think that's very common, and people are more forgiving with issue 1, right? They're just, even if you've done crowdfunding before, I don't know, there's a bunch of factors the first time on Indiegogo, or like the first issue in a series, there's all these things that you have to learn, so...
And even with issue 2, we're still learning, right? We're not perfect. I think the second that we start to believe that we know everything is when we actually start to deliver crap.
Oh, yeah.
Like, we're always learning and improving, so...
Well, you can't get complacent, because it's like every campaign is a battle to be fought, is what I'm realizing. But it is, and I think you have to meet the challenge.
Yeah.
Technically, we're we're 4 campaigns in, but HP, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, you were saying?
No, I was gonna say like we're technically 4 campaigns in, or well, 3 campaigns in now, right? Because we had the first one on Kickstarter that failed a couple years ago, then the successful one on Kickstarter, the successful one on Indiegogo. So actually, yeah, this is our 4th campaign now, and we've learned a lot, from each one. I think I learned more from that failure than I did from any other successes that we've had.
Yeah, I understand. And
Yeah, something to say, HP? What happened? I cut you off, bro?
Kind of, but yeah, I don't remember what I was gonna say.
It's like you cut me off, and now I just don't remember. You're never gonna hear those valuable thoughts, deep comments.
Oh yeah. I think when you were talking about excellence, and I think a saying that my father taught me.
Brown excellence, baby.
No, not exactly that. No, but complacency is the fastest road to mediocrity. The minute you stop moving is the minute you stop growing. And so it's like working out. You have to break those muscles. Basically, it's a process of breaking and repairing. And the same thing with writing. You're constantly rewriting. And one thing that we always strive is that everything we put out, it's a legacy. And Oasi knows is that we want this book to continue even after we're dead, and that people enjoy it, when we're old and retired and I'm stuck in a snowstorm that I can't shovel my way out of.
Which he is, unfortunately.
Yeah. Why did that come out? Are you currently stuck in a snowstorm?
No, not yet. I shoveled. I shoveled well. Yeah.
Oh,
he was in one a couple days ago.
Yeah, it was 3 feet of snow.
Oh. Well, that must be a lot.
Rainy in her head is like 3 feet. That doesn't seem like a lot until you have to shovel it.
Oh, no. It's just that I don't think when I was in Toronto, but I immediately left because I don't want to deal with that. Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah. I was in.
Well, you survived. I'm glad.
He survived, unfortunately. I was in New England for like about. I know. I was in New England for like 6 years. It's like, damn it, now I actually have to pay the guy. I was in New England for about 6 years, and we got 1 year we got like about 110 or 100 inches of snow in a single month, and I was just like, yeah, no, I'm over it. I ended up moving to Florida. I recommend everybody move to Florida, but please move to either Orlando or like somewhere up in Tallahassee up there. I don't want you in Miami. It's already crowded.
You're like, stop moving to Miami near me.
Please. Yes.
Honestly, I've kind of been considering, because Florida does seem pretty awesome. I'm not that far. I'm in Georgia. So, but,
Georgia.
I got a house here, and I like it, so unless I absolutely need to escape, I'm going to stick around. But it's just, you're like a 4 or 5 hour drive away. Which is cool.
The only warning I would give you about Florida is the housing market as of right now is extremely expensive. I think the medium home
that's
price,
everywhere.
The medium home price for a house in Miami or South Florida as a whole is like $600,000.
Oh, I'm not gonna move to Miami or South Florida.
Oh, there you go. Okay, cool. Yeah, you're perfect. Stay your ass in Tallahassee.
Like, go away. No. I have zero interest in living in a swamp. If I do go to Florida, it'll be like the outskirts of maybe like Orlando or like middle Florida. I'm not interested in just swimming every single day.
I don't know.
Swimming in the air.
As a kid, I always wanted a pet alligator.
I mean, they're cool. But
I mean, if you have a pool, they'll eventually find their way to your pool.
Yeah, that's what I hear. Yeah, I don't know if I want to deal with that. I don't know. It's like the Australia of the United States.
I mean, Florida is cool, but like Miami, anything south of like West Palm Beach should be considered its own country. Because like once you get past West Palm Beach, like it feels like a whole nother place. Like it does not feel like you're in America. And I absolutely love it. That's why I live here.
Oh, well, there are just parts of the country that are like that. It's like if you go to like parts of LA, like half of LA is just not the US.
Yeah.
Or what's that island in Vancouver, Richmond? I was so surprised because it was funny. I just went to Hong Kong and then I flew from there to Vancouver to see a friend, and it was like the scenery hasn't changed. Literally everything is still in Chinese.
I've never seen that. No.
Yeah. There's an island in Vancouver that there's so many Chinese immigrants where it's like the street signs are in Chinese. It's great.
I'm not sure what they were asking. So can you bring that up again? Where in Florida, if you don't speak Spanish, what was it?
Oh, where is it best to live if you don't speak Spanish?
You can get by in Miami if you don't speak Spanish. It's just that most everybody speaks Spanish. If you want to go get a cafecito or some of the best food, then you better learn how to order it in Spanish. But come on, man, it's America. You can survive everywhere.
I'm kind of offended. Is he implying that we don't speak English? John?
What are you implying?
What are you
No, I'm
implying?
sure that's not what he meant.
We'll forgive you, John, if you back the book. Anyways.
Yes.
Oh, there you go. You have to back
That's our
the book. That's a
reparations.
great way. Yeah,
Back to
that's.
VeilWalker.
We're extorting the chat. Oh my gosh, I was not expecting to go here, but hey, whatever it takes to get you backers. Back the books, everyone. You can insult the panel as much as you want, as long as you back the books.
Go back.
One backing for every insult. Go.
Honestly, if we're gonna start insulting, please start insulting B Rose. He hasn't gotten enough of it today yet.
B Rose was in the chat earlier, then he went away because he's
Insult
ignoring
B Rose
us.
for leaving.
Yeah, where is he? B Rose, come back. This is discrimination. Why are you running away from us?
I thought you were Hispanic, bro.
Yeah. He left
What, me?
He left
No,
me with my
B-Rose.
cousin.
Oh, no, Spanish only for food. Like, no joke. We're gonna more tangents, but I live in like a super Hispanic area. It's like some Vietnamese, but also very Hispanic. Like half the restaurants here, you go and they speak Spanish to you first. So I'm trying to learn. I mean, I want to, but now I have to.
But we can link. I'll teach you as much Spanish as you need.
Oh, cool. Yeah, that'll be nice. I'm trying to do like Duolingo. I haven't really been practicing. The rest of my team on Fiendish, they're in Colombia, so I can practice anytime I want, but I haven't been doing it because it's hard. Like, speaking is harder.
Lacking.
I have been slacking, because, like, doing it, like, practicing in a lesson and, like, you know, repeating a lesson is one thing, but having a conversation is a whole other animal, and I don't know if I'm ready for that yet, but you have to jump in. You have to just jump in and, like, just make a fool of yourself, and that's how you learn a language.
Hey, that's how I learned how to write comic books.
No, that's how we all learn, trust me. Like, yeah, I made some, like, terrible shit, dude. That's something. Oh no, Chimera's here. Oh, what are we gonna do? No, Oliver, why? No. Anyways, moving on. So, issue 1 preview. Don't test my Spanish, please.
I was thinking of a question to ask you in Spanish. Hola, ¿cómo estás, shorty?
How do you like answer that? Like, what's up? Or that's how are you, right? Bien. But like the way you added shorty, so that sounded like a cat call, so I would just ignore that.
Damn, she picked up on it.
I mean, you know, it's God. That's like is that the Florida version of the Atlanta? It was just there, girl.
It's a meme. There's a meme of a kid. He's like, "Hola, cómo estás, shorty?" But it's like, I guess it's right over your head.
Oh, of course. I told you I don't get anything. I don't get cultural references.
Oh no.
But it sounds. I was like, shorty. That sounds like cackle, so I just like ignored them. But I mean, ¿cómo estás is easy. That's like, how are you? Bien.
There you go. See, Ali, there you go. I hope you're satisfied.
Yeah.
Look, she even laughed in Spanish.
Yeah. I don't. What is that? I don't know.
It's like
How
you
do
go
you
to
laugh
order a burrito. I was like, what do you want with this? Bien.
It's so sounds like I'm speaking Spanish with a Chinese accent. Bien. Oh my god. Speaking of embarrassing yourselves. No, right now I'm in the process of learning like plural, like how to phrase things, the grammar plurally. So because I've been like, yo hablo español, yo no hablo español, or like ella habla inglés. But then right now I'm learning like hablamos español, or ellas son mujeres, and like the whole structure changes, right? So not just like ellos, ellas, but like the es or este or esta changes to son, and then the form of like, if it's you're talking about multiple people, hablas or hablo changes to hablamos, and then I have to relearn that for all the words I know. So it's like a whole new mountain I have to climb. But I'm facing the head.
See, like,
I will.
You got this. You got this.
I will. No, I made so much. I'm at the point where I made so much progress. Like, I'm not gonna give up.
What you gotta do is, with your Colombian team, only speak in Spanish now.
Oh my god. Oh.
You're gonna learn Spanish real quick.
Or you watch Dora the Explorer.
No, I hope they're not watching, because they're going to speak in Spanish now.
Team, listen. If you're watching, look straight at the camera. If you're watching, only respond to her in Spanish. And if she responds to you in English, do not reply. She's gonna need you guys to finish up on that book. So watch how quickly she starts responding in Spanish.
What have you done, Oliver? I blame you. You see, or they could learn Chinese, but they keep on not wanting to, even though I try to teach them. But anyhow, it's fine. It's fine. Torture me, will you?
I think you're a little further along in Spanish than they are in Chinese. So.
No, you're.
Should we do the rest
correct.
of the stream in Spanish?
Yes.
So I'm. Bye.
We're gonna bring her on to Comic Square. You're coming on the Comic Square on Saturday.
What?
Comic Square. You haven't seen our show? How disrespectful.
Oh, I'm terrible. I'm very disrespectful. Yeah. Well, yeah,
Comic
Saturdays.
Square.
Saturdays is my hermit day. I like shut myself off from the world.
So basically, it's everybody you love in Comicsgate. It's me. It's Ali Arce from 656. It's B Rose. It's Brian from Dwarves vs. Lions. It's Juanito.
Mm-hmm.
El Padrino, right? So Rich from Roach Balls. And we have a show on Saturdays that they graciously invited us to, and we've been partaking recently.
Oh, that's
And,
nice. What's it about? You guys just like shoot the shit?
We shoot the shit in Spanish. Well, not in Spanish, but we shoot the shit mostly about just Spanish shit, right? Because we're all Hispanic. But it's just it's a really good time. We honestly just shoot the shit. Good chemistry on the show, if I can say so myself. So
okay,
you should watch it.
I'll try it. Yeah, I'll watch it. I will watch it. Cool. Hey.
Sure.
I will. Oh my gosh.
Okay.
I will, I promise. After D&D, because I play D&Ds on Saturdays, and that's why I don't. It's my hermit day. But afterwards, I will definitely. I need more shows to watch.
HP, we should send her a miniature.
Yeah. If I don't mind asking, what campaign are you on?
Who, me?
Yeah, I'm D&D.
Oh, well, technically we play Pathfinder, and Nick will kill me for saying D&D and once again instead of Pathfinder.
Oh.
We're playing, like, this stream is now devolved into tabletop talk. What did you guys expect? Here, let me find some cool art to stop the nerds. So we're crazy, and we're playing like 5 different campaigns at once. We started out our main campaign in Pathfinder. So we kind of have like a main storyline with like sort of our main characters, but then we sort of branched off like either as people left or as like just sort of everybody was complaining that the main campaign was like too stressful because we were going through some serious shit and we just wanted to play something more relaxing. So then we would branch off and do separate modules in different parts of the world, but it's all set in the same world. And we use the world of Galarian on pre-made module, but Nick always customizes it pretty thoroughly. And we started out with like the whole campaign in Sandpoint, if you guys know about that. And then we're going on to Magmar. Nobody knows what I'm talking about. Okay, I'll stop now.
Well, Hans is following along perfectly. No. He knows exactly what you're talking about.
Yvonne is in the chat. Hey, Yvonne, do you want to come on the stream? You have the link, right? Come save me. Oh, see, somebody is learning. Somebody is not lazy. We'll talk, Oliver. We'll talk. Oh yeah, so Yvonne is part of our Pathfinder game. That's cool.
Okay. I think I've seen him on some of your. Yeah, I've seen him.
Yeah, he comes on. He's an artist too. He comes on sometimes.
Hola, ¿cómo estás? Not Shorty.
No, he's not Shorty. No, It will pay off eventually. Yeah, it will. It was,
Yeah, I think
Pathfinder.
I ended up not Pathfinder, but actually I think I played a campaign, and our dungeon master. Basically, we played a bunch of people who were in a prison trying to escape,
Mm-hmm.
and
Wait, are you talking about? Is that that sounds like God? What's the game, dude? Divinity. Original Sin 2. Don't they start off in a prison? They gotta escape.
I
I
don't
am
know.
totally hitting on you, man.
I don't remember.
Yvonne, you
yeah,
must
it was-
answer to this. You got to come on the show.
I remember it was my first Pathfinder campaign, and it was like we were all stuck in a prison. We had to basically
Wait,
work
quick question:
together.
Is Yvonne's nickname the Impaler by any chance?
No,
Oh, okay.
but we should start calling him that now. Or, more appropriately would be the Impaled, because that's what he spends most of the time doing in Pathfinder.
Oh, okay. Getting impaled?
Oh, yeah. And surviving. No, I'm not even kidding. Like, the amounts of times he's been like, oh, I'm dead. No, wait, I'm not. It's honestly impressive.
Oh, you're so innocent.
What? Huh?
No.
Oh, did I miss
going.
another sexual innuendo?
Just keep going.
Everything goes over my head. Welcome to my show. Anyways, yeah. Hey. Did he leave? Oh shit. Well, HP. I scared a guest away. This is the first time I've scared a guest away. I'm impressed with myself.
Oh, they're doing new things. That's great.
Yeah. Oh, and
no.
he's back.
He's back.
I hit the damn back button on my mouse by accident.
Sure, he's like, I can't stand
Yeah,
this.
now he's
I
bothering me.
swear. There's a back button on the mouse, and I grabbed it and I was like, fuck, what happened?
Oh no, I was like, where'd he go? Oh no. It's the
Did you
first
just say
time
I'm
I've been-
bottoming now?
Ah,
Because
no,
I'm back
now I'm on.
top.
Now I'm on the bottom. Damn it.
As you
Wait,
usually
is he
are.
what? Well, he has his cam. He has his
was
camera
short-lived.
on, so it's
Aw.
more interesting. Yeah. Yes, Yvonne, help me. What? I'm not helping. What? You don't want to hop in? You don't have to, but you're welcome to. I'll promote your work. Assume it's a good thing. Well, where were we? How do we get like tabletops? Right? Yeah. So.
I think we've been talking about cards and tabletops for like the last half an hour.
Yeah, we have, because that's like the only entertainment that I have in my life, to be honest. So another reason I'm very happy that you guys are making a game out of this. The more the better.
Yeah, no, it's honestly, it's been good fun. And I think HP has really enjoyed the process. I think recently I just told him, I was like, HP, just do whatever you want to do, bro. You know more about this than I do. The only experience I have with tabletop gaming are like the video games. Like, you say Pathfinder, and immediately I go to like the game, the video game.
Oh,
you know?
the like
isometric.
Kingmaker or
Kingmaker. Yep, Pathfinder Kingmaker is I think exactly what it's called.
there's a new one called something. There's a new one. I don't remember it.
So I played it, and then it's so complicated because I just don't know like what the hell is going on.
It's for
Like I'm like,
people
why
who...
is my character not hitting the fucking thing? And it's because like I just don't have the right stats. But anyways,
Yeah, it's for people. I've heard that Kingmaker is for people who have already played the actual pen and paper game. It is really complicated, but yeah, I guess it's where people like to torture themselves.
I
It's
tortured
fun,
myself
though.
for like a week, and then I was like, cool, I'm just gonna go back to like Demon Souls.
Well, it is for slightly crazy people. It's just like there's so much calculation to do, and there's like a lot of math, which is annoying, and I'm not super a fan of it. But like I like that for tabletop games and role playing games, specifically pen and paper. You can invent. You're not constrained by a computer. I just like that. But different strokes, different folks.
You can basically do anything.
Yeah.
Let your imagination run wild.
Yeah, I like the freedom. I always felt like, I mean, I like some video games. I've never been like a huge video gamer just because I feel like I'm constrained by the computer. Like I want to be immersed. I know it's like a weird reason, but oh hey, Yvonne is here. Hi, save me.
Hey,
Hola Iván, ¿cómo
Hey, how's it
estás?
going?
¿Qué más? ¿Cómo están todos? ¿Bien, bien?
Hey, muy
Estamos bien. Ahora el resto del stream va a ser en español, ¿no?
Ah, bueno, perfecto.
So,
Vamos.
Oh, come on.
Oh, she's gone. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So,
Oh, okay.
welcome to my show.
Va, nos estamos en el show de una vez. We're taking over.
damn it. Okay, we're back to talking about the campaign.
This was a coup all along.
Oh,
Just
okay.
kidding.
This-
Hey, how
this
are you?
is-
How's everyone?
I needed a channel to take over, and this is how we were gonna do it.
Right,
Yeah.
I saw you did it. Just speak Spanish until I got too terrified and I'd run away. Oh, how did you know my weakness?
That's what I do.
You really did. Look, oh my gosh.
How's everybody?
I'm great, man. I hear you're an artist.
Yeah, man. Over here in Instagram, there's most of my work, and I'm mostly focused on illustration. I'm seeing all over your Indiegogo campaign. It really looks amazing. Those pages are really neat, and the coloring is it's good stuff.
Yeah, I don't know if I mentioned I like the color. I know you mentioned the inker, but not to diminish the inker. The coloring is my favorite part
Mhm.
about these pages.
To be brutally honest, and maybe this isn't something I should say, I think the colors really leveled up what was done previously. And they really brought everything together. They did take it up a notch. And Leo, again, as I mentioned
true.
earlier, I think we at some point I've mentioned him so much we need to look up some of his stuff.
Yeah, layoffs.
But Leo's amazing, and yeah, his colors are actually marvelous. The way that from panel to panel he switches the siren light, like one panel's red, the other's blue, red,
Yeah, those
blue.
blue.
Oh,
continuity.
yeah.
There's little things that he did that he's good. He's really good.
Yeah,
That's
he's-
why
he-
I'm locking him up in my basement.
Yeah, one thing that he really does well that a lot of is that he knows how to do the composition of where the lights are coming from and create the canvas of what the image is. And I think, especially with this panel going into the next panel in the crime scene, like the way he plays with shadows and colors just really brings everything together.
Oh yeah, I mean coloring is part of storytelling, and colorists really don't get enough credit because it's almost like a weird way of like even the way it's phrased is weird. It's like the art is by someone, but the colors are by someone else. That's how the credits are. But
Yeah, they
well,
credited them
the
in
colors are
participation.
part of the art. Yeah, the colors are part of the art, and it's a good colorist will enhance this, not just enhance the story, but like find new strengthen the story and find new ways to like sort of add almost a like they can tell the story through the colors. I don't even know how to say it, but it's not just filling in the inks. If you
Not
find
really
a
in
colorist
the
who knows
inks,
what they're
it's
doing.
allowing people to set themselves in the mood. Color does that. It set themselves in an atmosphere. It can represent both something really beautiful, but if you put in other colors, it could be reminiscent of nostalgia, and it can shift very quick depending on what color selection you use.
Yeah, and one of the things that I like especially about is that these particular pages as they're going is if you scroll down a bit, Rainy. Sorry for
Oh
sounding
yeah.
bossy.
No.
So right
How
here,
dare
like-
you? No, I'm just kidding.
While we're in the hallway, we can't see the sirens, but as soon as we go back into the room where the reveal happens, there's windows in that room, and now all of a sudden we have that sort of flashing lights
Yeah.
again from the
The
outside
atmosphere.
sirens.
Yeah.
Right.
There's
And-
like, I can tell like the colorists really brought these pages to life. It's like, sometimes, and I'll admit this, when I'm drawing, because most of my stories is like in the forest, and I'll just, draw a forest, right? It's painful enough to have to draw so many goddamn trees, and then Nick will be flatting and color them. He'll be like, well, what part of the forest is this? Like, what type of tree is this? Like, are the
What
trees like
part of the day is it?
Yeah, is this scene that's also in a forest? Like, are the trees a different type of tree than this other scene? Like, how many days away of travel is it? I was like, I didn't think of that. It's just trees. So, but I need to know how to color it.
Just
So-
recently, Leo actually told us, is like, hey, for script 2, for issue 2, tell me like what time of the day it is, what room they're in, where's the light
yeah.
coming from in the script. because a lot of this that he did, like initially, again, it was the first script that I ever like wrote and Hans ever edited and helped me write from beginning to end, at least in a comic book. So we didn't, at least I didn't think of any of that stuff, right? And I didn't know to tell him. So yeah, that there's a lot of stuff that goes into the coloring process that you don't really have to tell the artist.
Right.
You basically have to set the scene for them, right? It's almost like you're kind of narrating in a way where character A goes into a room and the dark moonlight's cascading around in their shadows and something's hidden on the ground floor, the corpse, and so the artist is able to basically paint that scene. And I was like, oh, so what's the mood we're going for? We're going for something mysterious. We're going for horror, and so descriptions like that really important, and Leo does just excellently, and he thinks just like that. And he kind of calls it out when we don't do that.
Right.
What is my reference? What is my mood? My setting?
Yeah, with me and my colorist, we have meetings of just going over the at the inking stage. Well, he's starting on some of the pages, but actually we just had this meeting a few days ago going through all of chapter 2, and I'm narrating like the whole story, going through like which panel is what, and like because you need to see the actual art and just like seeing the pencils and knowing like this scene, these few pages are this scene, this is a mood I'm going for, this panel is important. And like if Nick will sometimes ask like, is this supposed to be, is this character, because sometimes expression could be afraid or apprehensive, like what exactly is the emotion, and that's something that can be shown in color or enhanced in color. So that's something to communicate with the colorist, and a good colorist will know to ask those questions.
And just so we can fangirl a little bit here, we're looking at Leo's colors, but not just that, these are Leo's drawings as well.
Oh man!
So just so you guys can see that
really good.
this guy is amazing in regards to just basically everything in regards to the art, but he just prefers to color the comic books than draw them from scratch himself.
Yeah.
And that's pretty nice.
Yeah.
Really good color.
Wow.
I think if you scroll down, he's got a few actual posters that he's done for movies.
I'll see how far I can scroll. Oh, you know what? My favorite is the dinosaur one. That's just like pure art
you mean
right
this
there.
one?
I think if you click on it, because I think we don't want it to ask you to log in.
Yeah.
But I think he shows his actual. There it is. He shows his actual Jurassic Park. I think I'm logged in, so if I can share the screen.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
Give me a sec.
I always do like private browsing just because I don't know. I'll have like. If I don't do private browsing, I'll definitely like just show everybody my account information by accident because that's me. So
I've shown a bunch, so why not? I'm sharing the screen. Let me know.
Just let everybody know my account information.
Oh, well, bank number. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, where does she live?
So,
I got a new Wacom tablet coming in the mail.
Yeah.
I think what he's saying here is one of his friends sent them basically like their rendition of his Jurassic Park poster, which is this. This is his.
Let me see. Oh man,
that's it. Oh, that's good.
And he did this.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Oh shit.
Ah man, that's.
So he did this from scratch.
Did you just pull out a dinosaur toy?
Obviously.
That's freaking awesome.
So this guy is an absolute
amazing.
And shout out to our friends over at Myth Division. He's also coloring their comic book.
Nice.
So I love to fangirl over Leo's colors, and he's actually quite a specimen himself. He's quite the looker. Our team is full of handsome young men. So basically, these are all the posters that he's done, or some of his best art.
That's really good.
Dude.
My favorite is that Hellboy. Let me see if I can zoom in on that.
Does
Hellboy.
he do covers? Hey, Leo, whatever these VeilWalker guys are paying you, like, we'll talk. We'll see if I
think like
that.
a combination of Vector and Photoshop at the same time.
Yeah.
So does he do covers? No. I have been begging him to do a cover like he does his posters.
Yeah.
So he does
Once-
posters but not covers.
So
I
the
use
thing
some
that he does
posters.
the posters for art galleries.
Oh,
So the thing is that
okay.
there's some very high-paying jobs, and I'm honest, that's why he does them.
Mm-hmm.
But I am trying to convince him to do a cover for us in the form of a poster for a special
Right.
book that we have in the future. So
Gonna
let's see if I
be
can convince
worth
him.
it. Wow.
Yeah, I was thinking it's not really that different because some of those posters he had there, that those could just be printed as covers. I don't know what the difference is.
But yeah, so I mean, hey, I love working with people that their art actually really, really inspires me to write a story that justifies the level of their quality.
Mm-hmm.
So it really
I like that.
pushes us to make sure that they're not wasting their time on a booty butt story. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. And I'm sure they appreciate that. And as artists, we have all come across that where, well, it pays real good, and the creator seems passionate, but man, this is not really just that interesting, but you don't want to be rude, and oh, what do you do?
We just power through.
And honestly, that's like 50% of the emails you get, or like 90% of emails you get of like, I am an independent graphic novel writer and I have a story idea. And I was just like, I don't want to be mean, but really, most of the time it's, man, you want, because you spend so much time doing art, you want that time
want
to be
to
spent
land
on
the
something
right
you could be proud of.
Yeah. One thing I'll say about Leo and the relationship that we've been able to build over the years and how much he actually likes the story is he's actually moving away from coloring comic books. He's actually dropping editors as we speak. So he's picking up less and less comic book gigs because he's actually working on what his real passion is, which is actually the movie posters. But one thing that we've been able to sort of determine is, he said that he's working on the VeilWalker until the wheels fall off because he just enjoys it. And he enjoys the camaraderie that we have and the brothership that we've built up. So I'm proud to have him on board, especially now that he's leaving other books as we speak.
That's awesome.
Oh, that's awesome.
Well, I'm happy for him if that's what he's passionate about. And honestly, I know a couple of people who, not movie posters strictly, sort of, but they do like screen prints for art galleries and like limited run screen prints. And I think it's like a similar, like the whole poster industry. It is an industry. It's like you have the illustrators, and then you have like comic artists, like posters, art gallery posters. That's a whole like mini industry, and it's very fascinating.
That's what he's moving into. It is great money. We've already discussed.
Yeah.
So
I'm happy that he's doing that though.
Yeah.
And I'm happy that he's taking on VeilWalker because I like his colors.
I've threatened him a few times. He can't leave.
Oh, okay. All right. Of course. We all threaten our colorists.
I've blackmailed them.
Yeah, as you should. As you should. You got to keep your team in line, you know? Yeah, let's refresh, see how many you guys have so far. 110, you gave 5 backers! Yay! Whee! You guys are awesome. If anyone in chat back the book, post your backer number in the chat and let us know.
I would say
special thanks.
Yeah.
Only 40 minis left. Only 40 minis left.
Oh. Get on now. 2 days left. We got you in just in time. Holy shit.
Yeah. So this is our first 30, obviously.
Oh, okay. It's your first 30. All right.
But
will you be taking it in demand?
Yes. The first campaign, we did not take it into in demand because we wanted to go to print as soon as possible. That's why we were able to finish the campaign in October and deliver by December. Like, we closed out the in demand pretty quickly. But for this particular campaign, since we're still working on the art and whatnot as we're going through, we're going to leave it in demand for a little bit.
Okay. Awesome.
But again, those free minis, they'll probably be gone by then.
Come on.
Awesome.
Yeah,
you can go to your D&D session like, look what I got.
Look,
you don't have this.
Brag about that.
One of a kind.
That's so awesome. You don't have those are the Inquisitor. You don't have one of the main character.
Not of Alexander. Well, Alexander is Alexander's just transformed.
Okay.
But none of him base form. At least not yet.
Yeah. Okay. This will make a good Magus figurine.
what is it? A war mage, right? They use
Kind of,
swords and
yeah,
staffs.
yeah, like kind of the battle mage
Battle mage. There
class,
you go.
because
That's a
usually
perfect
you're
Perfect
analogy.
rogue also.
usually you're either like just melee or you're a caster, but magi are the in between class.
Yeah, if we look at his sword, here's a little bit more of inside knowledge. The bottom of his sword is actually the tip of a staff.
That's
Right.
worse.
I thought I noticed that. It looks like a staff.
Right.
Mhm.
So, but then also when he has it sheathed, it's actually sheaves into an umbrella. So it just looks like the hilt of an umbrella.
Oh, fancy. It's like those
Yeah, it's
katana
really fancy.
umbrellas.
Yep.
Oh, cool.
Reminds me of the series The Strain, the old guy with the staff. That was a pretty nice prop over there.
Yeah, no, and so one of the other things I said is like, well, okay, when he can't carry a staff around, what weapon are we going to give him? Because he's mainly like a up close and personal sword fighter. So what we did is we created. If you scroll up a bit to the main cover, you guys see the red sword that he has. That's actually a pocket square that he carries on him at all times, and it actually takes the shape of whatever sword, spear, or whatever he wants by using his mana. And it's actually called Scarlet, and there is some deep lore that goes into that particular item, much like the staff as well. So there's a lot of stuff that we're going to be digging into.
That seems a little overpowered that you have this gadget that could turn into any weapon you want.
So here's the thing: it could turn into any weapon, take any size. He uses it as a defensive mechanism as well, but he's limited by his mana, right? Just transforming it into a weapon and keeping it formed into a sword.
It's gonna consume that constantly.
It's already consuming mana. So one of the things that I wanted to play with was, we understand that the main character is always super overpowered. It just happens. But I wanted to bake in a sort of
Limit him?
Achilles heel or a limiter to him, so that he's never at any given time too strong. Like if somebody's in danger in the story, it's like, oh, Alexander's going to show up and save him. Like he's got all the powers. Like, no, he really doesn't, because he needs to balance not just keeping himself alive, but maintaining enough, mana to be able to defend everybody else and stuff. So it's we've worked on making sure that the character doesn't seem like he has a bunch of plot armor.
Right, that's always nice. Yvonne, I don't know if you caught that. We talked about this earlier, but in their magic system, essentially the mana pool, like the magic pool the characters have, is the same pool as the hit points. Imagine that.
Oh, that's.
Did you
rough.
see the cards you want?
Yeah, exactly.
Show them the card.
Yeah, show them the cards.
No, I haven't seen the cards.
Let me full screen
personally,
you
I
again.
haven't seen them.
Oh,
I just
that
saw
one
them in
broke.
entire.
Yeah, let me-
Okay.
So you see right here, the mana pool is right under my fingers. So basically,
Uh-huh.
Alexander. Wait, I'm backwards. Alexander and the VeilWalker have 1,000k in mana, and then this young lady here only has 650 in mana.
Okay, that makes sense.
Right. So basically, you need to
Mana.
balance that with once you get hit by these attacks back here.
Oh, that's
That's-
awesome. Okay.
Yeah. So basically, you have to balance mana and attack and defense.
Can you
all
like
from the
heal mana
Or regain mana.
Yeah,
in-
your pool.
Actually, No, actually,
No, you just have to like rest.
no rest. Actually, it goes until you either complete an objective or you die. And
Oh,
so,
that's okay.
Wait, no, that doesn't make so. It's like you complete an objective.
yeah. So,
But how does
ma-
that make sense storytelling wise?
So basically, in the
Fuck that.
game, so basically, I'm gonna tell you the play test that we did. And so in our play test, we created basically a map, and in this map we were in a library. And in this library, there was a totem that had to be that had to be taken, and in order to take that totem, you have to basically spawn around that totem for at least 5 turns, and then you activate it. So one
So real
team
quick, Hans,
is
before you move on too far, you got to
Yes.
explain to them what a totem is.
oh
Thank you. Huh.
totem is basically
Let me focus on here.
an item that's imbued with power, with mana, with a member of either the mana capable or
Mm-hmm.
or an old mage who has. Oh, I'm not gonna get into spoilers, but
I almost got you.
oh, you almost got me. You almost got me.
Oh, I'll get you before the end
Don't
of the
spill the beans,
stream.
man. Don't spill the beans yet.
It's my mission today.
But yeah, the totem have a special significance in the world. So it basically it's either one has its own properties to it, and or enhances things about a certain person. And so in the game, in the playtest, basically one person was on the other side of the map and we're on the other side of the map, and then we basically move through these corridors. And so there's a cover system in the game too, and so you have to take cover and then get out of cover and then roll for an attack. And here's the thing: when you roll for an attack, and this is where it gets crazy, if you don't roll the necessary numbers to achieve that attack, you still use up your mana. So it's like, for example, shooting up a fire.
It's like burning a
Physical
spell.
constraint.
Exactly. So you have to balance out your cover, whether your attack is worth it, and how you're going to maneuver. So you can actually break a wall.
That's
So
really
in our play test, I ran out of mana because I'm a terrible dice roller. Never take me to Vegas. And so
Right. we got one of those too.
Yeah, so I ran out of mana. So you know what I decided to do? I decided to use my powers and break through a wall in the library to maneuver around and get to the objective. And I was able to do so and got there earlier than the person. But through certain abilities, he ended up winning. But there's a lot of play in the...
Wait, but if you burn through your mana, don't you die because your mana is your HP?
I was just gonna say that. I was like, shouldn't you have died there?
No.
No, it depends.
Did you not have enough mana to cast a spell, but you had enough mana?
Yeah, because I had another character, and my other character was going to die, so I wanted to keep him because he was the most powerful. So I used the character who had enough mana to create a pathway for me to get to the objective and not to face them head on. And then I just did a tactical retreat.
And I suppose the objective replenishes that totally, a full bar, or is it just a percentage? Or
it depends on the scenarios.
Okay.
So each map carries a scenario card. So in a scenario, there might be you might be going into the Veil, and that might change the properties and movement of the different characters. Mm-hmm. Or you're in a different scenario where that might change, where there might be certain creatures that you might have to look out that might drain. And there might be certain artifacts in a map that might influence the amount of mana that you are capable of using.
Okay.
So basically, it's complicated as shit.
Oh, it sounds like Pathfinder. All these things they're equivalents in Pathfinder, except for for like the having the magic pool tied to HP. Yeah. I think that would be really interesting because all the other things you talked about like having your movement change and like taking like cover rules and all that. That's all exists in D&D and Pathfinder, but it's just like the mana HP thing. I wonder how it would be to play tabletop. Tabletop being like that complicated. But
so this is what we can set up. HP has a game set up in Tabletop. What is it?
Tabletop Simulator?
Tabletop Simulator. So he has it set up all there. You guys are invited to play test with him anytime.
Oh, wow. Well, I do gaming streams. I'm taking a break right now, but we usually do Pathfinder. If you guys want to eventually do like a module on my channel when you're ready, that would be cool.
There you go,
Yeah,
HP.
we could experiment with that game. That would be really nice, yeah.
Yeah. Give Nick a break from being forced to GM every single time. Yeah. Eventually, I'm going to be forced to GM. We're in talks of like the whole team is bullying me into GM because we want to do a fiendish module, but that's not ready yet. But yeah, I'm always open to. I think who else was it? Adam Lawson. Do you guys know Adam Lawson? He does. His current campaign is Kids and Monsters, and he's also does like tabletop role playing stuff. And he's
one of the Monsters of the Bags.
Yeah. He's another Indiegogo creator, and he's also making like tabletop role playing games, and he has a game called Asunder, and we I don't know if we will be playing that. It depends on Nick, but anyways, yeah, I do gaming streams, so yeah, whenever you guys are ready.
So awesome.
Bing! Alright, the chat is like, we had no idea what they were just talking about for the last 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Alright, pivot.
That guy's
Hard
like,
pivot.
"Shut up, nerd." Pen and
Hard.
paper, get out of here, nerd.
They're weebs and nerds all wrapped up. Get us out of here.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are. Adam is awesome. Nick is pretty forgiving. You know, Alex, he's much nicer on the streams than he is. We make everything a lot nicer when we're on streams, like both the players and the GM. I'm just telling you. I think so, right, Yvonne?
Yeah.
I'm a lot more difficult when we're playing privately, but anyways.
It also depends on the level of alcohol.
It's what? Oh, the level of alcohol. No, like, dude, our private, like, we're kind of a little detached when we do the Pathfinder stream. Like, our private games, we're, like, so invested in these characters because we've been playing for years. It's like there's screaming, there's tears sometimes. Like, you don't want to watch it because it's embarrassing.
The most stressful one was, so far in my opinion, was the one that we defeated Kikono. God damn, that battle scares me a little bit. And
Yeah.
and comparing it with the others,
That was
somehow
scary.
they don't feel as stressful as the other one. That was.
I mean,
goddamn.
Kikono, that whole module was supposed to be hard, and it's supposed
Yeah.
to feel like you drain your resources, right? And
I feel like the chat right now.
I'm sorry. It's like, no. You have to understand, like,
and we got.
it's like we've been to virtual war together or something. This is if you play Pathfinder and you know about the Brine Wall module, you will know. If you know, you will know. It's really, really hard.
If you know,
But-
you
That
know,
gives you
and I
the
don't.
1,000 miles
Yes.
there.
Hey, this is how I feel all the time when people talk about like American pop culture. So.
There you go.
Okay, so anyways, Pathfinder talk, pivot back. Where were we?
Playing the campaign video. I don't think we've played it.
Oh, we haven't. Yes, definitely.
Hey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now Chad is making fun of us, Valley and careless. No, actually, Alex, he doesn't value his character's life. That's why he's always dying.
Is
Life's
he
a
the
risk
wild
that
card? Is he
So he's
taking
always
the
getting
risk?
impaled, apparently.
dodging
Doom.
and getting impaled most of the time is just like, you lucky bastard. How do you roll that and stick with that?
No, Yvonne has really good luck, but he's also always sending his characters to die. So he's always sending his characters to die, but like 90% of the time they still like come back from the dead, and it's just because he's really lucky. And it's
Viva Las Vegas.
I hate you. I hate you.
You need to check his
Oh.
hands. There might be different die.
Yeah, I'll be like,
I only
"Ooh."
have one set. I'll feel bad if these ever just like fade away or something like that. This is a lucky die over here.
Or
Oh,
be
the
like,
one-
Yvonne,
the
you have to
funny-
roll digitally from now on. Sorry, Chad.
Oh, okay. If that amuses the public, that it's okay. But remember that I was also lucky in that casino game inside the game. This is getting meta, and got a goal, a bunch of gold just from that. Everybody.
Oh
was
yeah. There was the casino gambling thing inside Pathfinder. I mean, that's great because I wasn't there. So why don't you tell everybody about it, the thing where I wasn't there to witness?
Well, okay, I didn't recall that, but
Let me try to share
in that
this.
moment, you were pretty much just like going drinking all over in that scenario. But
I was
playing-
suffering. I didn't
Yeah,
like
you were
that module.
suffering. Because it was really social. Now the thing is that inside the module, my characters and then myself seem to be a little greedy, so we go for the money.
And anyways, there was a casino game module, and he won a lot of money. And yeah.
Yeah.
So.
And thanks to
Now we
that,
gotta
the
make it happen
party
in real life.
got. Yeah, please.
What?
Now
We gotta make
make
it
that
happen in real life.
It really right, yeah. So
Vegas,
yeah,
here I come.
Vegas trip 1, Yvonne. Everybody, if you're going gambling, take Yvonne along. Well, let me play this trailer before we get even more derailed, shall
All right.
I? Remember to share audio. I'm excited. I haven't watched the trailer yet, so I was saving it for a surprise on stream.
It has really nice voices. I saw it already.
Oh well, don't spoil it.
Just very nice voices.
Oh, okay.
I've worked with that guy before. He's kind of an asshole.
Okay. Well, damn.
Bastard.
All right, let's. You got like a voiceover guy. That. Well, did he do good work? Did he? Oasi's like, shut up and play the fucking trailer.
No.
There are facets of this world that are unknown to many. Roads whose pathways were erased from our memory. Weathered mortar and broken cobblestones that once paved the way to hell. Very few are those foolish enough to open these doors. Save for one. That is you, Alexander. You're arrogant. You're stubborn. And brazen in all your ways. Your weakness is one all mortals share. You believe that you can hold the tide as it slips through your fingers. Your destiny will be the same as all those who came before you. Food for the worms. With a fate such as yours, Alexander, what else can you do but burn? Support Issue 2 on Indiegogo.
You guys recognize that?
Very nice. The what? The
Yeah,
voice?
Yeah, the voice.
I'm terrible at recognizing voices. Is it one of you guys? Oh, it's you!
Yeah.
No, I'm terrible at recognizing voices, and this proves it right now. Well, good job. I like the whole effects you guys did. I really like when trailers for campaigns. I mean, there's a lot of talk going around about, like, you know, people say that you I think different
I've heard it.
ways of
Trailers
doing
don't stop
trailers,
campaigns.
right? Different ways of doing trailers works for different campaigns, right? So I think, like, some people, they make a lot of money on a campaign and the trailers are done one way, so everybody thinks that's the way you make trailers. But I think it should be done differently for every person's campaign, because every campaign is different. But I'm personally a fan of trailers that talk, it's like, it's immersive, because I'm all about immersion. So it's telling the story from the character's point of view, like a character narration, or some kind of narration from, like, I think this is like an adversary, or is this the straight up villain and is threatening Alexander, and I love that. But it's someone from the story talking instead of the trailer telling you this is 52 pages and it's done by this person that I've never heard of.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, you're gonna have the information on the campaign by itself, so it's a little weird that the trailer is saying that same information all over. It should be a little more, go other places.
Yeah.
I think what I like the most, and actually, to be honest, HP put the whole thing together. Not just the voiceover, but he also did the editorial work. He can tell you more about it. But what we wanted to do, at least when we started with the first one, is to give people a bit of a feeling of what the world is going to be like. You know, like, again, like you just said, we're going to tell them in the campaign page how many pages it is. Like, we don't have to tell that type of stuff. So we want to entertain them with the trailer. And I think that's what we try to do.
Yeah, have the trailers be an extension of the story.
Right, exactly. That's a good way of putting it. I like trailers that do that. So, you know, like, just clearly I can figure out how many pages and all that stuff and who, like, the name of the creator is right there. So I want the trailer to sell the book to me. And what sells the book to me isn't, like, how many covers it has or what kind of, like, page count or whatever. It's the story.
Did we do HP? Do you remember what the first trailer was like? I've kind of already forgotten.
It's actually different from the second one. She wants to play that one too, but it was basically explaining who Alexander is and basically setting up the premise of the story. Like, who is he? You know, is he the hero or is he the villain? You know, basically the fate of that world will rest on his shoulders, and kind of we went in a little bit more with kind of saying like, oh, this book is about mystery because it's the first book, so it was like it's mystery with a blend of action, and a little bit of horror sprinkled throughout, but we really focused it on Alexander and who he is and kind of made that the focal point, whereas this trailer is more in the third person, where it's more about about Alexander, but what is the circumstances that are going to be affecting him in this issue? Because we assume that most people are, if they're going to watch trailer 2, we want to sell the book number 2, but we want it to be distinct from trailer 1. So it basically, just like the books issue 1 and 2 tell a story, the trailers themselves are an additive bonus that tell their own story and kind of give you like an inkling on what's happening in the in the background.
He's much more eloquent with the way he explains it. I just say, yeah, we're just telling the story of this particular book.
Yeah, can you like come on and do promotions for my book? Because I'm just like,
I think
it's self-explanatory. I got nothing to say.
Here, I think there are some things we can trade.
Oh, right.
He's
We
my
will
agent.
talk
brain
more.
For his
We will
video
talk
work.
in the back. Yes. Well, no, I can do video work. I'm talking about just like, I don't know, like voiceover. I don't know. You know what?
If we
Voiceover.
do
I would
one
hire
thing,
you
we
for
do the-
voiceover.
We gotta do the whole thing, girl.
Are
Whole
you
thing.
are
I'll
you
present
good
to you. There you
at
go.
pronouncing things in made up languages, HP?
Hmm.
And made up language.
In Spanish.
Oh, I can do voiceovers in Spanish, and I do speak Wookiee.
Oh, oh!
What is going on?
I agree. Good conversation. He is eloquent.
Secrets don't make friends. They'll be talking in 7 different languages that we don't understand.
Oh my god.
They're just speaking backwards.
Yeah, exactly. He also does a very horrible Arnold impersonation.
Yeah.
Oh, now you gotta do it.
Well, now you have to do it.
Zatuma.
That's pretty good though. I mean, I've heard worse.
Which is your favorite line? The chopper one?
Get through the chopper. Get through the chopper now.
That's pretty good. I think he's a little more. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Those
He's
are my
really
cookies.
easy to impersonate though.
HP is a man of many talents.
I
But
see.
yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
Well,
If
yeah,
you
very
need any
impressive
voiceover,
trailer.
If you need any voiceovers, I can do it. I can't
Maybe.
do females or
Really, I was thinking you would be perfect for a lady's voice. I mean, I was gonna have
She
you
would have to
do.
be a chain smoker, and I'm pretty sure you can pull it off.
Right. Okay. I'll make Ragna a chain
smoking for
smoker.
30 years.
Well, she has to be out from
Sexy.
Boston.
Hot.
Boston, I need to get my coffee.
It's hot right there.
Here's Duncan's. God damn it.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Well, I
Well,
don't know
let's
about
get
that,
involved
but yeah,
into-
I'll write a chain smoker character just for
Yeah.
you.
And I'm
Is it-
working on my weeb voice.
A wee voice. What's that?
No, those stereotypical Japanese.
Oh,
Like,
we gotta, and I'll explain why he's working on it. We have a campaign potentially coming up pretty soon. It takes place in feudal Japan, and I asked him, I was like, could you possibly do like one of those?
Wow.
Oh
I'm sorry.
Hey, I'm a little.
no! No, don't
I'm a little
refund.
rusty.
No.
I didn't do any of my bowel exercises. I didn't get my Fiji water. I'm really my
boot
throat
this
is parched.
in. I'll boot
Yeah.
him from the campaign. Please don't refund. No, so basically what I was explaining was we have a book coming up based out of feudal Japan, and I was like, dude, can you like do like one of those old like Japanese style like voiceovers, like the dubs, and we're gonna try it out first before we go and hire someone who's actually Japanese.
Okay. Oh, that would be pretty cool. Yeah. But that's not quite like a. I thought you were gonna do like an anime voice, like anime girl voice, like kawaii or something.
Yeah, that was also
I was
the
like-
impression
Yeah, something
previously.
I was like, what do you mean a wee voice?
Oh, wee voice, yeah.
But here's trailer. Here's video 1. You want to play that trailer?
Sure. Well, I have to reshare because now I have to reshare the screen because
You didn't share audio.
Yeah, because when I'm normally screen sharing, there's an echo if I screen share. So now you guys are making me totally.
I do want
change
to
it
give a
and
shout
mad,
over
but okay,
the
fine.
lettering work that's on the title. It's really nice.
That is a nice title.
Thank you. Funny story. I had to repurpose the original title because it originally was Alexander. So the guy had gone into detail. It was like beautifully textured. It was amazing. It's my favorite logo. But what ended up happening was when we changed the name, at the time I just didn't have the funds to have the guy redo it again. So I had to sort of roll with it, and I took what he had and just sort of like the A, I flipped it upside down. That was the V, and I just played with it.
Yeah,
Um,
reconstruct
so
the font structure.
basically, so it could be better, and it will be better because we're actually working on it now for issue 2. But thank you very much. It was a labor of love.
A labor of love. The logo was caressed into existence.
Come on.
Let's share a
Let's work
screen
apart.
before I devolve further. I don't know what I'm talking about. Oh my gosh. Oh,
I
down
mean,
goes
weren't we all caressed into existence?
We were, technically speaking. That is correct. Now go sell over $10. Thank you. Sorry I was gone. What did I miss? Oh, just a lot of D&D talk, and yeah, and were you here for the everybody was trying to make me speak Spanish? And we were talking about the campaign occasionally, and it's a very awesome campaign, and you should definitely back it. And I'm gonna play the second trailer now, so
The second trailer was technically from the first.
Oh, yes. Okay. All right. So now we're gonna play this. Well, I mean, this is the first trailer for the first book, is what I mean. Hi, Matt. So here we go. Let's take a look. Let me know if you guys can hear it.
Alexander Salvador, the Grand Inquisitor, the Veilguard's greatest champion, stands as our only line of defense. This perilous journey will change him forever, and the fate of our world will rest on his shoulders. The dark fantasy will keep you turning the pages for more. Will Alexander be our salvation, or our doom?
Oh, I love the whole
nice.
colors over ink
Yeah, the color
effects. That
effects.
was really cool. Did you put that together too, HP?
Yes, I did.
Cool. Do
Yeah.
you use After Effects?
Absolutely. I have a love-hate relationship with After Effects.
Right. I
and
understand.
most of the Adobe suite.
Right.
I depend on it to do a lot of my video work, and I yell and scream obscenities every day because it crashes.
Right.
There's not a day it goes by where it doesn't just crash for no reason.
Yeah, because
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna continue complaining about the Adobe Suite, especially After Effects, because its functionalities are so awesome, but then when it doesn't work, it just doesn't work.
I was going to say, HP hates me every time I tell him we're going to start a new campaign because he knows he has to make the video for it. And he goes like a week and a half without talking to me.
Damn it.
Well, yeah, because it's a week and a half that it takes to just get the damn thing to work, and then you function away.
Yeah, it's like it always gobbles RAM. Like I went to 32 gigabytes. Oh, not enough. All right. 64. Enough. Not enough. 128. How am I still running out of RAM? God damn it. What do you want from me?
Holy shit.
What's your first unborn child?
He needs sacrifices.
It's like how much I type in the
a lot of RAM. You might have some other problem. You might need a new graphics card or something.
He's got some pretty good stuff.
Okay. That's all.
I think it's just the way because I work in a lot of layers. I do a lot of layers and I separate everything. So and I do it in 4K or high resolution, so I can downsample.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
so
that's why.
yeah, it eats up like a lot of RAM, and it's because I have a habit of keeping stuff like on screen. Like I don't close things. That's my bad
Yeah.
habit. I'm the guy who has 48 tabs right now.
So time out.
What
Time
we
out.
all
What you're
do.
saying, what you're saying now is that all the bitching that you've done to me because of these videos is basically your fault.
No, it's part of the creative process. Like how I need to watch
Infighting here. This is
Rini
great.
draw at the same time that I'm editing, so I should be able to have that freedom.
Well, yeah, that's essential. You should be
Yeah.
doing that.
Less layers, bro. I don't want to hear you complain again. Less
Hey,
layers.
Keep it
I-
short.
I-
Keep it short.
Sorry, sorry.
I had to catch up with Goblin Slayer while editing those videos.
That's also important.
I don't pay you for this.
On a different screen.
But isn't
You don't pay me
it's
at
not a
all.
smoke
Wait,
break.
what?
Self-care is important too.
And it's not a smoke break. It could be taking
No,
a smoke
man.
break.
Yeah, I don't.
So there are words. I like how Yvonne's version of like, oh, this was a terrible thing he could be doing with his time, smoking. Come on. Sweet summer child, sweet summer child. Perhaps you should use 2 computers. Yeah.
Yeah, there you
Yeah.
go.
I was that whole color ink effect. That was really cool. But yeah, After Effects is its own. It's
I mean-
it's so vast. It's like Photoshop. You can do so many things, but especially After Effects, when it like just glitches for no reason and crashes, it just
Let's do
like
this.
Photoshop doesn't tend to do that.
I'll
at
trade
least
you a
for me.
Hans video, a campaign video for a cover.
That's what.
I'll trade
Oh,
you
for
a
a
Hans
cover?
campaign video for a cover.
Oh sure, yeah, maybe. Well, I do my own campaign videos, but maybe like something else.
Maybe so you don't have to
Maybe.
do it.
Well, maybe
Yeah,
I could do.
voice
Yeah,
over?
maybe I could do 2 campaign videos or something. Yeah, you know what?
Hans has
Sure,
no say in
yeah.
this.
No.
He has no say in this. Okay.
No.
Yeah, I might as well save time. So, because I need to delegate shit, because I'm doing absolutely everything myself, and it's killing me right now.
There you go. Video
Deal!
2 for video
Deal!
for Fiendish 2.
I'll do you a
done.
cover. Yeah, I'll do you a cover. This
There you go.
on stream deal. You guys are all witnesses. This is happening. Woo!
Can't back out now.
Yeah, I'm excited. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. We'll talk. This will happen. Okay, let's pull this
Didn't
back.
actually,
Did we get any
funny
backers?
story. The cover done by Comic Spray by Juanito and Ali was actually also set up on a stream.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was like, hey, Juanito, you want to draw a cover for me? He was like, sure. I'm like, okay, cool. 3 days later, the cover's done.
I think that happens. Oh, well,
This goes
that's.
along the way.
I don't. Wow, that's a lot of pressure. I don't know if I'd like be able to work that. I mean, I can if you need it. Just give me a deadline. But I'm like super busy right now. But I could
We're
do
messing
it.
up.
I could do it. No, it's okay.
It'll be an IOU.
really, I would really love to do a cover though. That would be great. Yeah, let me just add on to the pile of work that I have. It's cool. I can do this. Never say no to work. The first rule of being a freelancer: never say no to work, even if it means it'll kill your health.
I think
Good
HP
thing
would
work.
beg to differ.
Really?
You can say
Is
no
that
to
your
badly
subtle way
teamwork.
of saying he's lazy?
No. He's very selective.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the first time. There's a lot of people that have requested for videos, and so you know, I'm fair, but there's some people that try to lowball you, and I was like, basically trade like 20 or 40 hours worth of work for what amounts to a Happy
The
Meal.
Yeah.
the guy sent us a link. So here, let me tell this story. Can I tell this
Tell
story?
me.
Yes, of course.
Avoid any spoilers or names.
Okay, I'll avoid names.
No, do
So-
tell. Ooh, yes.
No, no names. 'Cause
It's gossip.
I still like the guy. So basically, someone was
How
going
is
to
it?
get
How is it
published.
gossip in Spanish? Irene?
Yes.
Well,
Ah,
He knows that. So I have a friend that I met through some acquaintances at New York Comic Con. He's actually in the mainstream, and he was going to get a book published by Image. And what ended up happening was we were like, bro, you're going to get published by Image. You got some editors. You have some people that you can get us in contact with. basically what we said is like, look, we could potentially either give you a discount, or Hans can give you a discount, or we can trade a contact with your people at Image for a campaign video, because basically he needed a trailer for the books. But what ended up happening is he agreed initially, but then the most he ended up doing was he gave us a link to basically someone who wasn't even at Image. It was like a different publishing company. He's like, hey, here's this link, and we're like, dude, that's not kind of what we agreed on, right? And it wasn't even a link directly to a person. It was just like a sign-up page that they had for you to like.
What? So it's some
yeah,
shit you could have just Googled it and found
Pretty
it.
much.
What the shit kind of? That's kind of a dick move.
That's not giving a reference. That's just like Google it.
So like, and initially it wasn't even for them. Like, we wanted your in with Image.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
He's had a successful run of books on Image. But that for us was just kind of like, that's not worth.
And you didn't even ask him to like go reference us first or something like that. It's just like, I'll assume.
The thing is, the video never happened.
Give that project to them.
Yeah, no, the video never happened, unfortunately, right? Because then if he had started working on the video and then we got that damn link, it would have sucked.
Yeah, that would have. At least you didn't do the video and then you got to watch out for that kind of stuff.
Yeah, no, we're from the hood. Me and HP are from the hood, so we know how it works. It's like we need the product first before we give you the money.
Yep.
Yep.
That's how.
Me
it
a little
works.
taste. Crack it.
Crack back text.
Oh man. Yeah. Someone in the chat is asking for commissions. Now go solo. I remember you wanted a commission. I will add you to my list. Both the cover and the commission. I might have to wait a few weeks, but I will. You are on the list. And yes, I'm just trying to get a lot of chapter 2 stuff done now because it's a big chapter, and I'm really afraid that I want to get as much done as possible before launching. But yeah, I will remember you. Man. So, what were we talking about? Doing the videos and
We're talking about After Effects.
We're bitching about After Effects and right. We've gone on like 50 tangents. Let's see. Do you guys have any new backers? Come on. You have more? 111? 111?
111, 111.
Oh no, not yet.
Make a
Aw.
wish.
Come
Someone
on,
needs the bag.
everyone. Just one more. We're not ending till we get one more backer.
111, the magic number. Come on, people.
Magic number, come on, we can go. This looks awesome, and you guys know you want it. Grr.
Again, it's from what I can tell from Fiendish and what little I've been able to see. You know, we're all eagerly awaiting that book. If you're a fan of Fiendish and what Rainey's doing with her book, set, you know, like this fantasy sort of medieval world, this is sort of a modern take on what that possibly is. So.
Nice tie-in. I like that sort of a.
Can you reveal
segue.
something about the monsters or enemies that will be around your comic?
H3, you want to give it a crack without spoiling?
Around the comic specifically?
Yeah, sure.
So, they're called Veilspawn, and so these Lovecraftian horrors are sometimes, you know, linked to certain anomalies that happen within this story. So, if you, I'm just hearing type.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Elby.
Rainey, how dare you be typing?
I'm here to just fuck you all up.
Yeah. No, but the monster, the Veilspawn, the Veilspawns are tied to basically the setting that the comic book takes place in. So there's a link, and not to spoil anything, but if you look a little close to some of the details, you can kind of see what this story is about, right? Like, I think we showed it earlier on that panel where they see the corpse, and then, you know, you see this image. There's certain clues to what the nature of these creatures are, and in relationship to the mystery and the murder. So, Veilspawn. It's I have to be vague. Sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
But it's really tied into who Alexander is as the VeilWalker, and to the organization and why they've been around. That organization exists in order to really, really just keep these things at bay, right? I don't know if I answered your question. If there's anything you want me to expound upon more.
That
No,
was
so
they
far,
come
looking at
from
the
the Veil
illustration,
and they're tied to Alexander, and that's it.
I wouldn't say they're tied to Alexander, more the organization, but
Okay.
sort of to play with it is these entities, creatures, veil spawn, or we can also call them veil kin. They are sort of products of not just the environment, but of what's happened there, and then there's a lot that goes into them. They're very unique. The way I kind of look at it is we drew a lot initially from like The Witcher and sort of how wraiths and some of these creatures are tied to their places. And for example, certain wraiths depend on how they died, and that's how they come back as this particular wraith. So there's a lot of that there. Like once we're done with a few of these arcs, we can legitimately put out like a bestiary of like
that would be
basically
awesome.
how a lot of these creatures come about, and we'll be explaining a lot of it in the as the story goes on, and really what they are and how to resolve their issue is part of the mysteries that we sort of dive into during these arcs.
You know, that will be a really nice product for third campaign, actually, like a mini book that the main protagonist writes about his experiences with these kinds of monsters. Yeah, that sort of notebook that has like the quotations of what to do and sketchbook and all.
Bestiary.
I
Yeah.
really like
Uh,
stuff. Uh-huh.
I will I'll give you a bit of insight into Alexander. He is a serial journalist. Like he
Oh,
writes down
that's
everything that does. Like even in one of the pages that we show early on, he's putting like a notebook away into like his coat pocket.
Mm.
So
It's
that
a
fits. Yeah,
convenient way to have some
yeah.
like
Yeah.
tie-in, like
Yeah.
little books and
Yeah.
stuff.
so we've
That
Yeah. And we included
that's
that in the first
People
cool.
book.
back
And we,
then.
Oh,
and we
is that
included that in
like
the
the
first book.
notes in the back, like the
Yeah.
sketches or something? Because I was like, that looks like a notebook. That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's what they did for the God of War game. I have that art book, and it's like the art. They made the art book look like
Yeah.
Atreus's
Bring out that
journal.
baby.
so this is sort of kind of as my headphones fall off. Cool, I'm back. So this is basically some of the notes that technically some of the notes that he's done. But in world, yeah, like he's a
Cool.
bit of an artist, so he sketches things he sees and he writes notes.
Cool.
Man, that's awesome.
Yeah.
So one day we would like to sort of put out like a full bestiary once we have enough creatures to really go in depth and actually make it feel like a legitimate, I think it's a
Journal.
pipe dream, but like a journal, a moleskin or something that actually has some quality, something to it.
And I
Oh,
think,
that
and
would be pretty.
not to spoil anything. I think you mentioned there being the community of mana capable and mana sensitive.
Yes.
And so in the story, in the mystery, there's a connection that can be made between that and Veil Spawn.
Yeah, I know what you're referring to because we wrote it. I should know.
There's so much mystery. I can't stand it. Why? Oh, so much lore. Down goes solo for $10. Ask me why not. And you're referencing why I can't stay until midnight. Oh my god. I can, but I'm just gonna have to start drawing at some point, and I don't know if my guests are gonna stay till midnight because I didn't ask them to. But I could keep on streaming. If you just want to watch me like draw after like an
Oh,
hour.
we could all just play a Pathfinder. Someone
What?
just needs to roll for us.
Yeah, I don't think we have a module ready. That's not really how it works. I mean, we can, but it's... No, I need to get work done, guys. I really need to finish pages.
She's in a rush.
I can, but chat, tell me if you guys want me to just stream until midnight and draw and or get drunk. Because why not?
Drink and
Do I
draw.
have any
Yeah, I
liquor
know.
here? Do I
I
work
was-
tomorrow? Do I have any early morning meetings? Let me see if we can get drunk together. Hold on.
Tomorrow's a pretty chill day for me. I can be a little hungover, no problem. Cost reward.
Oh no, my day is.
This-
I am slammed. I got a bunch of meetings tomorrow.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
I was gonna get drunk.
No, Wednesdays are. I don't know what. I didn't think things through when I first planned my streams to be Wednesdays, and Wednesdays are like. Wednesdays and Fridays are the most busy days of the week at my day job, so I'm like just swamped Wednesday. It's terrible, but Thursdays are fine. I can drink tonight.
Doing a fine job.
To the chat, this is a message to the chat. If you guys want us to produce these books a little faster, and you guys want us to actually be happy while doing it, go ahead and back more and more and more. Back 2, 3, 4, 5 times, just so we can all quit our day jobs.
Yes. Yeah. That would be really great.
Yeah, back once, back twice.
I think people, well, I don't know. I think people realize that, but also people aren't rich. But it would be really great. Yeah, back these books like 10 times. That would be really awesome because then I can actually do this as a full-time job. Because I'm not doing that. None of us are doing this as a full-time job. I'm basically working 2 jobs, and it's hell.
Forget your Christmas shopping. Just buy books. Buy books. Send them to your families. You don't need to
pay rent or anything like that.
I've seen how much people spend up in Pizza Hut because in the first lapses of the pandemic, I was searching out for jobs over there. So I know how much people waste on that. So come on, give yourself, be in a diet, and waste those $60, $70 in buying books from us.
My boy says he likes watching you work.
Yeah, and he sent super chats. But someone actually cares about my health. Well, I mean, who am I kidding? I'm gonna be staying up late anyways. I just want to draw. I just want to like get work done. That's the only time I see a word. Liver. For 20, do both. Oh no! Why are you bribing me into drinking tonight? I guess it's gonna have to happen, guys. Chimera for $2 says I'll take a commission as well. I am swamped. Why do you ask now? I have too much work. When do you need? I have too much work. All right. I guess.
So since we were stuck on that first panel there for a little bit, if you go up a bit.
I'm sorry, but I was stuck on the panel because I was like, are those eyes? What are those things? Because either those are eyes or those are like boobs.
Those are eyes. People initially, when they first saw them, like they were like, "Oh my god, a titty monster!" And we're like,
that's making an homage to guns.
To be honest, I'm one of the editors, and the first time I saw that, I was like, "Are those titty ghouls?"
That looks like boobs.
No, those are eyes. Our artist, he's a bit of a jokester. So. I mean, listen, if I ever get attacked in the middle of the night by monsters, I'm like, oh no, a titty ghoul.
That's how someone should do a zombie movie, but instead of like scary zombie, it's just grow boobs all over, and everybody would just give in.
Did stripper zombies already?
Did they? I mean, I wouldn't be.
Zombies.
Is it an actual movie or some porno?
There's a movie.
There's an actual movie. Actual Hollywood movie.
Wow. I mean, wow. I have nothing else to say. I mean, that would be interesting, I guess. But like, it would be more innovative. Instead of zombies, they just turn into like boob monsters. Have you guys seen that scene in Gantz? Yeah. Where the creature turned into like it was literally just like a walking boob monster and trapped a guy in like a cluster of boobs. Like this chick. So this character was like banging a chick in like a parking garage or something. I don't remember the details. It's been a long time. But then like the chick is like an alien or some shit, and then she transforms like while he's still, in the act. And then turns into basically a giant cluster of boob with legs. And the boobs entrap him and like engulf him. And he's just like smothered in boobs, but also horrified and terrified. And then this creature starts running off while he's still like attached to it.
That's one way to get a Russian done.
Yeah.
Whatever it takes to get it up.
La Rusa.
This is why manga is selling more than American comics, guys.
They got it. I read.
Yeah.
What? No, I don't know. I don't know.
Sweet summer child.
God damn it! I told you guys I'm not gonna get any. Okay. All right. Anyways. I
But
warned
yeah,
you
so
guys.
we legitimately, like, when we first saw it, we started considering, because I guess we're giving a little bit of insight into these creatures. Like, it wouldn't be weird if they were actually titty monsters. Like, it could actually work into the backstory of them.
I wanted
Um,
to, like, this. I saw this in the trailer, and
In
I was
that image,
like,
I
are those
wasn't sure their
eyes?
faces.
Right. I was like, are those eyes or are those that literally looks like a boob cluster? But anyways, I'm just gonna leave that there.
those are eyes. Those
Oh,
are
cool.
eyes. I'll
Okay.
ruin it. Those are eyes.
Aw,
This.
boo.
So one thing we wanted to do, and one thing that I picked up, because I'm a big horror fan. I love watching horror movies. And one thing that we sort of Gantz. Yeah, funny story. Speaking of Gantz, John Malin, when he first saw this page that we're looking at, was like, "Hey, this looks like a page out of Gantz, and it looks amazing." So we really appreciate that.
I mean,
From
being
him.
compared to the Gans and the manga, at least, wow, that's really nice.
Yeah, and from someone like John Malin, of all people,
Yeah.
But this creature, and the reason that we have him sort of like just drenched in shadow and you can sort of see and make it out, is revealing the monster too early. It just sort of takes away from the mystery. So like we have 50 something pages before we can actually show people what this thing looks like, and we want sort of the mystery and the horror to be there. So I took that from movies like Jaws, right? You don't see the shark until the very end and stuff like that. So there's things there that maybe Hans can expand upon.
Yeah, I mean, some of the best horrors is the ones where it leads you to create the horror in your own head. Right? I think one movie that really did this well is Babadook, where it's just
Yeah.
really psychological, and you see glimpses of this demonic kind of creature, but you really don't know. 'Cause
Never
there's just a
entirely
lot of
revealed.
play.
Yeah.
Exactly.
No, that's true. I mean, I've heard that's really hard to do in a visual medium, and I think Babadook did that very well. But the issue with why a lot of horror movies fail or aren't actually that scary is because I think it's because they show too much, and horror is the fear of the unknown, because that's what people are afraid of. And how do you show that in a visual medium? It's hard, but because we were talking about Lovecraft earlier, I think that's why Lovecraft was so effective, besides from being actually crazy, a legitimate crazy person. The idea behind cosmic horror was, the core idea was, there is a horrific thing that is beyond your comprehension, and just beyond, even, you can't understand it, if you see it, you will go crazy.
Right.
And there is no way any human can handle it. And that concept, which is much easier to transmit through text and through like visual media, even though you can do it, that kind of unknown and unknowable horror is good horror. That's how you make an audience afraid. So
I'll tell you, there's a
Yo.
movie. I'm sorry, go ahead. You want to?
Oh, okay. No, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say. So there's a movie that I will not watch again, ever again. Is Hereditary. Has everybody here seen it?
No,
you guys haven't
I
seen
haven't.
it.
Great film.
Hereditary is a movie that is all atmosphere, right? You get to see some of the paranormal stuff, but it's towards the end. It's just an uncomfortable movie. And Hereditary, I think, was one of the best horror movies that we've gotten in a really long time. And if Alexander ever gets adapted into maybe something live action, I think we want to draw a little bit from how Hereditary did things.
That's the same director that did The Witch, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Same one.
Okay.
Yeah, so
And
he's,
also that one is pure atmosphere, because it's just making the scenario and the sounds feel oppressive towards you, to make you feel uncomfortable.
So yeah, Hereditary and The Witch, again, that was another great one. But and I think it's more because of just the trauma it gave me as a kid was The Exorcist, the original Exorcist. Yeah, like I'm never watching that again.
I saw it. I guess I don't know. I guess I didn't see it as a kid, so it didn't really scare me.
Yeah, I saw it
The
as a
one that
kid.
did scare me as a kid was It, Chapter 1, the one with Tim Curry.
It was scary.
Not recommended for a 6-year-old.
Oh boy.
Well, actually, the one that actually watched it didn't really bother me. The one that really bothered me the most was not Wishmaster. It was Hellraiser.
Which
With the
one
with the
of the
with the
four?
nails.
Yeah, the
with
guy
Yeah,
with the
all the
the
nails.
Cenobites.
Yeah, I don't want to. I mean, it's the movie's almost like 30 or years old, but like you
Yeah.
see, like this detective, right? He's trying to figure out these murders, and more, and I think it goes it with H.P. Lovecraft. As he goes tries to solve this murder, he finds that he has less and less control, and that this creature, this hellish creature, this entity, he has no say in, and he's always playing catch up until the end. Should I spoil the end?
It's 30
Yeah,
years old, man.
Yeah.
it's
Yeah,
an old
it's
ass
like
I
movie.
know.
I think what killed me is at the end you find out that he's been torturing himself in hell the whole time, and he's been
Yeah, repeating that.
yeah repeating that cycle because he was a negligent alcoholic father.
Another one that is
Moral of the
really
story.
like
Yeah.
unappreciated is Jacob's Ladder.
Oh,
All this
Jacob's Ladder. Oh, so good.
that thing is really disturbing in some panels, and the imagery that it's go towards the end. It's wow. The medical pavilion. I'm just gonna say that the medical pavilion is.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, this is so good.
But
Oh, what?
That's so
Jesus comes back? What?
Wow, dang it! I didn't see it coming. Okay.
But you were talking about Jacob's Ladder. That's one of Jacob's Ladder is what inspired Silent Hill.
yes,
Like Silent Hill was
Sí,
really
señor.
built on Jacob's Ladder, and basically going through like Dante's Inferno, where you're going through these different levels of like
And
psychology
each
and
time you
hell.
go
Yeah.
more deranged, more crazy about it, and the character doesn't really think if this is real or just hallucinations, and it's really uncomfortable. Some seems so really.
Jacob's
Yes.
Ladder is the shit. Yeah.
The Lighthouse, the Northman. Oh yeah, the Northman.
That's a new one that came out recently. No?
That hasn't
Is it
been
out
released,
yet?
hasn't it?
It's not out yet. I saw the
Okay.
trailer. It looks interesting. Well, my reaction to it is it looks like I read Vinland Saga, so I was like, this looks like Thorfinn and Canute had a baby, and it's just their stories merged.
I'm a
But
little
looks
I'm a
good.
little curious now. Did the guy who did Hereditary also do The Witch? Are we confusing him with someone else, Hans? Let me see.
People are just throwing movie names out in the chat. Let's see.
Because the lighthouse,
Jacob's
the
Need
lighthouse
some
was
time.
The Lighthouse, Hellraiser's License, sadly. Midsummer? The Witch
Robert
director? As
Eggers.
the same as The Witch?
Ari Aster did Midsummer.
The Lighthouse, The Witch, The Northman,
Oh, wow. Okay.
and
Wow.
not okay. Gonna do one of Nosferatu.
That- it's possible that I'm confusing Hereditary with Midsummer because they came out at the same time.
Kind
I haven't
of.
saw that.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. So he did Hereditary, Midsummer, and Disappointment Boulevard. He did not do The Witch. The guy who did The Witch is actually the guy from New England. Remember? I remember.
Yeah. Honestly, I don't know. There's not
That's
a lot
true.
of, like, horror that sticks with me. I don't know what's wrong with me. I'm just, like, rather unflappable, I guess. But The Eclipse is bad. Because they make you care about the character so much.
The way it's supposed to, right? The way you're supposed to do
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
There was a book or something recently that I was complaining about that they ended up killing off like the characters like really early on in the story, and I was just like, we don't care yet.
Yeah.
There was no point in killing them off here. Like the impact that you were trying to go for doesn't work.
Yeah.
So,
We need to
by the
build more
way,
moments for the
we are not afraid to kill characters. So
Oh, yeah.
don't get too attached.
Yeah.
No,
because they are
get
going to
attached.
drop. Oh, get very attached. They want
You
me
should get
watch
it.
me pull at your heartstrings.
Yeah. I don't know, you can't
Encariñense.
control if someone, you want people to get attached, because then the impact is harder, but you
Far
need, like,
better.
the key isn't to not get attached, it's to have a reason to continue reading afterwards.
Very
Think,
true.
yeah, the Red Wedding, I mean, the Eclipse and the Red Wedding, it's because you care, those instances work because you care about the characters.
The Red Wedding is definitely something.
That's painful. That's painful. I was talking to some people I'm working with about like, well, possibly killing some characters later on. I'm definitely going to be killing some people, but like I was like debating who to kill. And like someone I'm working with was commenting that, you know, well, you're fridging your character. I was like, I don't care if it comes across as that way. If the story makes sense and the character's arc is over and they would benefit the story more from being dead, and it makes sense for them to be dead, then I'm going to kill people.
I mean, I'll be
you
honest.
need there to be stakes.
I was gonna say your story gives me a little bit of a Berserk vibe.
Oh yeah, I love Berserk. I'm not hiding it.
Yeah.
There's some.
Yeah.
Like front and center.
Yeah.
So I think I think you getting some characters knocked off is gonna help push the story a little bit further, right?
Oh
And I
yeah.
think it definitely keeps people reading because it just one thing that the only mistake, and not a mistake, but the only thing I regret about having like a titular main character like Alexander is that I technically can't kill him because then the story can't really progress, you know. So we know that Alexander is going to be around. But one thing that we're doing is that everybody around Alexander is not safe.
Uh-huh.
And
So-
also, you're making them
Right.
compelling characters that. Oh, that also works.
Sorry, Blingo. You're eternal pincushion. Yup. I mean, that's kind of the thing with like having a main character that's that pivotal to the story. But what you can do is fuck them up real good.
He gets plenty fucked.
Yeah, because the point is to have stakes to the story. So, I'm gonna be doing some shit to my lead
else?
characters.
Yeah, and I
Yvonne,
think-
you know about it.
Yeah, it's gonna be
I'm
gnarly.
really excited. There are certain things I'm doing. I don't think I see people do that a lot. It's like some huge handicaps and some like really fucked up shit. So I'm
I
excited.
mean, authors tend to be really caring about that, giving that plot armor to their characters. Not a lot of them take risk like you're about to do.
Yeah. I think another way that you enhance the stakes in a with a character that you know technically you can't kill off is that their actions have consequences that reverberate through the story and it affects all the characters that you like, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
like, you know, if you know whatever decisions, you know, I'll use Batman as an example, have an effect on like Robin.
Fuck that, man. Use Alexander as an example.
I don't want to
But
get
then-
into spoilers.
Oh dang it!
Yeah.
I mean, we're almost 3 hours in, Hans. Give him a little bit.
Yeah, look at all these people who have been sitting with us for all this time. Just a little bit of just a smidgen.
It's
I'll forgive you. Go
It's
ahead.
not that bad. You have permission.
If you do it, I have plausible deniability. I could say that he doesn't know what he's
I'm
talking
okay.
about.
Yeah. It's fine.
Well, it's like I'll say it's like the first trailer, right? You know, everything hinders on Alexander's ability to perform and work, and his transformation has a cost that inevitably, you know, we will see that kind of spread out throughout the story.
All right. Well, those are the best kind of like seeing consequences come back. That is so satisfying on multiple levels because it makes the world it adds stakes to your story, but also makes the world feel real. Because it
continuation.
seems like there's logical consistency is also very important.
So another thing that I could say, right, and here's a little bit more of a spoiler is, and we allude to it in the first trailer, is the VeilGuard depends heavily on Alexander. And what happens when Alexander can no longer deliver on all this, you know, can no longer carry the weight that they've put on him? Right? Like, how does the VeilGuard in turn react to it? And basically, what is the outcome of sort of some of the decisions that Alexander's going to have to make in the future? So I think that's how we're in turn, since we know we can't just kill off the character in the middle of a story arc, right? Because he is the titular lead. So we've made certain things like that where it's like, okay, now his decisions, as Hans mentioned, reverberate across the whole magical sort of society. So and then people will either live or die because of what he's doing.
Mm-hmm.
And to answer Alex, no, it is not going to be a repeat of the Clone Saga. He is not a Ben. There's no Ben Riley.
Oh God. I mean, are you sure? That was so great. You don't want to just rip off what they did?
No, if we rip anybody off, it's maybe who would I rip off?
Who would you rip off?
That's a good question. Who would I rip off? HP, who do you think I would rip off?
Decisions.
Somewhere between I forget the writer Vagabond.
Vagabond?
Yeah.
Takehiko Inoue?
Yeah, I got that like a bunch of volumes up there.
What is there to rip off other than the art? I'm sorry, I'm very disdainful of this goddamn crawling story that doesn't go anywhere. He's mad. He's mad. Plus, he's like, "Bitch, what'd you say?"
No. I'm like,
grabs his books like.
I know.
So here's the thing, HP. Why do you think it would be the writer of Vagabond? And maybe we can sort of determine.
Well, I think the basically it's a character, a character without a home. You know, it's like that kind of lone character whose responsibility has been thrust upon him, and he has to kind of live up to that to that ideal, and because the artwork, especially I think you've mentioned a lot of times, like that's something you were going for. I'm not gonna spoil anything else, but but kind of that style and is what I think, especially with Adrian, is like what we're going for. Right?
And you know what's funny? I think you might actually be referring in general to Graves of Hono G, which, spoiler, I just gave you guys the title of our future book.
Oh, it's actually something else.
Was it something else?
Yeah.
What?
It's something else that's connected tangentially to VeilWalker.
Say it.
Just say it, bro. What is it?
No, you can't. I can't. Don't do it. Don't do it. You can't. It's important.
Say it. I mean, I don't know
I
what
can't.
I'm talking about.
I'm
so lost.
Tell me in code what you're referring to.
Why would you do this to me?
Tell me in code what you're referring to, and I'll give you a heads up if we can say it or not.
You have a private chat, so I'll know and nobody else will.
Oh, exactly. You guys need to promise not to say what it is, though.
I won't.
Let's say, what do cigarettes produce, and what is the power of the globes in the cards? Don't say it out loud. Don't say it out loud.
Yeah, no, he's right. Yeah, we can't. No, never mind. He's right. Sorry, guys. I totally teased you. I put the tip in and pulled it right back out. My bad.
Dang it! Chad, I so sincerely apologize. You guys are all here for a night of blue balling.
That's the essence of all good horror. You just blue ball throughout the story until the climax.
I don't think that's how it works.
That's totally how it works.
You're supposed to have ongoing tension, like blue balling implies disappointment and discomfort.
No, blue balling is part of the tension.
Cool.
Yeah, it depends how long the blue ball.
I wouldn't know, so whatever. I'll take your word for it.
We would have questions if you did know.
Right. Well, you never know. It is 2022. Be open-minded, everybody.
Very true.
It's nefarious. I mean, it's not a king shame thing. It's not what we're talking about, Yvonne. What's up, Neff? Yo.
We love Neff here. Neff has been instrumental into some things that we're working on in the future. We're currently developing hand in hand, me, him, and HP here. And expect big things from us and just a little group that we're putting together. One thing that we really wanted to do is we believe that there is strength in union, and there's a lot of little subsects forming in sort of Comicsgate and indie comics as a whole. And one thing we want to do is we want to provide and I guess this is giving a hint at what we might be working on. We want to provide a platform for everyone to sort of put their work on and really come together. So there's some stuff going on. You guys are all invited to. I just can't tell you exactly what it is yet.
Okay. I was
More
about to
blue
dig
balls.
into exactly what it is.
More blue balls.
Fine.
That's
I
what
know.
do.
There's
I am-
so much speaking in codes tonight. It's like, let me get to the bottom of this thing. Tell me more. This is fascinating. It's like, well, you'll find out in about like 20 months.
I am
Cool.
a serial teaser.
Right.
That's what I do. I'm sorry.
Wow. Well, I tried. We're going on 3 hours. Maybe if I brought some alcohol into this chat, this would be more productive, and we get some more information out of you.
I actually give up less information when I'm drunk. I have taught myself to do so.
Do you get like? Are you like just more paranoid because you feel like you have less control, so you don't talk as much?
No, not paranoid. It's just that usually when I'm a little drunk and they're a little drunk, they start asking me, "Where do you live? What's your full name? Can I see you tomorrow?" And I'm like, "No,
you're not getting out of that.
Oh, right. Yeah.
I'm not getting any of that information."
No, I just get creative. I just start making stuff up.
Right. Yeah. I think that makes sense.
Listen, Stephan, listen. What if? Wait, listen to me. What if Alexander has a fucking magical unicorn? No. Let me tell you about this goddamn unicorn. This fucking unicorn.
Unicorn
I don't know.
or
For some reason, this
unicorn?
unicorn has machine guns.
What if he can
Imagine.
transform into a unicorn?
Yes. What if the machine gun?
What if the
transforms into a
unicorn hides in his hair?
What if the machine gun is
What?
his
I don't know. You want us to get creative.
That is- I don't think Alexander needs machine guns. There's another character in the story who might use guns, magical guns.
Magical guns. I like that
Yeah.
idea.
Actually,
Oh,
you guys have seen them.
really?
Yeah, they're my
What's
avatar. You're looking at.
You're looking at them.
I can't see. It's too small.
Here.
Oh, okay.
That's what she said.
Ah. And now it's big. Ah, that's what she said.
That's what she said.
Cool. I love those sketches. Those look really great. Oh, it's
Here, I
from the
Yeah.
book.
Let me see if I can
Yeah. I like it.
let me focus it right
It's
there.
really,
So basically, HP,
Satani.
go ahead and tell them about the Satani.
I don't know if we should because they need to buy that book
Can you
first.
screenshot this right now so we can read
too late.
this.
So basically, along with Alexander being an inquisitor, let's just say there's a certain, for example, I think we mentioned before that there's types of mana sensitive and mana capable, and this magic Illuminati, they have a stranglehold and they control the lives of those who are mana capable, and so.
No comment.
Yeah. So when you think, and I'll put this in a way without also spoiling, is if you read Harry Potter, you have the Ministry of Magic. Now imagine if the Ministry of Magic had a Navy SEAL team that will go after you if you step out of line. That specifically deals with those who have heightened abilities.
So, like a magical world that's not written for 12-year-olds?
Basically.
No. Cool. That sounds nice because Harry Potter is insufferable.
Yeah, one thing when we were initially coming up with like the VeilWalker and we wanted to like give people an example of what we were doing, it was like if you take Spawn, The Sopranos, and like the good parts of Harry Potter and mix it in a blender, you're basically getting the VeilWalker universe.
Okay.
So yeah, it's like with
With a dash of Witcher, I think you
with
mentioned.
with a big
With a
dash of The Witcher, you know,
and a little Lovecraft.
little Lovecraft. So there's a lot of influences, but yeah. So
Little
this is basically like the magical mafia, you know, and then like
Yeah.
this magical sort of, as he mentioned, like a magical Navy SEALs team, right? Instead of going after what was the guy's name, Osama bin Laden, like you're going after certain people who weren't
his
following
magic.
the rules.
You know, this. You guys mentioned that people are comparing him to Constantine. Actually, that's not what I thought of. The first thing I thought it was like, because I read that there's like a magical organization, and it's like, it seems to be keeping people in line who had magical powers. I thought of the John Wick movie and that sort of underground organization of assassins.
Didn't I say
really
that
well
not too long
structured.
ago, HP?
Yeah, I think so, sort of. Yeah.
I had mentioned that.
Ha
So-
ha 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 ha
Yeah.
ha.
See, we're on the same wavelengths here.
Yeah. Ooh.
That also answers the question of who you will take from.
There you go, right? Even
Right.
though in my defense,
Mm-hmm.
the VeilWalker came before the John Wick movies.
Ooh.
Don't you hate it when that happens when like you've been working
You
on
have
this
a
thing for
concept
like
and-
4 years when something else comes out that's similar, but it's like no, my idea's better and I totally started it before this other thing. God damn it.
But actually, yeah, you know what? That is sort of the best example is John Wick with magic.
There you go.
It's
Yeah, that's.
kind of what it is.
You should sell it like that. It'll be with John Wick
Uh-huh.
with magic and
Shit,
Lovecraftian
they
magic.
even both wear a suit.
Yeah,
That's what we're doing for the next campaign, HP.
do
We're
it.
What if John
Uh,
Wick had magic? Here you go.
Someone-
We
someone
answered
kills
that
I
question.
think that would
Someone kills
sell.
Alexander's dog.
It's a kiwi, imagine.
Yeah. No, Kiwi. Don't.
Where is Kiwi? I kicked him out of the room because he wanted to play and I haven't seen him in a while.
Oh, I'll play with him. Send him to me. I'll play with him. Now go sell us for $10. Says I shouldn't even be drinking and drawing. Do you guys mind if I start drawing? You guys don't have to stay, but you know, since
What hours?
I have been super chatted, so I will try to stay as long as possible, and I will start drawing.
I will stay a little longer. I'll see you start drawing. We'll give you a Kiwi another guest appearance here, and
Hey, who's Kiwi?
and then we'll have to.
No,
have to
you
bow
haven't
out.
been Kiwi. You'll not show us a Kiwi.
He's just calling him.
He is super mad at me right now because
Why?
I kicked him out of the office for a
Oh,
while. So he
well,
didn't-
you have to go play
so-
with him. Yeah, you don't have to stay. I told you we are gonna go long, and now I wasn't gonna go till midnight, but I've gotten like 5 chats from, well, mostly just from Down Go Solo, but I'm gonna just, like, if I leave the stream, I'm just gonna draw anyway, so I will stay. Why not?
I got a few things to color, so.
Yeah, this will now morph into a draw stream. Let's
think we're
see.
flexible.
I love my chat. Well,
Maybe fast with that glowing.
I
hand.
think this is an
Where did
important
that came
question to
from?
answer.
Well, let's just say there's special spells that they have for that.
Have you seen it?
Aw,
Oh, hello, Kiwi. He looks a little disgruntled. It's okay. Don't be mad. It's all my fault. You can blame me. Don't blame your
like,
human.
who,
Oh.
who awoke me from my nap?
I love corgi. Okay, I'm definitely getting a corgi now. Somebody get me a corgi! Oh my god!
I can actually see you with that. You already have those little cups. That from
The
that.
what?
is
I
just
have like a bunch of corgi merch. Like I'm serious. It's like turning into. I think I just need to get like a real
He
one.
does not want to look at the fucking camera.
He's like,
like, no,
fuck you. Hello, baby.
you don't deserve the corgi.
Oh, it's so fluffy. Cute. I want
Oh, what
one.
age is he?
He's not even a year old. He's 10
Oh,
months.
it's still pup. Ah, that's so cute.
I'm gonna take this cursed comment off while we have this adorable innocent thing on camera. Hold on.
Irene, survive.
I will
Don't choke on
survive.
cuteness.
No, I will survive. I'm not gonna die. He looks rather either out of it or really disgruntled. I'm sorry, Kiwi. I kept you away from your human.
It's cool. He'll be alright.
Oh, he's adorable. Looks like a good
Listen.
dog.
So actually, Kiwi has a Twitter, which he's been, I haven't had him
Oh.
on for a while.
Aw.
But it is Comics Pup. and
Comics Pub.
his purpose in life on Twitter is to be an absolute asshole to me at every opportunity he has.
Oh, okay.
It
He
checks.
asked me to
Okay.
follow
That's
him,
funny.
and he'll be tweeting again.
Okay, I will follow him. I'll look forward to it. Maybe he even says, keep it away from my... I won't hug it to death. I'll just hug it very, very, very enthusiastically. The poor dog wants to play.
He loves
he
cuddles,
wants to
so
play.
anytime.
He wants
He
to
just doesn't want to be on
play.
camera. Look at him.
I know. He's like, oh, go away, you noisy people. Oh my gosh, it's too cute. He's little too.
Adorable.
Yeah.
Just a pup.
Yeah, he's still a little pup. I was like, he's kind of small. Yeah, he's little. Look at his little legs. This is now a doggy ooling stream, everyone. There we go. Thank you, Doggo Solo.
Right in the
Yay!
feels.
Everybody follow Comics Pub. Oh, name is Starcon. I already have some names lined. I have some names, but sadly it's not Starcon. But I will take. Maybe if I get like multiple dogs, I'll have like a herd of corgi because I have like a gigantic. I have a space for it now. I'll just have like a small gaggle of them.
So what kind of sucks is here in Orlando, I have a house, right? So I kind of have the space for multiple dogs, but due to my ungrateful day job, I have to transfer to Miami, which means I have to go into an apartment now.
Oh.
So there's going to be less room for more dogs. So Kiwi is pretty much it for now.
Aww, that sucks.
Kiwi.
Yeah, I love animals, but I never I moved around a lot. I used to move like once every single year, but also I just always lived in apartments, and I don't know. I grew up in an apartment, city girl, and now I finally have a house, so I'm like, well, I'll finally get some animals. It'll be great. It's my sad, lame ass that just sits at home and draws all day. I could like use some exercise, and you know.
So basically, what you're saying is if Kiwi needs a babysitter, I can totally take him to what is it, Georgia?
Yeah, you can, actually. I will always be here. He is always welcome. Come to me.
No, the problem is, are you gonna get it back?
I was just gonna say.
No! Why did you have to... Yvonne, you're ruining it!
You go back and the house isn't even there. What?
It's like, what the hell happened? She moves the whole house.
No, I would never do that, because Kiwi would be sad. But I'll get a corgi, and Kiwi is always welcome to play with my corgi in my giant yard, and it'll be fun. And I'll make like a little doggy playground, and it'll be awesome. I'll have like obstacle courses, and yeah, it'll
Remember,
be great.
the obstacle courses, they'll be like super low because of their tiny little
I know. Yeah, I will. It'll be like, they're so cute. Anyways, okay. So what? Let's last few words on VeilWalker before I start drawing. What do we miss?
We really didn't miss anything. We've been going for a while.
Yeah, we have.
You pruned us of all the information we could.
I tried. I was like, I'm gonna get some spoilers out of you next time.
You guys actually.
You make centavo.
Yes, you have gotten like every single bit of spoilers that we are like uncomfortably comfortable sharing.
Okay.
And yeah, I mean, back my book or Kiwi gets the hook.
Oh.
What?
Back my book or Kiwi gets the hook.
No! Everybody back the book right now! Dollar Kiwi! Let's see, do we have any more backers? Oh, I saw 110. Oh, well, I'm sure you guys will get more. Yeah. Maybe people will see the stream tomorrow.
Come on.
Yeah, I feel like
this
this campaign seriously should be at more. I feel like you guys have thought so much about this whole project, not just like these couple of books, but again, I love seeing long form projects, and it sounds like from everything that you've been saying, this is long form for a reason because you have it all planned out and you have a very interesting concept and world that you want to show everyone. So I cannot wait to see it.
We'll give you a sneak peek.
Thank you. Send me sneak peeks. Tell me things that nobody else can know. I'll be happy. Oh. I'll do you a cover. Cover, yay.
Yvonne, can she keep secrets?
So far, yeah.
Okay.
See? There.
So you will work for spoilers.
Good job, Yvonne.
She will
I
work for
will work for spoilers, but also a trailer,
I mean,
maybe.
I mean,
Oh,
I'm
that
a
would be
mercenary,
really
but I
nice.
do appreciate loyalty. So yeah, she can.
I mean, but loyalty is fucking important because I've dealt with too many unloyal people to not be loyal myself.
I have a question, and this is something I've gotten asked before, and I actually made a post about it not too long ago. And everybody on the panel needs to answer this, and even in the chat before I actually give the answer.
Ooh,
Would you prefer
alright.
loyalty, or would you prefer respect?
That is a hard question.
HP, you've
Because
seen me
respect
give
can
the
go
answer,
both at the
right?
same time.
Is HP there? You there?
No, I'm here. Oh, you're asking me or what your answer?
No. Have you seen me give the? Because I've given the answer to this, or at least what my
Yeah.
answer would be. You've seen. Okay, so
How-
HP can't give the answer.
What I would ask first is, I think you have to clarify those terms because how can you be loyal to someone if you don't respect them?
Yeah, and loyalty could be just because of resources, or it could be because someone is interested in uh, something that benefits that person. It's not necessarily a sort of respect. With respect, you get loyalty.
At least, so that see, you have the counter question, right? So me and Irene are on the same page. I think I'm not sure about HP. So for me, is how can you be loyal to someone you don't respect?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because if you're doing something for your own benefit, at that point, it's really not loyalty. You're just doing it for yourself.
I agree. I don't think that's loyalty if you're just, it's doing something because that's still selfishness. Like, I think
Right.
loyalty is.
Yeah.
But you could
How do you-
respect someone and still betray them.
Yes. You can respect your enemy.
Right?
Yes, that is important.
So at least for me, the answer is loyalty, because loyalty gets you both. You can't be loyal to someone you don't respect.
I hate being betrayed, though, because, I mean, being respected is important, but first of all, you can't be, like, how do you define loyalty? Because it's not just, like, right, if you're helping someone, just like Yvonne said, to get some sort of benefit, then that's not true loyalty, because once that person isn't going to give you a benefit, they'll turn your back on you. And loyalty is, I don't know, it's something deeper, right? It's like ride or die,
Yeah.
and you keep your promises because
Yeah.
you respect them.
Yeah. And this is getting way too philosophical now. Let's draw.
I mean, but I like it. We've been like kind of shooting the shit, but I like these kinds of discussions.
This needs more coal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you have to be loyal to, I respect, but loyal to someone who's worthy of that loyalty, right? The character. That's like the basic, birds. I think what the saying goes, like birds of a feather flock together, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so, respect, I think, comes from the exchange of two parties, two people who have a strong character, and because of that bond, then that loyalty just becomes like, I have your back, you have my back, and out of that, respect is born out of the things you value in the other person.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, respect. I mean, respect can be many things. It can be capability, honor, courage.
Right? Like
It
if
can
we
be
go into like
admiration
the
even.
weebery, right? It could be admiration. Like if we go into weebery stuff, right? I'm not
You're all
sure.
wrong.
Forget it, Willa.
Let's say this, right? And
Fear can be
and I'll-
overcome.
Very true. I would say Naruto. Anybody like a big fan of Naruto and watched that growing up? Or read still?
I read the manga
No, they lost
halfway
me.
through.
Halfway through. So here, I'll say this. In Naruto, there was a particular group of ninja that had a run-on-sight order. Basically, during the Great Ninja War, if you saw this group of ninja, you were ordered to run.
Mm-hmm.
And basically, that was like respect. But they weren't loyal to them, but they
Mhm.
respect them enough to know that these guys are extremely capable. So we need to dip the fuck out of here.
Mm-hmm.
So right, that kind of goes into my thing, where it's like you can respect someone, but you don't have to be loyal to them. Where loyalty absolutely needs to have some type of respect.
It's getting deep over
getting
here.
deep.
Yeah, it's some
And I mean,
Down Goes
I do
Solo
agree
was
with something that
asking.
Rini said that it's even in between enemies, you can respect each other, and that
Hmm.
comes
Oh
also from
yeah.
form of admiration. And the simple thing that it's like, okay, you're gonna be a shit person, at least be a shit person to my face.
I think
This
a
is what we
true nemesis has to be someone that you respect because it's your match.
Yeah,
And
otherwise just a petty son of a gun.
So I wanted to say something. We're actually only half an hour away from 12 o'clock, and you're about to start drawing,
oh
right?
yeah, I'm just gonna doodle a little bit. We kept on talking for a bit, but
So what I was going to do is I was going to step away for a second and feed Corgi because he seems to have the midnight munchies, and then I was going to be
Oh.
right back if you guys wanted to hold it down.
Oh, okay, sure, yeah.
Okay.
That sounds good.
Yeah.
In the meantime, while I pull up Photoshop, Yvonne, why didn't you answer this question?
I mean, are you asking me or are you asking Irene about my secrets?
What are Yvonne's? Oh, right. Are you asking me about his Oh, right. About the whole "do I keep secrets" thing. I thought you were asking him. Why would I? I don't know his secrets. Why would I know? Ask him.
I think they want to know why you're a good dice roller.
Oh, right. Yeah. Oh no, we don't really see his dice. I'm just kidding.
Oh, come on.
I
Told you the
know.
numbers and all.
I
You
know.
didn't
No,
correct me on the
you
math.
will. You literally will like show your camera because your computer is too shit to roll digitally. So you always roll, but you pull his camera down. He's like,
was
"I
the last
swear, I got
computer
a nat
of
20
mine told you."
again for the third time."
That was the old PC, I'm telling you.
Wait, or you will
This one is
tell
not
us
so shit.
you will tell us the dice you rolled and have us do the math for you because that's apparently how this game works. Okay.
The
All
pad
right.
abuse resistance.
Is that what it is? Wow.
Uh,
I mean, these aren't secrets. I'm just telling everybody what they've already seen on our Pathfinder streams.
Yeah. But on a side note, one thing I did actually find out, I actually met because there's a casino near Boston that they opened, and I ended up meeting one of the guys who works for security, and he told me how like, now I didn't know this. The casino dice are a specific type of dice that they measure just like specifically so that it's even. Because if you don't, there's some dice that will tend to fall on. They're not. So there's some polyhedrals that won't give an actual equal outcome. Like it has to be measured, and like for every dice that they roll, they actually toss them away and they bring in a new.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Huh? It's
So
that exact.
Yeah, so they don't let no one keep the same dice. So and every time they have I think I forgot the name of the person that's in charge of the game, the handler. Like they have another set of dice that have been measured and haven't been touched by anybody else to give to the player. So they'll go through hundreds and hundreds, thousands of dice per day and per week.
Holy shit! I
yeah,
did
they
not
throw
know
a lot
that.
of those.
Huh?
And they actually like change it even when there's some doubt inside the table. They just like go call security and they will change out those set of dice. From what I've seen
Yeah.
on Las
Yeah.
Vegas like documentaries and all, they're like
Crazy.
really zealous about that, and also because they have behind them regulatory agencies that are like eyes on with those practices, and there is something
Yup.
suspicious about dices inside that company. The fines with that are just ridiculous. It's just a
Oh
ton of
yeah,
money.
I bet. You know, it's funny. I haven't seen a lot of comics and stuff that take place in casinos. Like, imagine the kind of crazy shit that takes place behind the scenes in casinos. Damn, that would be a really interesting
Yeah.
franchise, wouldn't it?
Funny
It's a lot of
story. I
interest.
only use casinos out to go to the bathroom when I'm drinking over there. It's free.
Okay. Well, I've never been to Vegas, but I have worked in casino games. I'm not into gambling, but I don't know. I bet I can like find out some shit if I ask around.
Yeah, going out, if you're getting in the street, you really can't do nothing in public. So you go out and seek one of those, and you say like, yeah, I'll play some. You just go to the bathroom and come out, and it's easier that way.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. There you go. I've been in a casino like all of once, and it was like a really huge one in Oklahoma. All I remember is just like it stank of smoke. It was just like smoke, and it was like gigantic. You could definitely tell it was like the layout was orchestrated to make you want to just like stay there forever. It was like really confusing and dark. It's like you couldn't find your way out, basically. I know not all casinos I liked it, but this specific one, it was like a Native American casino, something in Winstar or something in Oklahoma, but yeah, it smelled like so much smoke. It was terrible. That's my
you can stay as long as you want.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no really limit.
No, they don't care.
Like,
Yep.
yeah.
They
So
want your money.
there'll be some people that'll be passing out on the slot machines and just leave them.
Oh my god.
Jesus.
Oh my
Okay.
god.
That makes sense with that Simpsons episode that Marge turns out to be a ludopath.
Of course, you had to make a Simpsons reference.
Well,
It wouldn't be a day. It wouldn't be a day without talking to Yvonne if he didn't make a Simpsons reference. Oh, by the way, this is the page I'm working on. Let me see. I was working on this the last drawing stream, I think. But here you go.
I'm sorry, it's just very big over here. It's my Latino blood calling out for that.
Right, yeah, Chat, did you know that Simpsons is apparently huge in South America? Like, I don't even know the Simpsons that well, but like all the people I've spoken to from Colombia, I don't know if it's just like because it's your friend circle, but
no,
everyone is like,
in general.
It can't be just your friend circles. We'll have random people from Colombia joining our D&D games, and they'll be like Simpsons quote, and it's like people will know will quote specific episodes and instances. I'm like, how?
I think it's the same way in the Dominican Republic. When I was a kid, we all watched. You know, it was kind of a culture shock when I came to the United States, and like the Japanese cartoons, like Dragon Ball Z, were in English because everybody watched it in Spanish. Like it was like we were all talking about like Goku, oye, es mi pana. Oye. That guy's like awesome. You know. And you'll be surprised. A lot of the work that especially that we're inspired by, it's really popular in South America. Like,
I heard that anime almost came to South America before North America. In a way, I don't know if that is true.
We'll have to corroborate with dates, but
I wouldn't know. I didn't grow up here. Yeah. What's that baguette? Oh,
I noticed
that
you're
Vegeta?
drawing. Vegeta.
Oh!
Vegeta.
I was noting, Rini, you draw in Photoshop, not Illustrator?
Oh, yeah, Photoshop. Well, Illustrator is vector work.
Because I know some artists, I mean, that don't use like Clip Studio or Manga. It used to be called Manga Studio.
Yeah.
But they like using Illustrator because you can fool around with the line thickness and there's a little bit more maneuverability than Photoshop.
It depends.
I mean, Illustrator is strictly vector, though. And, like, I want a program where I can feel like I'm almost as close to drawing on paper as possible. Like, that fits my style, specifically for Fiendish, because I'm trying to get as natural and rough as possible. And if I was doing, like, there are some styles that Illustrator would work with, but it just, not for what I'm doing, and also Illustrator is, I don't know, it's not a very natural way of drawing.
Yeah, I mean, unless the work incorporates a lot of lettering and text boxes or anything that resembles forms that need to be vector, or just because it needs to be printed in very large formats, I don't know. I wouldn't really draw over there.
Yeah, like a comic, not really. Like a poster, yeah. Posters, logo designs. Right, it's like just because it's called Illustrator doesn't mean it's like the really stupid. I don't know why they named these programs this way. Like Illustrator is not just like for illustrations. Illustrator is like all vector work and like layout work. It's really great for like vector posters and logo designs. Yeah, you want to use illustrators. Lettering is best done in Illustrator, and because you want to do your lettering in vector as well. But Photoshop is out of the Adobe programs. Photoshop is the best for drawing.
Because actually, it's funny because me and Stephan, like we're actually the polar opposites. He loves Illustrator and hates Photoshop, and I love Photoshop and Illustrator. I can take it or leave it.
Yeah, I'm just not that familiar with Illustrator. I've had to learn some of it just for work, but I'm more of a fan of Photoshop because most of what I do is a bitmap drawing.
Because I do like the little bit of like coloring that I have done is I just prefer Photoshop 100%.
Yeah, you want to color in Photoshop, dude. I can't even imagine coloring Illustrator. That'd be weird.
It's just used for some instances.
Yeah, Illustrator is very much like logo corporate design. It's not very well suited for comics unless you're just making the logo of a comic.
Or some elements like the boxes of the panels.
You can do that in Photoshop too. Like Photoshop is, I like using vector to a certain extent, and probably actually a lot more than a lot of other comic artists because it's like, like casino game art training and stuff. But still, most of those vector needs are met by Photoshop. Like these panel borders, this is vector, and if I'm making guides and curves or grids, you can do that in vector in Photoshop. It's just anything complicated. Like Illustrator takes vector to a whole different level. Like you can draw a vector stroke, like a path, and then stroke it with a type, like sort of a pen. Like Photoshop can't do that. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you can set the stroke to like a type of like gritty pen or something, and then adjust the thickness. But in Photoshop, it's always just like a clean line. And that's cool, but I would never want to draw in Illustrator.
Is this my cover?
Yeah! This looks like Alexander, right?
Yeah,
There it is.
Yeah.
Alexander.
Already hands on deck.
The origin story.
There you go.
Origin story. Yeah, he's actually like 5 million years old, and this is the past. The ancient world. Yeah. We're talking about Illustrator versus Photoshop.
Let me just eat my chicken because my face is giving me away.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this is a flashback page. Well, sort of, not really. I have the characters like talking about their past, and I don't know. Like, you guys ever run into those sort of? Do you guys ever get a little worried, or if you have a scene where the characters are? It's more about like character development. If you have like a section in the story and you're not doing all action, I don't know, for some reason I get really paranoid when I'm not doing action or I'm doing like character development work, because I hear so many people talking about they want action, but I was like, I have action in every single book, but I also like the characters are really, really important, and I want people to get to know them because I feel like they're what like this characters carry the story.
No, yeah, I guess. Oh, you were gonna say?
Well, no, go ahead, HP. I'm eating. Go ahead.
Now I'm hungry. I haven't eaten all day.
Okay, go ahead and get some food.
No, all the places are closed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Boston is a sleepy city.
Oh,
Seriously?
Yeah.
that's lame.
It's not like New York where like you can find like a hole in the wall where you can buy sandwiches at 2 a.m.
Yeah,
Like here, everyone goes to sleep like at 9 or 10.
Sheesh.
Yeah, McDonald's and Burger King are open. I'm not. I'm trying to watch my figure. I'm trying to stay circular.
Wait, you're trying to stay circular?
Yeah,
That's a shape.
yeah, that's a shape.
That's okay. So what's worse than that? Like
A pear.
Oh, okay.
A pear or just a straight blob?
amorphous? That's the next level.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah, I don't want to go into those deeper levels. I want to stay with it. I'm
Okay.
perfectly symmetrical.
All right, I understand.
But No, I was talking about even in a story, even in a panel where it's just two characters talking or having a dialogue, you can still convey motion that's not really sort of like action oriented. Like you
Yeah.
can still make it interesting.
Oh yeah, you
So
want to make
it's
it
not,
interesting.
yeah. So it's like not really an end. Like no one's head needs to be decapitated at every panel. But it's sort of like basically like an arc in a story. You know, you start off and every conversation is just like that. There's like a rising action, and that whatever conversation's happening on the page reflects that action. So at every given panel, I think that's what one of the things we try to convey in our books is something's either happening or something's like kind of interesting. You know, not saying that you can't have like talking heads. Like I think there's a panel where there's in the book where there's like teenagers talking, but the way we had it, it's that it's the panels aren't being engaged by the dialogue that Alexander's giving. I think Stephan, you know that scene where he's interrogating the kids. Yeah, so there's a play in the way your eyes will move into the panel, and so it's like a way to engage people by just using panel play and the words.
I mean, we can just show people. Give me a sec, because I don't want to touch. I got greasy fingers now, and I don't want to touch the hollow foils with my greasy fingers. So let me grab a different book.
Okay. Well, I mean, no, it's not about like making talking scenes interesting. Is not. It's not. I guess it's not easy, but it's not hard. It's not like something that, you know. I'm asking. Do you guys ever? I guess the answer is no. Then, if you worry about like.
What is the question?
Not constantly having action.
So here's the thing, and it was a worry of mine early on, and HP can attest to this, where I was like, dude, do we have enough stabby, stab, right? And eventually I had to come to terms that I was like, dude, we're writing a paranormal thriller, murder mystery. Like we're not gonna have action on every single panel. So what we did is we tried to make it as interesting as possible. So there's an opening sequence, like the first like 8 pages are something that really has nothing to do, technically, at least at first glance, has nothing to do with the story. But it's an action sequence. So it's kind of like, the way I look at it, it was like a James Bond cold open, where like every single James Bond movie opens up on action. If maybe you guys haven't noticed that, but it does. So we did that. We got sort of the action out of the way. We gave you guys a glimpse into a few things, and we told a story with that action. And there's a bit of a spoiler, but there's going to be a reaction to what happened in that action sequence in the beginning, right? There's a consequence to it. Mm-hmm. But no, for the most part, we just kind of went in and we know what type of story we're trying to tell, and the action is only when absolutely necessary.
Interesting. Well, it sounds like it's a matter of being secure in your work. Or having
the story you're trying to tell.
Or having like positive audience feedback also helps, because it's a little hard when your book isn't out yet and you don't know if people will like it.
You know, one thing I like to say is here in the space that we're currently residing in regards to comics, we're not selling to a bunch of 10-year-olds. Right? These are adults that we're selling our books to. And I think they can appreciate a good story, right? Because the issue is that a lot of what they're getting from the mainstream is just a bunch of crappy story or just a bunch of action scenes that are tailor-made for
playing the readers.
Right, you know, so we need to trust that our readers are mature enough to appreciate, you know, the story that we're trying to read for them, and these sort of more dialogue focused scenes or character focused or character building scenes are absolutely necessary. So girl, you go ahead and you leave that worry behind, because these people are smart and they're going to appreciate it.
I mean, I'm going to do it anyways, because, you know, I'm going to tell the story.
She's like, regardless of what the fuck you say, Stephan, I'm still doing it.
Well, no, thank you for the vote of confidence. All right. I was just asking for some, like, camaraderie, but then he's like, I don't got that problem. Are you crazy? I'm like, okay, fine then.
No, I had it. I told you, I had it initially. HP can attest. He was the one who was like, Stephan, you don't need any more action here, bro.
Yeah. No,
Yeah,
that's
it's
good to hear.
the best type of action is the one. I mean, the reason why John Wick, we were talking about John Wick, is that it fits within the world. Like things are not happening just because they're not, right? And everything just flows well. And I think the action that we have in the book, there's a context to that action, because the worst thing you can have is action without context or even consequences to anything that's happening in the story, and it just becomes eye candy, you know. And my favorite action movies, I mean, I love Die Hard. And so
Yeah.
Die Hard, there's a
Best Christmas movie.
yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely, it's a Christmas movie. Anyone who says otherwise cannot be trusted.
Cool. Yeah.
I'm
Those
just
are
kidding.
dumb readers.
Yeah.
Well, damn.
But there's scenes like where he's either killing some dude or he's crawling through a vent, but everything serves like the story of him trying to survive.
Right. That's true. That's true.
Yeah, it's like the reason why like I can watch Die Hard a million times. I can't watch a Michael Bay movie for more than 20 minutes without getting tired, because you're just getting bombarded with just images and explosions that are just happening. So it's just like the bombardment of the senses, really, like sensory overload. So there's no depth to it.
But
Right,
Rainey,
well,
let
there's
me
no
flip
meat to
this.
it.
Let me flip this around on you. Are you ever
Ooh.
worried that there's too much action in your story?
Yeah, because I don't want to do action that has no meaning to it.
So
I think I'm more worried about the other, the flip side of that, because I hear so many people complain about we want more action in our comics, but sometimes I like to write comics without that much action.
I think those complaints are coming from their experience with the mainstream,
Right.
where the story building, the character building, and the plot that they're trying to drive is just something they're not interested in for X or Y reason. So that's why they're like, take the shit out of my book and just give me more action.
Right.
Right? At least hopefully what we're trying to do over here on our end is we're actually telling a good story that has meaning and everybody can value.
Right.
So I don't think it applies to us.
Right. Well, that's
And the
comforting
chat
to
can
hear.
tell us, you know?
Yeah, like our favorite Batman stories are the ones where he's being a detective, right? You know, and him having that play with the Joker. It's not necessarily every time he's punching a dude, you know.
Long Halloween, one of the best books, you know? That's more of a detective tale.
Yeah.
Good point. Good point. Oh, Ryan Johnson, do you guys hide things in your art like some artists do?
If you're referring to Rob Liefeld and feet, then yes, most definitely.
I think is he referring to like the subtle things like the sex in the sky of Lion
Oh, you mean
King?
like the
is that what he's
little
referring
little
to?
mermaid
Yeah.
penises?
Yeah. You guys ever do that?
Personally, I don't draw, but at some point, will we start dropping Easter eggs in the background of the stories, and I'll have like the artist do it? Yeah, potentially. We'll have.
I
something.
do hide signatures. My signatures, like in other places, there's at least 2 or 3.
That doesn't count. It's just your signature. You're supposed to. Why would you hide it? You want
okay,
people to
okay.
see your fucking signature. Okay. I won't be judgmental. No, I don't really hide stuff. I'll like some things in the background, I guess, but I don't know. Now I should. Now you're giving me ideas. I should hide stuff more. Not particularly. I need to be more creative.
Question, Rainey, do you draw off screen, or are you using like one of those screen tablets?
Oh, I'm using one of the screen tablets. This is a Cintiq. It's like a 22-inch Cintiq. It's not the more. It's like the cheaper one. It's the one without the side buttons for any of the artists out there, and honestly, I think it's good enough.
Hotkeys.
I never used the hotkeys.
Oh, you don't use the remote?
No. I like a keyboard. I have like a tiny mini Bluetooth keyboard, and I like having the full keyboard. I know, like I think most artists like having hotkeys, but I hate it. I don't know why.
When I do draw, I just draw on my iPad Pro with Procreate.
Right, I heard Procreate is really good, and I saw I saw, I think Eric Canedia just uses Procreate for everything now, and like it looks like real art. The pens are so good.
It's super simplified. It is everything you get from, well, not everything, but it was a lot of what you get from Photoshop, just simplified and to the point, right? It is art focused. So you have all the pencils, you have all the pens, you have select tools. You can even animate now on Procreate.
Oh wow.
So if you draw it in layers, if you draw things in layers and they change, there's a section for you to go ahead and give it like you basically animate it like a GIF. So it's not like you can make like a full anime out of it. But if you want to, like on your campaign, right, if you want to have the trailer, or not the trailer, but your cover, maybe it has like a little campfire. If you want to animate the fire and some light bouncing off of your characters on your campaign page, you can do that. So it's the tool that if I were a full-time artist, that's what I would use.
Oh wow, that's crazy, man. I'm so mad that thing is only on an iPad because I don't use Apple at all.
Yeah, Stephan
I
has
feel
been
sorry
trying
for
to.
you.
Stefan's been trying to sell me an
you?
iPad for years.
I refuse.
I said no.
I refuse. I mean, half of it is like I don't particularly like Apple, but another half of it is it's just a meme at this point. I have never owned a single Apple product ever.
Good, don't.
So I'm gonna make it my life goal to never ever touch Apple.
Hans, shut the fuck up, says the guy.
No.
I hate Apple garbage.
Says the guy who wants to buy a fucking iPad Pro so he can draw on Procreate.
No.
Oh,
You
shame.
mistake.
Thank you, Chimera. Good night.
You mistake my
I
statement.
will get a
said
beer. I will get a beer now.
If I were to buy an Apple product, it would only be an iPad. That's my thing. But I haven't because
I refuse.
I refuse. Every time I'm close, like maybe I'll buy an iPad. Apple does something schemy and slimy, and I was like, no.
No, stop it. I'll make an Apple sheep out of you yet.
Never. I'm Linux till I die.
I am very persuasive.
Oh, now that's taking it out to the other extreme, man.
Oh no, guys, Rainy's back.
I'm back. What were you guys talking about?
No, estamos hablando de programas de computadora.
¡Hey!
Bueno, yo creo que Linux también
No
puede ser una opción,
fair.
pero se me hace ya muy exagerado irse para ese.
Oh no!
She's just like sit. It's like fuck
Yeah,
that.
she's like.
No, it bubbled up. I almost spilled it. Yay! Beer!
One day you will participate in our conversations this time.
I will. I mean, I'm trying. And
I will say this, and this is also giving a little insight into some things that we're working on. Is there is a whole demographic of people that we are not selling our books to, basically just because they're not in Spanish, or we're not selling it to them in Spanish. So there's definitely some potential there for us to expand our
That is
fan base.
actually a great idea, because over here, as Rini has done, like putting out in other languages, it costs very little, and you can expand upon different markets.
Oh yeah, I am all for indie comics translating and expanding international. I think that because some people have been talking about the fact that we might have I don't think we've hit the cap for the American audience, because that is the primary audience is the United States. I think what needs to happen is we need to expand internationally, so the notoriety kind of like bounce overseas and come back, and we need to the next step would be for indie comics to translate and put out books overseas. And it's not that hard. I think unless you're doing a print run, it's completely possible for an indie creator to do, because a translation for like a 50-60 page book, I'm gonna say costs probably like not 200 250 for the average book.
I would say they do it per word. I used to translate for a company
Me too.
before. They do it per word, and also it depends. Are you getting like a licensed professional, or are you just getting someone that knows Spanish or whatever language?
Yeah.
The price can vary drastically. Oh, I'm a Harvard graduate in Spanish language, linguistics, bullshit, $10,000. Get the fuck out of here.
Right. It's not. It shouldn't cost that much, but also don't get someone that's like, has never done it before and doesn't
Right.
know comics. Get someone that has done translation before and knows comics. Preferably someone that has translated comics before.
I'll say this: when it comes to translating into Spanish, we're doing it ourselves because we
You gotta go
know.
local.
Right. Well, local so much, but more that we're doing it ourselves because we know what the character is saying in English and we know exactly what we mean in Spanish.
Right.
Right? Because we can go and license someone out and say, hey, translate this into Spanish properly or grammarly or whatever it is you want to call it. But then, do they know exactly what we meant to say? When we said it in English, like even if we look at it from Japanese, well, we're all weebs here, right? If we look at it from Japanese to English, there's a lot of things that change in that translation, not just in video games, but in manga. And just because the translator just didn't really either get the cultural reference or just didn't quite understand what they were trying to say. We know that. So for Spanish, we're going to go ahead and do it ourselves. And then we'll just pay somebody to review it to make sure that all the grammar and stuff is correct.
That makes sense.
But other than that, into other languages, then, at that point, yeah, we're hiring now.
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
paying.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm definitely thinking of doing a Spanish translation as well. Haven't really looked for anyone or talked about it. I've already gotten another language done, but
Don't go any further. When it comes to Spanish, don't go any further than your buddies here at Comics Way. We are already working on some things, so there's a lot that we can network and talk about.
Sweet. I will say, if you guys are looking for a Japanese translator, the guy that did my book has done a pretty good job. I have like basic Japanese knowledge, definitely not good enough to do translation, but it's someone that has translated indie comics in Japan before, so pretty happy with the work so far.
So he's translating what, Fiendish 1, or was there a different book that he had translated?
All of Fiendish, yeah. He's doing well so far. He's done Fiendish 1. He's gonna do Fiendish 2.
Okay. So,
he-
question: are you
he
translating
did-
it? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no! I was just saying I was gonna say that he does like translates doujins. All he's a English. He teaches Japanese to English speakers in Japan, and so anyways, he translates a lot of doujins. And from
So
what I
here's
can tell, it's pretty good. I've gotten the work reviewed. Sorry, go ahead.
So here's my question for you: is why are you translating into Japanese? Do you already have a market? Do you believe there's a market for us? Why did you make that call?
I think that they're specifically for my work, and it depends on this. It's not like for everyone who's doing indie comics, everyone on Indiegogo, right? But I think it depends on the style, because what I've noticed, having lived in Asia, like the style and not just the art style, but the storytelling style is a huge barrier, like for specific people in Asia. And even though a lot more of people are more familiar with like Marvel characters and stuff, the fact is not a lot of American comics or Western comics are in Asia at all. When I was growing up, there was none of it. There's still almost none. Japan gets some Marvel and DC books, but like compared to the manga saturation in the West, it's like it's negligible. So it really, my point is, it depends on like, not every series would do well in the East, but I specifically made Fiendish to be an in-between, to be something that could be translatable and appeal to an Asian audience.
So we're, at least initially, I'm not sure if Hans can attest to it or if he's realized, the next book that I want to try to put out, Graves of Honoji, is sort of that in between that we want to do, and we want to potentially try and see if it'll pop off in the Asian market. So I know what you mean, and
That's
like I don't think Alexander would fly there particularly, but Graves of Honoji might.
I think that's something we even talked about, because I remember, like, English is not my first language. It is now. But I remember it was like, I don't ever remember a Marvel or DC comic book in Spanish. Like,
They have
They're
them.
really difficult to get.
and like, I don't know if they have, like, I know they sell graphic novels, probably translations, but there's not like the market. Like, the market's so kind of guided by North America
Yeah.
right? That it's just like they completely leave money on the table, and they completely leave a whole a section of like people that can that would be fans that don't have access to comic book stores. I mean, they even happened to us here in the States when we grew up in the ghetto. There was no
Yeah.
comic book stores.
No.
Our love for comics grew from and manga came from the animes and the animated series.
I didn't
Yeah,
get
we
into.
had more of a TV culture than actually a comics culture, at least in
Mm-hmm.
Latin America.
Yeah.
Yeah, same. Look, I grew up in Puerto Rico for the most part. HP spent a lot of time. Hey, Chris, Sugar Chris.
Hello,
I'm still waiting
Chris.
for my pictures with that red dress, buddy.
Everybody's in
Wow,
on
the
it.
legend of the red dress.
uh, we passed that. HP grew up in DR, so even as kids, we just didn't have access to those comic books like the Spanish market did. And when I mean Spanish, I legitimately mean Spain.
Spain.
Right? They got the graphic novels, they got the translations. We didn't really get that in Puerto Rico.
Malditos.
And even in the hood, again, I didn't have a comic book store in the hood. I didn't actually start buying comic books until I was in my 20s, had a car, and was able to drive far enough to actually go to a comic book store. You
Oh,
know,
jeez.
Yeah.
so occasionally you would have one. For example, like my first comic book was from Walmart because it was like on a rack somewhere, like off in a corner. So that's where I got like the first few comic books that I ever got. But yeah, other than that, when I actually started collecting, it was as an adult and not in the hood.
Yeah,
Right.
my first comic I was able to get was one. My uncle, he actually used to collect some of it, but he wouldn't let me touch it because they were all pristine. But I remember the first
Really
book.
difficult to get hands on.
Yeah, and so like I remember I almost screwed up his first Venom. I think it was like the gold cover one that's like you can't find out that's like worth money.
Oh
And
my god.
I almost broke it. Yeah.
How?
I was
How?
just eating a hot dog and trying to read it.
No!
I'm a kid. I didn't know. It was worth money.
The horror.
But like I remember
Now we know
like,
Rini's reactions with kids.
Fuck them
Right.
kids.
yeah. But when he said like, "Yo, you're not touching any of my books anymore," I
Oh
remember
my
going to a
God.
yard sale, and one of the boxes had Shadowhawk,
Nice.
Shadowhawk, and Spider-Man, and then I was introduced like that way, just like by happenstance.
That's crazy.
And Rainy, this is a good question. How many volumes of Fiendish are you currently planning on?
Oh yes. Yeah, I didn't want to break the conversation, but thank you, Down Go Solo. This is complicated. So I have 4 arcs planned.
Okay.
4 arcs, but my arcs are similarly to VeilWalker. They're getting longer as the story progresses. The first arc, it was originally like 10 chapters, but then I decided to do longer chapters, and I realized I could cut some stuff, so it's going to be 6 chapters. It's probably all the other books going to be 60 to 70 pages, and so about 5 or 6 chapters should do it for book 1. For arc 1, and then the other arcs are probably going to be about 10 chapters each. So
No.
tally that up. This is going to be most of my adult life is the answer.
Same. Now, I have a question for you because I see how you're breaking it down into chapters. Now, particularly, at least in my writing style, I don't break down the arcs into chapters. I just write the whole arc, and then I see where the breakpoints are, and then split that into issues. Now, define a chapter.
Right, well, I have a very similar work style. I actually don't even do a script, and it drives some people crazy, particularly my colorist. But I do a prose, kind of like a novel, but it's not eloquent at all. It's
Okay.
a novel summary, and I'll have most of the dialogue there. But I just write the whole thing, and I break it into arcs as this like giant document. And I kind of will like do notations of, I think these are good breaking points for different chapters. And that's kind of just how I estimate. Like, this is about right for the chapters. Like, I have, like, it's like the way the story naturally progresses. I just let the story naturally progress. It's like, this is a journey. Like, there's a beginning, middle, and end here. Like, the characters go from point A to point B, and the character goes, like, the character journey, they grow from beginning, middle, and end. So this is a chapter, and it kind of just naturally turned out that way, you know?
You're giving Hans PTSD as you're saying that.
Right now I'm having shakes.
the no script part, or the like
all of it. Yeah,
all of
like,
it.
No script. Oh my god.
Yeah. It's not literally no script, but I don't do the whole like literally movie script because I'm the artist. So
yeah.
You
You don't need that breakdown. So
yeah.
when I first started developing a story or an arc, okay, so for example, for the VeilWalker, what I did was like 2 or 3 paragraphs per arc, right? And then I did that just until I got from the beginning to the end, so we knew where we were going to end the story, because the VeilWalker does have an ending, and everything builds up towards it. But then what I do is then I start going into that particular arc, and I expand on the paragraphs. Right, so I make those paragraphs now like 10 or 20 pages long. Then I start breaking those down into pages. So for the artist, so I have to break it down for the artist and actually give them a page. Like, this is what I want to see on this page. Is something you don't have to do because you are the artist. Right, so there's maybe an extra step there where we deviate, but pretty much it's the same thing. It's write a paragraph and then sort of start expanding from that. But yeah, no, HP absolutely hated it when he first started editing my work.
Yeah, a lot of late night screaming into my pillow.
I mean, that's just, I don't know. Everyone works differently.
Yeah. No, I think it's like a transition because I have a lot of comics, and so like I understood that language, and I know how to draw a little bit, or the way the artist can think. Is just because I was so trained in the classical like novel format or in script writing specifically, that deviation, like one of the first things that they teach you in script writing is don't put any descriptions of having on the scenes. It's just like scene heading and then dialogue. So it's kind of like the inverse, where you have to know what's happening on the page. It's a visual, we're both visual mediums, but it's like different in that respect.
Yeah.
And so that's like a training thing I had to do.
Right, that's funny. Is in when I actually majored in comics in art school. Went to one of the few art schools.
That's a thing?
Yeah. Very almost only like 2 art schools do it, but I went to SCAD, Savannah College of Art and Design. They have a sequential art major. I majored in sequential art and minored animation. So the way they teach you to do comics is, script writing. We read, because there aren't really, besides from the Scott McCloud books, there aren't really any books that teach you how to write scripts for comics. I mean, Scott McCloud books don't teach you how to write scripts. It teaches you visual storytelling. But to learn script writing, we would just read stuff like Sitfield and like screenwriting books. So that was the way we learned. This is how you write for comics, but I just didn't like it because I knew how they did in manga. So the way I work is basically manga. Like you do like a prose summary, and then your script is your thumbnail. So like right here, what I'm doing here, I already have the text laid out. So I'll turn off my inks layer. This is like my script, this form right here, like this. The sketch, and before I even do the borders, and let me open another page. Oh, this page, see? Like right here, this is chicken scratch, but I'll just do like, this is really, really rough, but then I'll have like a really rough layout, and then I'll do the text first and make sure everything flows, and then I start inking and drawing it.
No, that's actually pretty cool that, I think in your school they taught like comics and sequential art. I remember I have friends who went to mass art, and they kind of looked down upon manga and kind of comic books in general, really.
I mean, that's the general partake of all.
We mentioned that earlier. She's got some pretty good stamina, man.
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
Streaming.
Sure.
Hi, Ollie.
Hasta el amanecer.
Oh, thank you. What do you say? That's something. Anyways, it was too cool for school. No, I'm just like, I don't know. I'm not even gonna be like, ooh, I'm a rebel. Some things I do like to like do some things my way. That's all. I wasn't trying to be a rebel or anything. No.
So Hex, you say you went through a similar thing, like kind of the attitude towards like sequential art and manga and stuff like that.
It's worse because we don't have sequential art over here. We all have to go through the pipeline of graphic design. From there, with the little time and knowledge that we have, the few people that partake in this adventure goes either their own way for animation or for sequential art, actually. And it's not focused, so it's a little bit more sadder than that. And actually, when you brought up manga to the mix over there, it was not the cup of tea of most teachers at the time, especially like illustrations. And I can see why in a part, but if you go on ahead and like try to seek a market, maybe get views or whatever, it's something that evolved to be a big thing, just the main thing. But uh, going back on why it might be a good thing is because you also needed to broaden in styles in the visual library and actually like try to see and experiment, especially in analog illustration. Like different forms of painting, materials, and how to use them. So focusing on that, I guess that it will be a good thing. But they really do look down on it. Like, no, that's it's just cartoons. It's just and it really it took the bite of a lot of people.
I mean, just because we had a sequential art major doesn't mean we weren't looked down upon. Let's be clear. It was a weird thing where I think clearly your situation in Colombia is way worse because you barely had like even different majors in art schools. It was just kind of everything was lumped together, and they would expect someone that did like poster art or comics to also know how to do logo designs and web designs. That's the situation. Am I?
Yep.
I don't want to speak for you, but you've talked to me about this before.
Yes, yes, yes. That's the situation. Is everything at the same time, and how agencies are designed over here is to take advantage of newcomers that are freshed up and not burned, and just put it to make
Yeah.
everything at the same time for the same pay. So
Yeah.
it's kind of the thing
I
of Latin
mean,
America in that case.
Yeah.
honestly,
And,
HP can say the same thing about film school. I mean, didn't you go through something similar?
Film school.
Yeah, it's funny enough. I was discouraged from taking any art art courses for some reason. I was like, hey, I want to take some. I think they had like drawing and animation. I was like, no, you can't do it. It's not in your major, and you're gonna have to. You just can't sign up. I was like, really?
Wow.
you just can't. Like
Why?
your physics calling can't.
They really wouldn't allow it.
What the?
You
Why?
should not.
But you're
I-
going
I
to
think-
film. You're doing.
Yeah.
Like, I think they
You're
believe.
paying.
I think from them it was like they were considering that to be like double dipping. It's like you're coming to our college for film school, but then you also want to take like one of our animation
Yeah.
classes.
But
Like, no,
it's
you gotta
more
come back.
So basically,
Money.
it's a way, but they wanted to do it this way. They said, well, if you want to switch majors or minor, then you can do it. So basically, it's just a way for them to grab more money from you.
Grandma.
Oh, see, money,
Yeah.
money.
And so it's
Ah,
funny
qué
because
pedos.
it's funny because one of the the funniest thing, one of the first things in orientation at Emerson that they said is we're gonna teach you how to be good storytellers. We're not forget about YouTube. YouTube has no future. This is we're gonna teach you how to be good storytellers. And it's hilarious because looking at it now, it's like you guys are so retarded. Oh, excuse my language. That was the dumbest
Hug
thing.
in my
Whatever.
crotch.
I was like, now, and the funny thing is, by the time I was graduating, they literally had a course called Producing for the Small Screen.
Oh,
And
oh,
so,
how the mighty have fallen.
yeah,
That's
it was so bad.
hilarious.
But the reason I mentioned like looking down, like I remember like my friends who were like big, who wanted to be manga artists, like their teachers were almost actively discourage them from
Yeah.
pursuing that career. And for some reason, they had a weird reverence for Pixar. Like they hated like the manga artists and like the sequential art, but whenever you brought up Pixar, I was like, hey, you should emulate this, or this, and this, and this, and that. It's like, it was just kind
Last
of weird.
Coca-Cola of the desert.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that sensation.
Yeah, I think when I was in art, when I started out my first year, I'm not gonna say what year, even though people could probably figure it out. Oh my god, I'm old. But that was when I
Yeah,
was
you're
still
that
getting.
old. I'm 32. HP's 32. I mean,
I think we're all the same age here.
Yeah.
there you go.
We're
Yeah.
literally all the same age, guys.
That's
This is
it.
weird.
That's our lucky
It's
number.
like serendipity. Wow.
Are we in the same month?
That would be really creepy. Well, Yvonne is not. I know Yvonne and I are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm January.
I'm January 90.
Oh,
December.
Okay.
HP's
December.
December. Wait, are you January 92, Ivan?
I am 7th of January 1990.
1990, yeah. January 7th. I'm January
January
5th.
Oh,
Oh, man.
wow. Oh, so cute. You're 2 years apart.
I'm
Adorable.
That calls
I get to boss
for-
you around.
No, I was gonna say that calls for barbecue and beers. There's gonna be a whole bunch of birthdays just piled together. It's a nonstop.
Next time I'm in
month.
Colombia, we got it. We got to. What part of Colombia
Yeah,
are you in?
man. Hmm. Yes, sir. Bogota.
What part of Colombia are you in?
Bogota, the capital.
Bogota. My brother's married to a Colombian. He's got 2 beautiful half Colombian baby girls. So next time they plan a trip to Colombia, I'm gonna roll down.
Please, you're welcome over here.
Me
Of course.
llevas a muchas cartagenas, muchas paiseras, you know?
That will be the one for Cartagena is a bit tricky. But they will for the other is paisas.
Paisas. Quiero muchas paisas.
Hey, what are the travel restrictions for Colombia right now? Because I'm getting like the travel itch, but Taiwan, I can't go back to Taiwan because guess what? They lock you up for 21 days before they let you free in
21?
Taiwan.
That's basically
that's
your
how-
whole vacation. Like
That's how strict Taiwan is right now. So I can't even go
Because
home.
I know that people have been going out, but people from outside going in, I do have to ask. Not
Okay.
really sure.
I'll look it up because I'm like, I just want to go somewhere. Whatever.
Yeah, man,
we'll
you're
see.
also welcome. Everyone over here is welcome. Just
I've
hit me
been
up over
waiting.
here.
I've been waiting to go and just like trash your city for like 3 years. It's gonna happen. I think it's gonna be the other way around, but anyways, we're gonna
That's a long
drink.
itinerary.
Well, no, as in I've been waiting to visit them for like 3 years. Let's see. Dangosilla asks, have I shown a 2.5 cover? I haven't, should I? You guys want to see? You guys have been sticking it. It's been 4 fucking hours. I swear I'll end soon. But I want to like...
I mean,
I'll show this cover.
at some point, I'm not sure when I should start charging my fucking minimum rate here.
I mean, you know, if anyone wants to super chat specifically for Oasi, I will pay him.
Nah.
So, should we start singing or?
I think instead of super chatting, go back to VeilWalker. And
Yes!
is Fiendish
Yes.
still open?
Yes.
Yeah, it's still open.
And go back to Fiendish again.
Yeah, bad
But then
fiendish.
also super chat
Okay.
Rainy.
Super chat me. That's all.
Super
Back
chat her to let
VeilWalker.
us know-
Yeah,
I was just
super.
gonna say, super chat her to let us know that you backed the VeilWalker and Fiendish
That's
again.
right. That's right. Thank you. You're a marketing genius. This is why you're definitely coming on again. I love this.
This is
So,
what I
yeah.
do for a living. Business development. Fucking hate
This
it.
is what you do. Development.
Business development, yeah.
What you like sell ideas and tell them like, "Ooh, this is a good idea. Look, you should do things this way."
Basically.
Yeah. Oh boy. Well, that's good that means you have that skill set because like a lot of creators are just they don't come in with that skill set. They have
A
to
little
kind of learn it.
clueless about it.
Yeah, artist types tend to be kind of like, I don't
Yeah.
know what to say. Let me art speak for itself.
I think one of the things that really benefited me, especially with the streaming, is how comfortable I feel on streams. How how sort of nonchalant I come off, right? But it's because I have spent the last 10 years having to speak to strangers. Because for the most part, I did a lot of customer service work.
right?
Oh,
That really helps.
That
Yeah, that
helps.
really helps.
So I did a lot of customer service work. So basically, speaking to strangers or being able to fill some dead air is really easy for me. But now with the business development, that's helped me sort of understand how to develop a business, how to manage people,
Oh,
and
that's
whatnot. So
great.
corporate America, it's not the best place to be, but there are a lot of
But you
skills
can
that you
learn
do learn
something.
from it.
Right. No, there's always something you can learn. Like, even though, like, sometimes I say I loathe that I kind of sold my soul in the 20s and I was working in animation and in gaming and just I needed to pay rent. But then it's like, there's a lot of useful skills you can learn no matter what sector you're working in. And I think as long as you got to pay your dues, and as long as you come back, you're doing what you love, you're here doing comics, all's good.
Like for example, I think Hans can attest to the fact that even though he went to film school, a lot of what he learned in film school helps him develop and visualize a comic.
Yeah,
This-
I think. Oh, no, sorry, go on.
No, you're gonna say. No, I was just gonna,
Okay,
I will
moderator.
I will pull up. I'm supposed to be. I'm terrible at moderate. I'll pull up the cover. You go ahead. I didn't have anything.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, this whole skill sets that you learn along the way that kind of helped. I mean, I think we just like with Stephan and his work in corporate America, and my work with editing scripts for films and stuff like that, and working with videos and animation. We were able to combine those skill sets that we thought like we're gonna use this for. And then we finally found a place. It's very funny how that works. Most unlikely things.
It's like we should have been selling drugs or in jail, being from where we're from. And instead, we're selling comic books. So
Yeah, much better off. Much better off.
Everyone says, "Hey, are you a bodyguard?" And I was like, "No, I make comics."
Oh, if you guys don't know, HP is like 6'5".
Whoa, you're a mountain man.
Oh, damn.
I was like, I always have people guess. It's like, "Are you a bodyguard?" No, guess. It's like, what are you? You're like finance. Like, I make comic books.
That's awesome. I'm a nerd. How dare you?
Yeah,
he's the one nerd that
and
didn't
you have
get
a whole
picked on.
body out to back you up. Like,
yeah.
That's freaking
do
great,
something about
dude.
it.
Oh, that's
It's
great.
like every time I go to a D&D game, it's like, did someone bring an ogre? Like,
That's perfect. That's perfect. Here's an exclusive sneak peek. Oh, not really exclusive. I think I've shown it before, but I don't remember where. So I'm going to be doing a half chapter, kind of like a in between. I'm calling it chapter 2.5. It's because I have I want to tell the backstory of some stuff that happened to Casimir, my main character, in his past, and I wrote a whole chapter in the original script that was an entire the whole chapter was a flashback. And I think it's a really good self-contained story. Honestly, it's one of my favorite sections of the story. So I want to tell it. So even though it's not pivotal to understanding the main plot, but it's pivotal to character development. You know what I mean? So I think I'm going to do it I think it's going to be a separate campaign. Depending on my progress on chapter 2, I could have it with chapter 2, but I don't think I'm that fast. But I'm going to do a simpler art style and everything. But this is the cover, and there you go.
I really like it. I can see what you're going for.
Thanks.
Now, wait, question: is that blood on the floor, or is this just like a puddle?
It's blood.
Because he is bleeding. Yeah, you're right.
No, he's not bleeding. He's wearing
that
the
not
skin
blood?
of an animal that he just killed.
Also, the animal's bleeding.
Yes.
I like it.
That's
Yeah.
a lot of coal to do that.
It's really intense. I really like it. It's weird. This character backstory. It's almost a side story, but it's serious. It's one of my favorite chapters so far.
I'll tell you this: Brian from Dwarves vs. Lions. Have you had him on yet?
Yeah. Well, I
You guys
had
had-
him. Did I have him on for Aerith Saga? I think I did. So he did Aerith Saga first. I've spoken to him a few times. He's cool.
So Brian, what he's doing for his cover, or he's trying, I think it's a stretch goal, is he's going to UV coat the blood on the cover, so that the blood actually
Oh.
shimmers and it looks kind of realish.
Ooh.
So I
that'd be
think
pretty.
I think this will be pretty cool. Have a similar effect.
That would be cool. Shit, I'll steal that idea from him all day. Thanks, Brian.
Sorry, Brian.
Like, whatever. No, yeah, that's a cool idea. I'll think of doing that. I think of kind of like how the Lawson had like partial UV part of the cover.
I haven't seen the cover. I haven't gotten it. When I came around, I actually found out about Michael after the campaign had already closed. So unfortunately, I wasn't able to get it.
Yeah, I have it, but it's buried. It's literally buried in a bunch of stuff in my room. I'm not gonna go get it, but it looks really good. Some people are willing to kill for Nintendo. So red and blue dichotomy captures the cries of the many who have Joy-Con drift. It's not gonna. This is just the sketch. The final isn't gonna look like this.
That's one of my V brothers. There's a few V's in the chat. That's one of them.
That's true. That's true.
Oasi V, Immortal V.
What you didn't know is it's all a cabal over here. There's a secret cabal.
We meet up in Orlando in one of the forests there. We burn trees. You know,
Oh yeah, dance in a circle, sing pagan songs.
butt naked.
Yeah.
Basic
Lifting
stuff.
up in
Sacrifice small animals.
lifting up in the air, chanting. "Holy, holy."
What? You guys
Why
don't
my
do that
lord,
too?
why my
I thought that was
lord.
normal. Oh, okay. Anyways. Alice BRB is saying I can sell this at Ashcan alongside Chapter 3. Yeah, I need to board it out first. I don't know exactly how many pages this will be. So the title is going to be Survivor. And when you read it, you'll know that it's really good. It's like the perfect title. I'm so proud of this chapter. Yeah, and you guys know how I have mood swings between being like, this is great, and completely insecure. No, this is the good fucking chapter. I'm so excited about it.
Shit.
Yes, I am really.
You should give us some
freaking
spoilers.
excited. Hey, no, don't turn this on me! This cover is already a giant spoiler because it's something that happens in the story.
So, does that animal have any significance
Yes.
to his story?
Yes.
What would that significance be?
You'll have to read it to see it.
Oh, how the turntables.
Oh, how the turns have tables! How the turns have tables.
You're so dope.
The title is Survivor.
I'm a survivor. I ain't gonna
I
give
know.
up.
You went with Beyonce? I was thinking about Eye of the Tiger.
I mean, Survivor. True. But is it called Survivor? The band Survivor? Is that what it is?
Don't ask me.
HP, come on.
Yeah, I think so. I'm looking at
Here,
it. up.
let's look
crash
at
on a
something
plane?
else. What are you drawing?
No, that's Leonard Skinner. Yeah, the band is called Survivor.
There you go. I don't know what he's drawing, but he looks like a nerd. He looks like he's invited to your D&D games.
Yeah, what is this, Yvonne? This is Yvonne's screen, by the way.
Yeah, this is from Azuken.
Is that guts? I was like, yeah.
That's
Did you
better.
notice? All I saw was like that tiny slice, and I was like, those are guts daggers. I know that's guts.
You are such a
I'm
berserk
such a
fan, girl.
weeb. I'm such a weeb.
Are you at the very least caught up?
I read the whole thing, including the
That's
bad
it.
ending.
Kiki's
Hello,
delivery
hello.
service. No? Is it
Yeah,
Kiki?
Yeah, that's Kiki.
that's
Alright.
Is that another 6 fan arts?
This was an old one, but I didn't finish it and I haven't published it. So I'm just like, let's draw this before I get out to draw new stuff.
For a second, I was like, is that Bosk?
Boss.
Oh, that's awesome. I love how all the characters are they're breaking the borders and everything.
That is awesome.
That's pretty cool.
You got the Irish dude from The Simpsons.
The Scottish one, yeah.
Oh, Scottish, sorry. Same difference.
How dare you! I don't care. I'm not Irish.
Beetlejuice.
I don't care
Right
at
now.
all.
Right.
0% Anglo
Right now, an Irishman just threw a bottle of whiskey at his screen.
from across the Atlantic.
That is awesome. The only one I don't recognize
thanks,
is
man.
the first guy you were doing.
Which one?
The first one on the right. The one you were doing with the one I said was a nerd. Who is that? What's that?
Oh, this is from manga and also an anime called Keep Your Hands from Eizouken. It came out like 1 or 2 years ago, and it's actually really it touches the heart because it has to do a lot with animation and what is the animation process, at least in Japan. It's all cutesy, but at the same time, it has like really inside parts about what is the animation process, what it takes to do that, how you organize to pull up a project, and actually, it's a really nice homage to that. Plus, this
Cool.
girl is greedy as heck, so it's up my alley.
She looks greedy. She looks like one of your characters.
Oh, so
Kidding.
the stuff they talk about is actually helpful.
Yeah, actually.
It's like,
I
look, don't
almost
work
thought
in
the same thing
animation.
about-
It's hell.
It's the same thing with Food Wars, except except my pot roast doesn't make people's clothes fall off. Unfortunately,
Sadly.
Oh,
Mine
unfortunately.
does.
Hey.
I mean, you aim to do that when you learn to cook. It's a really
Listen,
nice-
listen. Let me tell you something. If you have a lady over, or a gentleman, no judgment. If you have a lady or a gentleman over, and you cook for them, and their clothes doesn't come off immediately after they're done eating your plate, then you didn't do something right.
Mhm.
Sage advice. Learn to cook. That's how
you didn't use
uh,
adobo, man.
keep a
Gotta
man
use
or
the
a woman.
adobo.
I mean, so far it has worked then.
Works for me.
I mean, cooking is a valuable skill. It is very.
No,
It
but
works,
cooking
it works.
sabroso is another thing. Cooking day to day can be just like meh. But if you have
Yeah.
the right amount, like the right season,
Well,
whatever
no.
plate you do.
Like
You're
on
winning.
a date though, like if you cook for someone, that's like a special level. It's like you're proving so much. It's like you're capable, you care, and you make them happy, and it's like a little sexy too. It's
Yeah.
just perfect. It's perfect. A partner that can cook is mwah. Learn to cook, everybody.
Did you
I
game
say
on
someone that doesn't cook
Jesus
a lot.
Christ, people?
I
No,
can
chicken
testify.
noodles.
I mean, I could take a ramen and blow it up, make it something special, like those instant ramens.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I can make a mean raspberry reduction on a sourdough with creamy, basically a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. I was
Wow, I'm so impressed.
I mean, I was a raspberry reduction on a sourdough bread, and I
That
like,
was
"Oh,
good. That raspberry reduction. I was like, whoa,
with,
no, it's
with a
like
little bit of
strawberry
peanut, with a
jam.
peanut sauce, rightly toasted to a 250-degree temperature. Make it fancy.
No one should
Oh
get
my
there. It's a damn
gosh.
peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Is it no, don't. No, we're not. Don't do anything illegal. Just
No.
cook. Why
No.
would your mind go to that?
No,
Bad.
never.
God.
Hey,
Bad.
never spike food without consent. All right.
Right, without consent.
Here's the
If,
problem: if you spike the food, then you have to take the clothes off of them.
no!
So don't
That's
spike
not
the
the
food.
reason to not
you're-
spike them.
so they should eat naked. Is that the moral?
Whatever.
No, this is going YouTube. I just about everything that we're about to talk about going
We're
forward.
saying
I'm not
don't-
responsible
we're saying-
for my guests.
We're saying
No,
don't
that's a nice
spike the
concept.
food, right? Because then you're the one who has to take the clothes off of them. You want the clothes for them to be
No,
taken
no,
off by
no. But
yourself.
actually,
No,
I
or just
kinda
a-
dig it. A date naked, or you just
That would, as long as they
mm,
consent,
that's
your
actually-
YouTube don't strike me. Well, there is honestly there are recipes with alcohol, and I feel like half the reason I have quite quite good tolerance for my size is because there's like a Chinese dish called drunken chicken, and it's basically you cook the chicken
In alcohol.
soaked in just like it's like rubbing alcohol. It's like nijo.
Goddamn.
So it's just like soju, but you just soak it in it, and then after you cook it, you pour more on it. So it's just like, and you can make it like light or strong, but everybody makes it really strong. They let kids eat that in like Chinese
Fun.
families. Yeah, so
Got a bunch of drunk little kids running around.
yeah, a bunch of drunk little kids. So.
Why are they acting so dumb? They're drunk, motherfucker. That's right.
You gotta start them young. Yeah, train them young. Someone asked about the Berserk ending. It's have you guys seen it?
It's not over yet.
It is over.
What are you talking about?
I haven't gotten
Never
to it.
mind.
Yeah.
Did they drop the final chapter?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
They ended it.
I thought you were joking. Like, oh no, it never ended. We can pretend it never ended. So
Yeah, we were
because I'm still catching up. But to me, it's like I knew that they were nowhere near the ending when, fortunately, the author died.
yeah.
Did they just fucking end it?
Yeah.
That's fucking dumb.
Yeah.
That is fucking dumb.
They did one more chapter, but just one more chapter, and then at the end
We
of the
have
chapter,
opinions.
it was the end. It said the end, so they ended it.
You
That
gotta
is-
see it. You gotta see it.
No,
You
like I'm
guys-
legit just gonna go
Because,
spoil
like-
it for myself because it's I'm gonna have to like.
Well,
they
on
really
a level
ended
of bad, how bad was it? Are we talking about season 8 Game of Thrones? Are we
No.
talking about Titanfall? Attack on Titan?
Hey, stop it! I'm still watching Attack on Titan.
I haven't catch up yet.
Yeah, I haven't either. Even though I already know what happens. It wasn't Game of Thrones. It wasn't like that level of fuck up. It was more just, I don't know, it's my favorite comic ever. It's so epic, and they kind of just left it.
Was it like Sopranos? That fade to black at the end?
I haven't seen that.
I would no. It's not fade, but it's
Ask you
kind
Vaughn.
of that sensation that you actually wanted to have.
It's
More complete resolution.
it's imagine a 30-year-long blue ball.
Yeah, it's a surprise.
It all comes full circle.
It just like it all comes full circle. You're welcome. This is what you're here for. This show. 4 hours to come full circle about blue balls. I mean, seriously though, it feels like they weren't that far from the ending, in my opinion. I feel like they could have ended it in probably like 10 chapters, which is not that much for manga because manga has short chapters.
Right.
But 8, 10 chapters, they were close, but for some reason they didn't do it. Maybe they out of respect for the creator, but I think if they wanted to respect the creator and not really end it properly, they should have just not even put out the last chapter, which was entirely his assistance. They should have just like stopped when he passed.
Okay, so here's, I'm gonna go look it up regardless. So, but here's my question to you: Does it feel like we didn't get to the climax? Does it feel like we just didn't resolve everything? I'm pretty sure if you're gonna go from you're still writing, it's all of a sudden the end. Like there has to be a bunch of holes.
There weren't holes.
would
It
you
just
know that
nothing
feels-
happened. It just nothing happened. It's just things just froze right where like nothing changed. It's like all the characters where they are, where right before Mira passed, they are still that way at the end of when they put that the end stamp.
How far are you in the story?
Except maybe Griffith, but it's ambiguous. And that just pisses me off more.
Yeah.
Because
Dude,
it's not clarified. And I'm not gonna spoil it, I won't say anymore.
How
I
far are
only
you?
have book 2 of the big black ones. So
What she said.
That's what she said. So basically, book 1 ends. Oh, I remember where book 1 ends. It ends in the grape scene.
Sorry. I'm a child.
Come on.
Yeah, so I'm not very far. I'm not even halfway through it.
Okay.
So you're still in the Black Swordsman arc then.
Yes.
Yeah.
Basically.
Have you gone have you reached the Lost Children's arc?
No.
Oh,
Legit.
okay.
I'll show you exactly where I am. Give me a sec.
Right?
Oh my god. It really was painful. Weird they didn't use his nose to try to do it like he wanted to end it right. Right, I remember they said they had his notes. But I was like,
And
if they
everyone
had
was
his
hyped that they
notes,
will have continued it like 5 volumes or well, not volumes, chapters.
I'm just really confused. I'm like, if they had his notes, then they could have ended it right. But if they didn't have his notes, then just don't touch it after he died.
That's weird.
I guess it was a rumor.
Maybe, but either way, like what they did was such a non-solution. It really, I was not happy with it. And then you have a lot of people saying, well, you know, it's just beautiful that way, never having an ending. It gets to live on forever. I'm like, no, stories need to have an ending. That's just cope. That is so much cope.
So I was just gonna say, I think I'm in I think we call it the Golden Age arc.
Oh
where
shit!
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you're
Well,
in for.
You're
here's the
before
thing.
the eclipse.
No. I've seen the anime, so I know what
Okay.
happens, right?
Oh, okay.
So I know the eclipse. I know all that. I know that a guy named the Skeleton or Black Swordsman, whatever his name is. I know about some of all that stuff, but what I wanted to do was I wanted to actually go back and start reading it, right? To then catch up to past the eclipse where the animes never went to. But in terms of reading, this is where I am, basically where he's trying to collude the princess, basically.
Let me see.
Let's see if I can.
Oh, okay. When Griffith is still courting the princess. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Cool.
So that's where I am.
Right. Gotcha.
But I have a lot of catching up to do.
Yeah. I think you should keep on reading, but I don't know. I was a little bored after, how should I say this without too many spoilers? After the Elfheim, when we went to Elfheim, it seemed to just drag on. I was holding on. I kept on reading because I was waiting for a final showdown, and we never got that. All I wanted was a final showdown.
So
Basically,
was that
everybody
all
gets the
that
resolution
rumor?
except for Griffith.
So the rumor, so that the fact that that he had notes before he died, was that all just a rumor?
I don't think we'll ever know.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
that could never be solved. Maybe they have them, but there was a pressure from editorial.
I'm really confused
People
about.
being uncertain about the future of the series might have also dug in that decision from that ending.
Yeah.
Yeah. Every
Why
story
I
must have
spoil
an
it.
end. Except what?
Never-ending story.
Oh, the horse had an ending over there.
The horse. Oh my god. Stop.
Everyone has been traumatized by that.
That's a horror film. That's like 5 pages. The shortest and best horror film I've ever seen.
I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Oh boy. One of my comic songs?
Yeah,
Should
actually,
I?
that was
I'm
fun.
not drunk enough. I'm not drunk. I'm not. Oh shit, why are you doing this to me? No.
She's still like on her first beer that she's been.
I know, I'm on my
the whole
first
time.
beer. I need to be at least streaming for like 6 hours and on like my 5th beer to sing one of my comic songs.
But guys, I love to spend time with you, but I've got meetings in the morning.
Yes.
And a cranky puppy
Wonderful.
that is mad I'm not cuddling with him.
Right, I understand. I was about to say I need to go too, and I was gonna hold out till 12, and we've gone way past. Dude,
Wow.
fucking
Yeah.
thank you guys. I didn't even realize what time it was, so I wasn't trying to make you guys stay so long. Thank you for hanging around. You guys didn't have to do this, but I really appreciate it.
No, it was really fun. Yeah.
Dude, yeah. Let
Yeah.
me I
Longest
will
stream I've been a part of.
Oh, dude.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you guys for sticking around. This is a lot of fun, and we've got so much to talk about, and we've got like some stuff we can work on and shit, and I just can't wait. And man, I'm glad we got you some more backers, and I hope you get way many more. But here is, for anyone who stuck around, and anyone who saw my drawing stream last week, here's the finished page. So this is for like the 10 people that are still here. Oh, we have like 11 or 12 people. Cool. So this is the page that I was working on last week, and this is the exclusive sneak peek. Ooh, I posted on my Patreon, but I'm only gonna show you guys here right now for the people who sat through this entire thing. And here's the finished page. And this is Kazumi and Ragna meeting after many years apart. So there you go.
And romantic.
Yeah. So romantic. I hate drawing romantic stuff. Ew. I hate it. I hate it. I suffered through it. I wrote this romance into the story that I'm like, oh, ew, I can't draw it. Okay. Anyways, I don't know what's wrong with them.
They're so cute. Look at them younger and then older.
Yeah. So
All
cute.
beat up without hopes. Just like after college.
Just like after, well, right, this is before college and after college. You need like, so I think you need some more liver damage for it to be like realistic. Because that's what happened to me in college. That's what happened to you in college? That's what happened
Liver
to you.
damage and being taken advantage for exposure.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Taking advantage for exposure. Like, hey,
Relatable.
like we can't pay you, but hey, this will be great exposure.
Oh my
You work for
god.
free.
Oh my god. Tell me about it. Fucking traumatized.
I mean, he's still doing my work for exposure, so
No!
Yeah, but not the exposure I wanted.
We need to.
I'm exposing myself to him.
I mean, hey, if that's an agreement, that's what you're after. You know, no judgment.
Always read your contracts, folks.
We're
Tell them what
very.
they mean.
Yeah.
We're, right. Oh
Always
boy.
charge.
Words can
Always
mean different things.
charge.
Wordle me. Stop laughing. Shut up. Damn. You guys don't know me that well. Well, I did start talking about our relationships last week, so fuck. Why do I tell you guys these things so you guys would just make fun of me for it? Okay, we're
Don't
done.
reveal your secrets, Irene.
I know. I'm just all relaxing and drawing stream. Everybody's super chatting me to get drunk, and then I tell them about my shit, and they're like making fun of me for it. Anyhow, guys, please back the VeilWalker number 2. The link is in the descriptions. Let's refresh one more time to see if we got any new backers. No! Well, I'm gonna back right after this, so I will be the 111th
Lucky.
backer. Yes, and I'll be the lucky backer, and it'll be awesome. So I'll beat all of you because you guys didn't back this enough, but we did get like 5 or 6 backers, so that's really awesome. And thank you to everybody who did back this. Yay! And this looks really awesome, and I can't wait to get it. So
Yeah,
happy.
it really looks amazing.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, and for anybody who doesn't know, I mean, you probably know if you watch my channel, but check out my comic Fiendish. I have a lot of extra information to the comic on the website, fiendishcomic.com. I have a preview, introduction, character profiles, world map, a language, and a pantheon, a bunch of other shit. Yes, I'm a crazy person. I built a language for my comic, and the comic is still available on Indiegogo. The link is in the description as well. Chapter 1, Demons. We are at 865 backers. Thank you all so much, and I'll keep you all posted. We're still being stalled by the printer, but everything is ready to go. As soon as we go to print, I will let you know, and it'll ship as soon as the books are in my hands. So I'm very excited for this, and stay tuned for more updates on Chapter 2. I will launch to sign up for that as soon as I get like Chapter 1 printed, right? So thank you all again. This is a really long stream. I super appreciate it. You guys are all awesome.
Thank you for having us on.
Yes, and I'll see you
really
guys all next week at next week, same time, Wednesday, 8 p.m. I don't remember who I have on. Who do I have on next week? Somebody tell me. What am I doing? Oh, I have PTP on next week. That'll be great. We'll be talking about some stuff that I worked on. That's gonna be a fun reveal, I think. So yeah, join me next week, 8 p.m. EST, and I'll see y'all next time. Bye, y'all. Thank you.
Don't spike your date's dinner.
Yeah. Oh, wait. Tell people where to. I have Oasi. I have your handle on Twitter, but what about
Yes.
the rest of you?
So, yeah, just to brush up, right? It's Oasi Comics on Twitter and Instagram. And
Cool. Okay, and HP.
And HP, you can find me as your local neighborhood homeless man, somewhere up north in New Hampshire. Unfortunately, this is actually the second stream I've ever done. I've
Really?
yeah, I don't have no Twitter handles,
Wow.
no nothing.
Yeah,
So
what? Well, you are so eloquent. You're more than welcome to come on again
no,
anytime.
I'll be happy to.
Yes.
If I let him out of the basement.
Right, of course. And yeah, and you guys do your whole exchange with exposure. I will not get more into that. It's cool. I've had a little bit to drink. Okay. Anyways, aren't you so glad you came on my show? Yvonne, you're at Hex Savage.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
can find me over there on Instagram. You can find me on our station, or just hit me up on Facebook. And yeah, it was real. It was pretty good, and it was awesome out to know YouTube. Espero tener ahí más charlas ahí en español con ustedes. Fue muy
Allá
bacano,
vamos.
muy chévere.
Un gran
Hey,
placer.
hey,
And
hey!
you're welcome whenever you pass by.
¡Hablas inglés!
Estoy hablando español para que no nos pueda entender.
I'm gonna learn Chinese also, so I can complain in Chinese with you.
好啊，那你学中文啊！你每次跟我说西班牙话，你很烦哎。Okay. Anyhow, thank
Did
you
you
all.
just ask
Good
what I'd
night.
like to order?
Yes. Oh, screw you! Hey, follow me at Reading Draws, and
¿Has intentado
goodbye.
prenderlo y apagarlo de nuevo?
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Bye.